Hey, how's it going, everyone? It's been literally an entire year since I last did a stream. I was gonna do a Christmas stream, but I had a insane migraine, and then I was also just generally I had a cold and stuff, so I was not feeling necessarily the best. It honestly feels like I'm coming down with something again, which kind of sucks. But hey, that's how winter does be around these times. But yeah, I'll look what it is. Yeah, so what this stream was originally going to be about was this topic plus for people who are familiar with the internet longman live show efap, they did a video on Godzilla minus one, and I do respect them as critics, and I was gonna go and talk to Braden and a few other people about specifically the efap and things I may or may not disagree with, or if anyone who joined would challenge me on certain things, I may have felt if I was being too biased in regards to the film. But since Braden is painfully sick, unfortunately, he's not joining us. Although I did have other people, and it wasn't that I didn't want to do it with them. It was just that I do value his points, and since he's obviously familiar with the EFAP crew, I think it would have made more sense to have him join as well. That's just my opinions on it. But I think this topic as well is something that we'll probably be able to carry on for at least a few other episodes, give or take. But I will introduce the people I do have on right now. So first being the Lizard King Productions. How's it going?
It's going.
Is going indeed. We're going to be talking about the Monsterverse Ronies and whether or not it's
hmm
ruined or not. There is another person in here, but it looks like it says device is not connected for some reason. It also said your device wasn't connected. So what was it that you did
Oh.
to connect yours? Was it like how you set up your mic?
No, what I ended up having to do was I had to basically switch over to Chrome because it originally just came up like through Instagram. So I had to tell it, no, going ahead and switch it over to the internet itself. And then from there, everything went fine.
Okay, yeah. That's one of the annoying things, at least with StreamYards, unlike other things, is that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Blackaroni is the other guy who's in the stream, but for some reason his device isn't connected. I think I just sent you a text via Discord. Check. Yeah, just try going it through Chrome.
Mm.
I'm actually gonna kick him from the studio because sometimes it's weird like that, and it may end up doing a second one. So I'm gonna text him that as well.
Yeah.
Join. So
But I will say, as you're doing all that and sending that,
yeah,
I will state that I am, I guess, like a little worried about the Monsterverse.
as we all are,
Yeah. Um,
or as we all should be, I should say, because a lot of people are like, oh no, the Monsterverse is going along mighty fine.
I would. At first, it seemed like it was doing just fine. I mean, with 2014 and how, that film was so amped up. I mean, I remember being in the military when the first announcements for Godzilla 2014 came around, and I mean, the absolute hype for that was just everything. And then once that came out, then there was Kong Skull Island, or I think that was the name of the film. I have it. I own it. I just I just haven't had time to really look at it. But that
Yeah, I haven't honestly. I haven't watched like Kong Skull Island, for example, in years. I haven't watched GVK in a while. It's just been 2014 and King of the Monsters have been the ones I've only watched recently again.
mm, I mean, that movie wasn't bad either. I mean, and I
Mm-hmm.
remember going with my dad to go see it, and we were impressed with it. And
I mean,
then,
like, yeah, you're definitely right. Like, I enjoy the films. I can't say that I was not. I am not saying I never didn't enjoy the films, but there's definitely a lot of things I think have been wrong with the Monsterverse since 2014, and also Mike D's Wet Dream, aka King of the Monsters. And I also got Vic in, so Vic was able to join
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Black's thing for some reason, which is weird.
Mm.
But yeah, no, continue what you were saying, King.
And then from there, as Godzilla King of the Monsters, there was a lot of people who, either liked it or they didn't like it because of the human characters or, you know, uh, there were so many different things going on with that. I, for one, I loved it because this was the first time that at that point in 2019 that we got Mothra, King Ghidorah, and Rodan, along with all these other monsters that were made by Legendary or the company Legendary and the filmmakers. They had their little mutations, or I call them that, but just creatures that they had for the story. I didn't see a problem with that film. I mean, yeah, some of the characters were a little bit like, okay, where are you trying to go with this? And then there was the typical tropes that were thrown in. But I didn't have a big thing against it. I never had a big thing against 2019. And then Godzilla versus Kong, I was excited about it. I mean, it wasn't a big excitement, but it was still a big excitement nonetheless about the fact that, well, this is going to be the first time in what was it? Like almost 15, 60 something years. But since the last time we saw Godzilla go up against King Kong. So the fact that that was, it was good. I mean, I enjoyed myself when I sat down in the theater and watched it. I mean, I own it on DVD. But then just seeing how Hollywood has been going since then and the things that Hollywood has been doing and having their fingers in and trying to push the message, as it were, that's where Godzilla and Kong now comes in. And just the fact that also a lot of the other films had more of a build up, more of a hype for them. Godzilla and Kong has been silent until we finally got like the official like trailer for it. But that's been it. And then all of a sudden these figures come out of nowhere. And it's like that's kind of odd, I think. I mean, you guys can I'm just going off of my memory. My memory is not that great. But for Godzilla 2019, Godzilla King of the Monsters, they had the figures and everything out way beforehand, and then the trailer showed up. But it was the promotional stuff that they put out there for that film to really get it out there to say something, to let people know, hey, this is going to be one of those really big films. We're putting all this out here to get you excited for it. I don't think there was a whole lot for Godzilla and Kong, was there?
I do remember. Well, I'd say 2014 is like that weird case because obviously there had been a Godzilla film in years. So the moment we actually knew something Godzilla related was coming up, I think I saw it. I feel like I saw stuff for it more than what was actually being advertised because everyone was so excited for that. And then I do remember, well, at least I think because we already knew from the earlier trailers that the monsters that Rodan, King Ghidorah, and Mothra were going to be in the film, there wasn't really anything to spoil with those. So when we did start seeing toys, I think we saw leaks for those toys around the same time we started seeing leaks for like the GVK stuff. Generally.
Yeah.
But I do remember at least Burning Godzilla had gotten leaked from the toys, and then Burning Godzilla ended up being shown in, I want to say it was like one of the later trailers. It wasn't the first trailer, but it was one of the later trailers that you did see a clip of Burning Godzilla. But if you hadn't like kept up with spoilers or leaks or the toys, I would have just assumed it was Godzilla in like a really red environment. At least that would have been my assumption. But obviously, since everyone had been throwing around the leaks and spoilers, everyone kind of knew what that scene was and put two and two together. And then there was the really weird leaks for GVK that came around,
Yeah.
and like the Ghidorah chained to a rock with like runes and stuff around him and lightning, and then the monster, the what's it called, the fake Godzilla leaks, and then we saw Mechagodzilla in the trailer twice, and then the toys actually leaked before the trailer, and then the trailer happened. Then there was the leaks, and then it's shown in different places around the world at different times. So like, if you're really following it, you could have seen spoilers for the film before you even saw it in America. Because I remember I saw like a bunch of like East Asian like accounts on Facebook showing leaks, and then obviously the leaks ended up on YouTube, and those got taken down. And I saw the film, but yeah. Generally, Vic, what would you say like your feelings have been in regards to the Monsterverse?
Personally for me, I'm still very much like hyped about the Monsterverse and what's to come. I've been really into like the recent stuff they've been putting out, um, and have been a like just a continuous fan of the Monsterverse since its inception.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, thank you, Brandon, for being the source of corrections in my case. Yeah, Brandon Godzilla was shown in one shot during second trailer. He was shown in full in a TV spot 1 week before the movie came out. Yeah, that's what I thought, because I remember there was also the TV spots as well, which showed almost all of the monster action, except for obviously some clips, but a lot of the monster fights got spoiled in the TV spots.
It was in
Um,
the first trailer that had that clip of him like running through the buildings, and then one where he like stomps on like a bus stop or something.
those I think were in the later trailers. The second trailer. Because you saw the stop and the roar, not the run through the buildings. I think the like when he throws him through the Johnson building was like trailer 3 or 4. Um, but it was like the at least the clips I do remember was the Rodan reveal, Mothra flying in the final battle, the Ghidorah pose before he fights Rodan, and Ghidorah and Godzilla running at each other were the ones I remember.
Yeah, because I remember one trailer like he like walks through the buildings and they're melting around him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Black's still working on his stuff. I was trying to stall for time as much as I could, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use the slides I do have. Um, so in terms of what we do see, there is Godzilla 2014 with the highest gross, GVK with the lowest gross. Cottom had the highest theaters in terms of theaters it could use. In terms of their openings, obviously, it was 2014, but the best, and then it subsequently kept on going. It kept going down. Um, but at least in terms of if you're looking purely at the gross versus their openings, it feels like Cottom and GVK had the best legs out of them, excluding 2014. But we also see that the highest the tomato man, actually wait, nope, he joined. We
Yeah.
finally got him. Black
Hello.
joined. Hello. Hello
Hello.
there.
Hi. I was having some technical difficulty there, but I am finally here. Turns out I just needed to unmute myself.
Oh, there you go. That's the best. At least now we know. But since obviously you're the newcomer on the stream, why don't you introduce yourselves to at least my audience?
Um, Hello there. I am Blackaroonie. I am an amateur screenwriter and a media film critic. I usually focus on Godzilla media in for the most part, but I will occasionally rip on other stuff like Marvel, DC, Star Wars, whenever I have the chance. Of course, as of late, I have not been doing that, but I do plan to make more uh, media friendly content, as in more and more people can enjoy different aspects of my criticism in different forms. And yeah,
Mm-hmm. And I know you recently did at least 2 Godzilla film essays that I actually really liked. It was like No Sympathy for the Monster, and I'm trying to remember the title of the other one, which I also really liked. Um,
It's called No, We Can't Have Both. That's the name of
yeah,
the.
no, we can't have both. That was the one I had. That was part of the inspiration why I wanted to have you on here specifically because of the Monsterverse and because of your black screen episode that you did.
Oh yeah, yeah. That I'm honored that you watched that. To be honest, I mean that last episode from Sunday, last Sunday, was not my best work. I'm gonna be completely honest, but I tried to keep it. I tried to have the information be at the very least substantive,
It was
because
substantive, definitely, and it also was really good in terms of just getting me through the day because it was something else to keep my mind off things, which I liked.
oh yeah, I'm glad to hear it.
Mm-hmm. But at least just looking at the raw numbers that we have here, because what I was gonna say right as you joined, so far with all of the main Monsterverse stuff, Legacy has the highest critic score, Canon has the lowest critic score, and then GVK has the highest audience score, with surprisingly enough 2014 with the lowest audience score. Obviously, Rotten Tomatoes is not the end all be all of film criticism or um, really film anything for that matter, but at least from
It's the most
what we do
vocal.
have here. Yeah, I'd say it's like the most vocal in terms of like when
Like
people
what
refer to
everybody
something.
knows.
Yeah, like when the normies are like, "Oh, look at what the critics say," they'll go to Rotten Tomatoes. But at least looking at what we have here, what would you say your general thoughts are in terms of perception for critics and fans in terms of the Monsterverse Black?
Hmm. What would it lack? I guess, if I'm being completely honest, I mean, I'm just gonna play it straight. I think it's just missing good storytelling. And that's
Well,
the
no, not what the Monsterverse was missing, but sort of what at least you think the general perception is of the Monsterverse in terms of what people want from it, or what both our general audiences and critics want from it. Because I would honestly say when I'm looking at this, everything feels all over the place in terms of their scoring. Because I'd say it's interesting that Skull Island has such a low score compared to King of the Monsters and GVK from audiences when, at least from what I've heard, it seems like it was just as loved as those two films.
well, um, well, I mean, I guess because if you really think about it, right, audiences and critics have different agendas. One wants deep, high art stuff, and the other one wants just entertainment, right? That's the
Mm-hmm.
usual dynamic of both critics and audiences alike. That's why you will have movies that are, really dumb fun, and you will have high audience scores, but the critics are going to hate it because it's not high art. I'm assuming it's because the critics always have their thumbs up their butts and just sniffing their own farts. Artsy fartsy. I want this. I want that. It wasn't political enough, etc.
Mm-hmm.
But whenever there's for example, I'm going to pull up minus one as an example. You have a very artistically inclined movie, coupled with what it is that audiences want to see. Basically, the plot justifying the artsy fartsy elements of it. You're gonna get a sort of unanimous response. Oh, this is great. Oh, this is awesome. That's why right now minus one is sitting at a 98% on both audience and critic scores in Rotten Tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
But with the Monsterverse, I'm not entirely sure how I would achieve that same goal, right? Without implementing the obvious element of, okay, well, what if you just write things properly, right? Because,
Mm-hmm.
for example, Godzilla and Skull Island are probably the best written, by comparison, the best written movies of the Monsterverse. I personally prefer 2014, because that's
Mm-hmm.
but Skull Island, I would argue, is a lot better. Is a lot better in terms of writing, but it also happens to be the most fun. Now, granted, it takes itself more seriously. It takes itself less seriously than 2014, but in comparison to King of the Monsters and Legacy of the Monsters and Godzilla versus Kong, I mean, okay, just King of the Monsters and Legacy of Monsters, it takes itself pretty loosely. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It has fun with its concept, but not too much where it becomes a detriment. Because I believe that if the Monsterverse ever believed that seriousness was a problem, then Godzilla versus Kong would be the overcorrection, and Japan and Toho did something similar. They had the opposite problem, and so they overcorrected. And Singular Point is a perfect example of overcorrection where things are just too smart, right? We got concepts in theoretical physics that not many people will understand. Even someone like me who actually read books on theoretical physics before, I couldn't tell you what half of the things in the show was because they were just so advanced. Like I said, both studios have I guess you could say opposite problems, but they're both resolving it in different ways.
Mhm.
One is going the right way by, okay, you got the monster action, but you also got the reason for the monster action. Is it a good reason? Yes. Okay, keep it in the movie. And then you keep progressing and keep writing, and boom, you got a good movie. And on top of that, you got a good Godzilla movie that has what
Mhm.
people want as well as what the movie itself needs. Meanwhile, the Monsterverse is doing the complete opposite by giving everybody what they want. Like everybody wants, and by the everybody I mean the audiences, because critics have been, I guess you could say, rightfully shunned when it comes to the discourse when it comes to movies. I guess the reason why is because people have lost faith in them, because not only have they have praised objectively bad movies, but also a lot of them are bought by studios to push a certain movie because they want to push a certain agenda. If you look
Hmm.
up, for example, Captain Marvel, the case of Captain Marvel when that movie came out, the Disney, I think it was erasing all the and just deleting from the internet bad reviews that could harm the box office success of Captain Marvel.
Yeah, it was Captain Marvel. Then I know in the case of Last Jedi, they also purged a bunch of audience reviews from that as well.
Hmm.
Yeah, and critics are easily bought. I mean, if you look at Patrick Willems is a perfect example of a critic that can be bought. I mean, that man is a tool. But if I,
Hmm.
but yeah, from you lost trust in the critics, so the opinions of critics don't matter. But because of this, nobody's listening to critics. It's like a, I guess you could say, I don't want to call it the boy who cried wolf, but it kind of like it kind of is like the boy who cried wolf. You're constantly lying about different movies, but now that you got it, like unless the audience scores line up with the critic scores, then people will automatically go with the audience scores to see what they think, because nobody trusts the critics anymore. So trying to balance them out is going to be a bit of a task.
Hmm. I would say, like, at least what I could say from reading the data I have here. When it comes to 2014, I think the reason why it got the score it did from the critics was because it's the first Godzilla movie we'd seen in years. We're bringing Godzilla into the modern age with modern effects. Oh wow, Godzilla looks so cool. Um, but like, I even remember seeing some of the reviews say that like the story was not that good. And then I'd say the audience score being lower made a lot of sense because the big argument meta behind 2014 was the lack of Godzilla screen time. Um, but like still being like, oh wow, it's super cool to see a Godzilla movie again. And I think that's why I think Kong Skull Island, because a lot of people praise the fact that all the monster action we saw, and this is not the kaiju fans and people who like well-read movies. I think it's just like the general normie people who go to see these movies, which are driving these scores here. A lot of people praise Skull Island for actually having the monster action that they wanted to see, and I think the reason generally why the critic score was lowered by like maybe from just 1%. Is because I personally don't think critics are able to review King Kong movies really well. Not just because of the fact that there's so few of them, but because there's always that weird bend that people have when it comes to King Kong. Not recent, but last year's events on Twitter regarding King Kong kind of cemented that view for myself. And then I think that's why when people were like, "Oh, the next Godzilla movie is going to have this monster and that monster and that monster and that monster," that's why you see such a high push up for Cottom, but it's lacking in other ways, which is why you see that huge drop for the critic score. And I think since they were just leading into the big monster go boom, um, the critics are like, "Oh, it's just schlock now." But then I think because of the fact that like they weren't expecting that for King of the Monsters, but they were expecting it for a versus film. That's why you see a similar score to 2014 and Skull Island with GVK, and then people just coming in to watch Godzilla and Kong fight is why it has the highest audience score in the Monsterverse. And then Monarch just feels like essentially just modern day slop, and it's the kind of slop that critics love, which is why I think it has such a high critic score, and then pretty average audience score. But that would be just like my opinion on things.
Yeah. If I may insert my two
Mhm.
cents to that, um, we have to really, delve into how it is that critics over time started to warm up to Godzilla in a sense, right? So, we got the first 1954 movie. That was, I guess you could call it high art. I'm gonna be completely honest. Giving it a more critical view of 1954, like for modern day standards, the movie is fine. I'm not gonna call it a perfect movie, but I believe as a purist that 1954 is what the the franchise ought to be, right? But
Mhm.
separating my opinion from the actual fact of the matter, people in the discourse, I would I would imagine that they would consider 1954 to be high art, right? One
Mhm.
of those art films. I'm not gonna put it up there with Citizen Kane. That would be ridiculous. But when it comes to classic, I guess what's the word? Revolutionary movies, you know, movies that
Mhm.
impacted people. They were cultural icons. Because like if you think of the icons of movies, right? What pop in the
Mhm.
mind? It pops Marvel, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings. By the way, Lord of the Rings is amazing. Um, you got all these icons. You got King Kong, Transformers to an extent, even though the movies were terrible. You got Ghostbusters, and several more that I'm probably missing.
Terminator would be another one.
Terminator, Alien,
RoboCop.
Predator,
Yeah.
yeah, and King Kong and Godzilla. So you got all they were the originals are always considered the peak, the high art, Return of the Jedi and the rest of the original trilogy. Mm.
Mhm.
So I think they were coming into 2014 with that mindset, like, okay, Gareth Edwards said he was going to pay homage to the original 1954, so we're going to expect high art, right? So they have to manage
Mhm.
their expectations. It didn't really meet their expectations, which is why I would imagine that they would give it the score that it did, on top of the fact that the plot is not perfect in some areas.
Mhm.
One notable example I can derive of is how is it that a government can keep an entire country in the dark over uh, a nuclear disaster that left no nuclear fallout behind, and everybody just evacuated an entire city, and
Yeah.
nobody ever realized that that city had no radiation whatsoever. I mean, I would imagine, because Chernobyl is monitored every single day ever since the event, right?
Yeah, it's
So
still monitored, not to mention the fact that like they've had issues of people going in and out of the exclusion zone for years. Um and like the whole aesthetic of going into the exclusion zone was like the basis for things like Stalker. So like the logistics behind the Janjiro lockdown do not make a whole lot of sense. It's like an interesting concept, but when you really think about it logistically, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
yeah, the way I would fix that scene is to just have there be lingering radiation. That's the best
Mhm.
way I can probably have the scene be fixed, because I think it is a good idea. But that is, at the end of the day, just one example of the many
Mhm.
problems with 2014. Not to say that it's a bad movie, not to say that it's a bad movie, because it's definitely among the better of the Monsterverse. But yeah, it's not without a fair share of problems. One of which, and this is the most highlighted one. I mean, I hate that it's the most highlighted one, but it is because, well, it's the death of Joe Brody, Bryan Cranston's character. The marketing really emphasized Bryan Cranston and Godzilla, and people were like, "Oh, it's like he's fresh out of Breaking Bad," so they're capitalizing off of the fact that he's
Mhm.
fresh off of Breaking Bad. So he's like, "Oh, you got Bryan Cranston and Godzilla, right? Oh, it's gonna
Mhm.
be awesome. I can't wait to see more of him." And he dies after the end of the first act of the movie, and that really soured on people because he probably gave the best performance. Aaron Taylor Johnson in an interview said that he didn't really care about his character, which was a very bad taste thing to say. But you can probably tell that he didn't care given his performance, because his character could have been great. Like there was already a great
Mhm.
foundation there, but nothing was built upon because he didn't care as much as Bryan Cranston does, and you can feel that in the performance and the delivery of the lines and how he expresses himself in the scenes. And people that show passion, the audience latches onto that, and I think the critics also saw that and appreciated it. And given the success of Breaking Bad, there was a lot of goodwill that was assigned to the movie by the critics, I assume. And so you
Mhm.
got the major disappointment of his death, and I think that is pretty justifiable.
Yeah.
Granted, I think the writers didn't really know what to do with him after that point, because yeah, okay, he found the mutos, he found the male muto, it already hatched. He found the mystery, the person that killed the thing that killed his wife, and then the writers were like, okay, now what? Okay, well, let's just kill him. And
Mhm.
I think they were trying to kill two birds with one stone, because okay, you're getting rid of a plot point that just pretty much ended, reached its conclusion, and you're giving off the impression that, oh, this is a serious movie, anybody can die at any moment, but you end up killing the best character, the character who cares, the actor who cares the most about his character is just gone from the movie, and so
Mhm.
the quality of the movie suffers, and that really soured on people.
One thing I would say, I just noticed this in the comments. People need to separate the marketing from the film. I disagree heavily because the marketing is supposed to be drawing you into the film or whatever piece of media it is that you're trying to engage with. And if the marketing sets you up for something or is trying to give details without giving too much away and it doesn't deliver on it, that is a fault of the marketing, but also the fault of the creative teams behind said marketing because they are the ones giving you that impression. The best example of that would be The Last of Us 2, where there were a lot of trailers for The Last of Us 2, and the big one is you see Joel with Ellie talking about how they're not going to Ellie's not going to do something on her own. However, they literally made that scene up to replace Jesse's model with Joel's model to assume that Joel would be with Ellie much longer in the game than he ended up being to cover up a creative decision that they knew would be controversial. So I think that I do not agree with the idea that you need to separate the marketing from the film. And considering that both Aaron and Brian were in the trailers, Bryan Cranston was the part of the movie that was advertised the most outside of Godzilla. And the reason why there wasn't a whole lot of Godzilla in the trailers is because there's a whole lot of Godzilla in the movie. So a lot of it is filled up with Bryan Cranston's acting, which is definitely the best part of that film. What I do have on the screen were just all four main films, and then just picking out a few things from each of the films I think were major problems with each of them. Just starting from 2014. Um, the things I think were the biggest problems with it were Dr. Serizawa, Bryan Cranston, and Aaron Taylor Johnson, or the Brody's father and son. The nuke plot. I couldn't actually get a shot of the scene where Godzilla's tail kind of whips through Hawaii, so I just did the shot with the at the airport. And it's just the lack of Godzilla screen time, and then I also think Godzilla's origins in this film ultimately I think set the Monsterverse up for kind of failure, but also a muddled Godzilla characterization. I'm not sure if any of y'all have thoughts about that.
If I may build on the plot, on the conversation on the marketing, have you seen the Rebel Moon as a more recent example? Have you seen that movie?
I was gonna over Christmas, and then a bunch of my friends said how bad it was, and I was like, maybe I'd rather actually spend my Christmas doing something I enjoy.
Yeah,
I
no,
really liked Rebel Moon.
Rebel
Actually,
Moon. Wait,
I was
what?
curious. Well, no, Vic said he liked it. Vic, I'm curious. Why did you like it? I'm curious.
I liked all of the characters and the story beats that were going on, the moments in the film.
Excuse me.
Okay, so um, I'm not gonna really push back on that. I'm just gonna say right off the bat that the plot of Rebel Moon, so far, as far as I've analyzed, because I haven't analyzed it a whole lot, I was just watching it for the fun of it because I don't exactly trust Zack Snyder when it comes to movies. But I love how visionary the guy is. But I didn't expect this movie. I had hope that this movie was going to be good. I mean, obviously those hopes were squandered, but I kind of enjoy some elements of what the movie was going for, even though it was ripping off of so many different elements such as Warhammer, Dune, Star Wars, etc.
Adeptus Militarum. I
But
will. That is the only thing I can say off the top of my head. I do know from that movie is that the military is called the Adeptus Militarum. Like,
Yeah.
can you be more on the nose than that? But
Yeah. So, okay. So, the marketing for the first Rebel Moon trailer, I don't know if you've noticed this. It includes shots from the director's cut and the sequel. And you notice this when you look at the trailer for part 2, The Scargiver. So, I think that is deceptive marketing because what's the term here? Okay, so it's deceptive marketing because okay, you're expecting certain story beats to go a certain place, right? You see them in the movie, you connect the dots from the trailers, like okay, you see this robot, where's the scene with this robot? It's nowhere to be seen. You see this other scene, oh, it's not there either. And you see shots in the trailer that were recycled from the first trailer, and you think, okay, wait, is this from the director's cut or the sequel? And from what it seems like, it's both. So I guess to add to Zimzla's point on the marketing, that I would imagine that they are not as so separate that you can treat them as in the individual things because they are interlinked because the 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 trailers create an expectation, and so based off of what you see in the trailers, you connect the dots in the movie. But then they are separate enough where you can sometimes enjoy them as a separate piece of media. Sometimes, like if you look at the King of the Monsters trailers, those were good trailers. Now the movie is atrocious, but the trailers were pretty good. And if you look at the trailers for 2014, the trailer for 2014 were probably among the best in the Monsterverse. So you can definitely separate the movie from the trailer if you want to enjoy them as a separate piece of media. However, if you're talking about like exclusively marketing, then I don't think it's possible to do that. I don't think it's possible to completely separate them. I don't think because severing the connection like that, right? I mean, unless you don't watch trailers before watching movies, then that's the whole different conversation.
I think also thinking about the idea of like director's cuts and stuff. If there was already a director's cut of Rebel Moon in place, it kind of feels like you're cutting out bits of the story that may be important for an extra version of the film that someone's going to have to either pay for or wait till it comes out later instead of actually just putting it in the main product itself, which I think is weird. And we lost Black. I don't know. Did he mute himself? Nope, he's back.
Yeah. So
Did you mute yourself?
Apparently I did. I don't know what happened.
That's oof. There's another question I see in the comments something I want to respond to. But I think going back to at least to 2014. What do y'all think about like Godzilla's origin, at least in terms of what it does for the writing, but also for like the precedent that does set for the rest of the Monsterverse, when it relates to both him as a character, but also every other monster he's going to have to face?
Any of you want to go first? Because I already talked enough. So.
I guess I'll go first. I don't know. I'm pretty. I mean, I've always liked it how they played with the origins and like the altered history, but I've heard so many like different opinions on it that I don't really know like what to think of it much anymore. I definitely think it's an interesting play on the origins and like how it ties in with the rest of the Monsterverse, but I just don't really know like what to think at this point, just because I've heard so many differing opinions about how it's bad, how it's good. Like I personally still like it, but like can't understand like what gripes people have with it.
King, your thoughts?
Well, the origin with Godzilla, at least, it seemed like, at least for 2014, it seemed like it was all right. I mean, in 1954, Godzilla's origin was a prehistoric animal who lived at the bottom of the ocean and was basically living there undisturbed until the H bomb testing, which caused it to undergo horrific burns and atomic mutations and things like that, which brought it to the surface. In 2014, the fact that they switched, again, they tried to base it in reality. So they took, a play out of what, the H bomb testing and the footage that was there of the H bomb testing, and they just added him in and said that, well, no, the testing wasn't to test the bomb and what it can do, but it was more or less a way to try to destroy him because the government knew about this thing's existence. And it's like, okay, I can see where they're going with the fact that he's still a prehistoric animal, but now they kind of go in depth with, he's from the Precambrian era.
Actually, the Permian era.
Permian, sorry, thank you, the Permian era, and that that was when the world was engulfed in more radiation, and they were trying to, with the science that we had in 2014 and everything that we knew, they tried to ground him more into reality to kind of explain his size, to explain why he's on the earth, to explain a lot of stuff away that in 1954, again with the science and knowledge that we had back in the 50s on dinosaurs, which greatly changed over the nearly 70 years now of Godzilla being on this planet. A lot has changed. So they tried to solidify it more into reality, and I have to applaud them at least on that, because throughout that, before 2014, science wasn't, it was, again, science fiction. In science fiction, a lot of people just see it as, oh, well, we can be as willy-nilly as we can because this is not real. This is just a fictional science that's just there to kind of give a little bit of truth, but it's still fantastical, So when it comes down to how they gave what the origins for the Titans altogether, I liked a little bit when they kind of touched more onto it in Kong Skull Island, where they're like, oh, well, they were talking about something beneath the earth, that these monsters didn't exist on the surface. They came from beneath the surface. And my mind automatically went back to the Journey to the Center of the Earth.
I want you to hold off on those comments because there is other slides that actually do address that.
Whoops, sorry.
No, you're totally good, but I do like at least the train of thought you're going on.
Okay, so I won't jump on that any further if you're trying to lead up to that. But that's where my mind went when, Kong Skull Island was going along, and by the end of it, I was like, I think they're trying to incorporate a lot of this. But then they went even further into it with Godzilla King of the Monsters, and then they finally just dove in head first with Godzilla versus Kong. So there's a part of me that kind of likes the fact that they went that route, because again, Journey to the Center of the Earth, those movies the first two films that were made, they weren't really serious, but they did have they were trying to be serious in the science that they had at the time. I mean, there was still a sense of whimsy and not really a whole lot, but there was still you could feel a little bit of the gravity in the films. But then as, Hollywood picked up the storyline again, where we got, who's the guy that played Elf? What's his name?
The guy who played Elf.
Yes.
Will Ferrell?
Oh yeah,
Will
from
Ferrell?
Land of the, are you talking about like Land of
Yes.
the Lost?
Yeah, Land of the Lost, which is still a, journey to the center of the earth, because again, if you go back to the very first like 1960s and the 1990s, the family falls into a hole in the ground, which takes them back into time underneath the ground. But then okay, wait a minute. No, it was the other guy who played George of the Jungle. Forgot his name.
Yeah,
Brendan Fraser?
Brendan
was a more-
Fraser.
Oh yeah, it was Brendan Fraser. Yeah.
Yeah, that one kind of took a more silly right turn or left turn, however you want to call it, because I remember watching that and I was like, this is not the journey to the center of the earth that I remember. This is kind of silly. And it basically, I guess what it was that at the time those kind of films were being made and they basically knew what they were. As a lot of the critics would say, it's like the film knew what it was. It was basically ridiculous silliness, and so they went for it. They're like, they knew what they were doing. It's whatever.
Well, what's interesting is that both Land of the Lost and the Journey to the Center of the Earth remake were both far more silly than both of their original materials. Because Land of the Lost was like a TV show, but
Yes.
it was more like Saturday morning fun, but it took itself seriously. Whereas Land of the Lost, the movie, was just a straight up just comedy. But one thing I'm not sure if everyone notices this, at least with Godzilla 2014's origin, it's the only origin with one exception where Godzilla does not get his powers from being hit by a nuclear energy. Instead, that's just naturally occurring for him. The only other major example is the Polygon trilogy, where those abilities naturally evolved from being a plant boy. I think the reason why I think this sets up the Monsterverse kind of for failure is the fact that, unlike the Showa Godzilla movies, where I think this is definitely the direction these films are going in, there was a lot of previous films and there was a lot of buildup, and you got to see a lot of change for Godzilla as a character to get to a more heroic side. And the more heroic Godzilla got, the less often you actually saw him interacting with buildings and fighting other monsters in like major metropolitan areas. Like, because if you think about it, in Megalon, he fights out in a field. In Gigan, he's fighting in an abandoned amusement park. In Hedorah, he fights Hedorah out in a field. Against Mechagodzilla, it's on like a mostly forested island, and then Godzilla takes Titanosaurus and Mechagodzilla outside of Tokyo, and that's mostly out in the country where those monsters fight. Whereas the Godzilla that is trying to restore balance to the world is essentially always fighting in the middle of a city, and we don't really get to see any other feelings about that outside of Legacy of Monsters, and I don't even think it really tackles that subject very well in my from my like perspective.
If I could add my 2 cents to that, so I if you're gonna make Godzilla a hero, I think the best way to go about it is to have him avoid collateral damage, because as I said in my other video, and no sympathy for the monster, right? The best way to if you're gonna have Godzilla protect the populated area, then you should have him move the monster into an unpopulated area. However, they're not doing that, but despite all that, in universe, they're still considering him a hero, and I never understood why. I'm guessing that, like I said, like you said, I mean, with the Showa era,
Mm-hmm.
That he's fighting. They're trying to turn him into a superhero basically, so they have him move because you into unpopulated areas because you can't have him accidentally kill people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and sometimes in the show era, it still kind of happens anyway. But most of the time, it doesn't. It's usually in forest and deserts.
Yeah.
I did notice one thing in talking about, yeah, you guys are talking about they're trying to make Godzilla the hero. There is another outside of Godzilla who, in the mid to late 1990s, different kaiju who was a hero of Earth, but he did destroy buildings, and it is talked about. It's talked about, well, wait a minute, what, so if humanity goes against this kaiju, will he come against us? And basically it was stated, yeah, he would, because he's not here for humanity. He's here for the globe itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the route that the Monsterverse is trying to go with, is that the humans are seeing him as a hero, but they're not accepting or understanding the fact, or people are not understanding the fact that he's not here for humanity. He's here for the balance of Earth itself. And if humanity is going to cause that absolute counterbalance and destroying things, then Godzilla's no longer on our side. He's now fighting against us because we're causing. So I guess that's where I hope they don't try to go that route.
Mm-hmm.
But the kaiju that I'm talking about is Gamera.
Yeah, the
I knew it.
Heisei Gamera. The thing, at least with Gamera's case, was that he was also engineered specifically to help the planet. And then there was also like him preserving the balance with like mana and stuff. And all
Right.
of that was also introduced within its second film. And it also didn't have the problem where there was another film between his first and second film that kind of diverges from like his story.
Right. And so that's
To
why I said I'm not
yeah.
trying to mirror the Monsterverse to that. It's like I think that's almost not exactly perfect, like on point, but I think that's the route they're trying to go for.
I think that maybe I think they're going for a similar route, but I also think people who defend the actions of like the choices of the Monsterverse will use that as an example. And I think that there's the problem I think with the Monsterverse to a degree is that with Kong Skull Island being between 2014 and Cottom, and then all three films having different directors, you didn't have that single vision between them, which I think is like a big issue. But I do think the one other thing that I can bring up is like the idea of environmentalism, which I think I want to save till we get to King of the Monsters. But I think that if that's always been a message within the Monsterverse, then having Godzilla get his powers from the nuclear blast would have made more sense rather than him always naturally having these powers, because at least it makes the commentary less muddled, but then it also doesn't sort of there's always been that weird discussion about whether or not the Monsterverse is praising nuclear weapons because Godzilla isn't mutated by nuclear weapons, and then there's a nuke used to save him in King of the Monsters. I think by that small change, you could have Godzilla still be as big as he is, but just get his atomic breath or like some of his other powers from that initial blast in an attempt to kill him. I think dispels any like weird undertones there can be, at least for that idea. There's another person in the back that I'm going to bring to the front. Is the Pyro Tyrants. Hello, good sir.
Hello. Can y'all hear me okay?
I can hear you. I know I wanted to bring in F29's other point that he brought in. I want everyone to give at least their quick thoughts on it. Do you believe Death of the Author is 100% applicable? We'll start Pyro and then we'll go up as it goes in the overlay here. So Pyro, give your thoughts on that. I'll leave it up for you.
When it comes to Death of the Author, I don't think it's 100% applicable because like there's just different factors that go like into that specific topic. Like when we're talking death of the author, like I've had debates where like, okay, if an author makes a mistake, well, that's okay. But if like they were just a shit person before they died and they let that leak into some really good stories, I'm looking at you, HP Lovecraft, well, then it's really hard for people to decide, okay, which parts are going to die along with the author? Is it going to be his really weird ideas about other people and we just keep like the cool Lovecraftian monsters? Or are we going to take that as a whole when we talk about the stories and like the literature that he's written? For me personally, I don't like taking away aspects of the author to make myself feel well. If he was a terrible person, he was a terrible person. He just wrote some good stories.
Vic, your thoughts?
Well, what's the context of like this question and like for like
I
the
don't think there was any
Monsterverse?
contents. I think it was. I don't think there's a relation to the Monsterverse. I just think it's an interesting art analysis topic that I want to hear everyone's thoughts on.
Well, could you explain like Death of the Author like in full for me? Because I've only heard it a few times.
So, death of the author in most cases implies that a story should not, like, the author's intent for a story should not always be respected. Like, whatever you glean from a story can be just as valid as the author's interpretation. However, it can also relate to like the author as a person and whether or not their personal views kind of in a way infect the work and whether or not that should be taken into account for your analysis of the work, or should you divorce the author entirely from their work and try to look at the work purely from its text alone? Those are like the two main things when people bring up the term death of the author.
Well, I think you should always like keep the intention of what the author was trying to convey in mind when like analyzing their work. Like I don't think you should like completely devoid his like intentions. Like why did he create this and what does it say? And then like I think people can also like interpret their own ways, but like never forget like what was originally intended by it.
Black, your thoughts?
Yeah, death of the author. Sometimes I will employ different I think it's valid to use in certain occasions. For example, I will only use death of the author if in very specific situations, because like the Lovecraft example, like what if the stories were consistently good but the person was, a terrible person? What if that kind of stuff? I would usually employ death of the author. Now there are different X of the author, if you want to call it that. So there's a disappearance of the author, which is treating the context and circumstances of the work's authorship as entirely irrelevant with respect to its interpretation, as if the work just popped into existence. There's the taxidermy of the author, which is working backwards from a particular interpretation of the work to draw conclusions about what the context and circumstances of its authorship must have been, which is my favorite to use when I don't know the director, the author of a craft, of a story. If I don't know who they are, and I will usually use taxidermy of the author. The undeath of the author is holding the author personally responsible for every possible reading of their work, even ones they could not have reasonably have anticipated at the time of its authorship. I think a lot of people use undeath of the author, specifically in Star Wars circles. There's the Frankenstein monster of the author, which is drawing conclusions about authorial intent based on elements that are present only in subsequent adaptations by other authors, which I don't know why anybody would want to use that. And Weekend at Bernie's of the author, I don't know why it's called that, which is insisting that the author would personally endorse your interpretation of the work if they happen to be present.
I get that. I understand why they're calling it Weekend at Bernie's of the author. Yeah.
Yeah. So, the question, like, should death of the author be used? Is that the question?
It's like whether it's applicable or not. They say, is it 0% applicable, or like, do you disagree with that?
I think it depends on how well you know the author, right? So, I mean, I would argue that the two best, I guess three best, are death, taxidermy, and the two best are death and taxidermy of the author. However, I would learn how to maneuver with between the different types, before I, if I'm trying to critique a film, if I'm trying to analyze the story, right? That's what I would use, to try and find and extract the quality, right? To try and figure out what the quality of the work is. I would think it's applicable in very specific situations. Now, I can't give you a percentage exactly because you'd have to like present a work to me, and then I could tell you, okay, is it death of the author? Is it taxidermy? Weekend at Bernie's? That kind of stuff. So I think it varies.
Mm-hmm. King, your thoughts?
Well, is it 0% applicable? I guess I would have to bring up this example, and it's The Lord of the Rings. I bring that up because J.R.R. Tolkien wrote out everything, even the history, the backstories, everything. Later on, his son did publish a lot of the works that he never got to publish, but that material was there, and so Peter Jackson went on ahead and made the first trilogy, The Lord of the Rings. Was it on par with exactly what Tolkien had? No, he had to take a lot of that out because again, Tolkien was very descriptive in what he put into his books. There is only so much that you can put into a film on screen. But taking that and now moving forward with Amazon's Abomination, The Rings of Power, and completely going off of what, not even going with Tolkien's work at all, and just going off of how they wanted to interpret it and not by what the author wanted to. I mean, I heard all this stuff about, oh, well, we don't want it to be Peter Jackson's, we don't want it to be this, we don't want it to be that. But they went on ahead and just took what they wanted. And again, from what I understood, they were only given rights to the Lord of the Rings, the books, and the appendices in the books.
I think it was only
it.
like the appendices of like the Second Age too, because I don't think they got all the rights to the appendices as well.
Right, and that's why I said the appendices in the Lord of the Rings in the books, because it only gave so much in the appendices in the books for the Lord of the Rings. That's all they had access to, because the Tolkien estate was like, no, I mean, you guys can only have this. This is all that you guys can have. And that was it. And so the fact that they're like, well, we're just going to go on ahead and do our own interpretation of this. Again, I don't have anything against companies or directors having their own take on, let's say, they're trying to take a book and turn it into a film. Again, it's their own interpretation. Fine. But you got to have at least what the author was intending. If the author's dead, in this case I'm using J.R.R. Tolkien, he's dead, and I think now his son is dead. I think.
Yeah, Christopher is dead now. Yeah.
Christopher passed away. So it's like, and Christopher was, pretty close to how Tolkien had things going anyway. He never wrote, but he went on ahead and took on man, I'm not even getting my words out.
Arduous.
Yes, yeah. Thank you. The arduous task of taking his father's works that he did not finish and put them together so that they can be put out there for the world to see. Because again, like the Unfinished Tales, the Silmarillion, Morgoth's Ring, all that stuff, that was basically just Tolkien writing stuff out. And a lot of it was even letters that he wrote, that fans wrote to him asking about such things, and he wrote back, and that was put into a book so that people could see how much Tolkien put and invested into just, the one book. It was supposed to be only one, but due to World War II, it had to be split into three because, the cost of paper. I'm not going to go into all that. But again, Christopher was about as close as anyone could get to Tolkien, and his work. But now, there's still, it's in the family estate. But, that, I guess, going back to the original question, do I believe death of the author is 0% applicable? As it was probably stated by a few other people already, it depends. And again, hearing that there were multiple different things, about, the death of the author, the Frankenstein's monster, and all that kind of stuff, it's like, a lot of that does make sense, but, it's like, I didn't know a lot about that, and they had titles, but, I guess, to sum it all back up, I really don't know. It just depends upon how... I guess it just depends upon how you interpret, because again, Lord of the Rings, Tolkien said himself, you can interpret it however you want to, but this is what I have put out there. He never said that, well, this is a true allegory to Christianity, or this is a true allegory to Greek mythology, or this is a true, he never said any of that. He states it. He's like, no, this is basically left to your interpretation. This is how you want to read it. And I do believe that was stated in one of his letters. Even it was caught in audio. He even said it in audio. Before the end of his days, someone it was brought up to him multiple times, and he's like, you know what, I'm going to put this to bed. And there was actually a reporter who got him on recording him stating that it's like, no, this is not an allegory for one specific thing. This is basically how the reader will want to interpret this.
So that brings up a question I have whenever I get into these type of conversations. I'm sorry to cut you off, King.
No, it's fine.
Because listening to all of the other opinions, the only one that actually is a constant throughout our little group here is that it kind of just depends on how you feel. And so the way you were explaining it, Toronos, when it comes to Lord of the Rings and how Tolkien felt and what he put in his letters, the question that I always ask myself when I do my own writing, when I craft my own creatures, is do I necessarily have a 100% vision of this? And the question is basically, do you think that authors and creators of these big properties necessarily have a 100% vision of the themes and influences and the shit they just put into a story? Because for me, I don't necessarily think they do sometimes.
Yeah. I was gonna say, in my case, I think Tyrone struck on a really good point in the idea that I don't think authors always have a complete vision of every single thing that's going to happen in their story. I think maybe if you live as long as Tolkien does working on your stories, you might. But
well, for me, it's not even that I think Tolkien does. I think when you're when King is given this story about how Tolkien's being approached by fans over and over and over again, oh, did you mean this? And he's just you know what? It means whatever you think it means. It's up for interpretation. That strikes me as someone who's tired of having something added into a story that he didn't intend to. But again, he's dead and I'm alive.
I think that was primarily focused on the idea of allegory. I think there was a lot of things that he had ideas for. I think it was less actual things in the world and more meanings to his stories. At least tying it back to Godzilla, the best example I can give for Arthurian Intent and Death of the Author is, as always, my baby, my punching bag, Godzilla 98. Prior to the film, there were leaks about the about Godzilla leg eggs. So a lot of people assume that Godzilla is going to be female in this movie. And Dean Devlin went out and did a video stating that Godzilla was not a she. This was, you could consider, the intent of the author. However, the intent of the author would not mean anything if within Godzilla 98 they called Godzilla a she. The closest you get to that is Mayor Ebert calling Godzilla the Virgin Lizard, which could imply he's thinking that the monster's female. However, throughout the entire film, Nick, who discovers that Godzilla is pregnant, calls it a he, and everyone else calls it a he. So what
Well,
the
except for
author's
one
intention.
moment that he does say a very unusual she, or a very
No,
unusual he. That's
it's
right.
a very he says a very
unusual
unusual he, because if you look at the
That's
subtitles
right.
too, it also says an unusual he.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I
Okay.
could interject, what if the author didn't know what he was doing?
If the author didn't know what he's doing, I would need an example in that case. I want to kind of hear through your thought process on that, actually.
Well, I mean, with the egg example, it kind of just sounds to me like the writers did not have a basic understanding of biology.
I think they had a basic understanding of biology, but I think they just wanted to tell the story that they wanted to.
I mean, sure, but
like-
I don't see how that could have. I don't see how saying, "Oh, it's a she or it's a he," could have impeded that story from being told.
I don't think it prevents the story from being told, but it also comes down to like the fans' perception of it, since there's always that people who say, "Oh, Godzilla 90, it's a she." I would say if the work says otherwise to what you're implying, even if you could logic out a certain idea within the work, if what the author intends and what the story states do not agree with what you're saying, then I would say room for fan interpretation or death of the author I don't think is applicable in those cases.
What about like other background knowledge or what other people said about like that kind of topic? Because
that
like
is true.
Because behind the scenes, people
yeah.
all called it a she or a hermaphrodite.
Can I add my 2 cents on this?
Mhm.
When it comes to like background information from like, when you're creating the story versus the actual canon of the story, I always take what's been finalized and put onto the screen or in the pages as like that's the canon.
Yeah,
because then we run into these problems where it's like, well, the director did say that one time, and then the story designer did do this in the one time, and it's like, okay, those are all ancillary. Those are all on the outside.
No,
but
you
what
used the right word. You did use the right word.
I wasn't sure if I pronounced it right.
You did. You did.
Okay. But like you have all these ancillary things, and it's like that's not what was put on screen. My big example of this, and I know people will hate me. They always hate me. When Dodori was like, "Oh, he's just playing with Kong. There's not a serious fight for him," and it's like, really? Because everything about that fight, the way Godzilla was reacting, like, yeah, he seemed pretty fucking upset.
You mean
And then, but
Wingard?
like.
You mean
Wingard. Sorry, I get the
Blaming
director's
Doherty
note.
for things the man didn't even do.
Don't worry.
Oh yeah, he's right. He did King of the Monsters, which is its whole bag of issues on itself. But like when Wingard said that, I'm kind of squinting a little bit because I'm taking everything that I hear on the background, and it's like, no, it sounds like the opposite. It sounds like when they wrote the script, when they went on to do the novelization and the way, like it seems like Kong and Godzilla were just going at it because of this ancient ass grudge match. But now you got fucking director Wingard just like, nah, Godzilla was just toying with him like a cat, and it's like, yeah, I don't believe that because that's not what was shown to me on screen. When it comes to 98
and the on screen.
When it comes to the 98, like, is it a female? Is it not? The movie goes out of its way to paint Godzilla as male up until that point where, like, they deduce, like, oh, it's a very unusual he. And it's like, oh, okay, it's not female, but it can lay eggs. Cool, giant lizard. I don't really need to know radiation, yada, yada, yada. So for me, I always take it as, like, what's been produced, that's the canon. If I want to have head canons, that's where all the directors and all the behind the scenes shit comes in from.
Yeah, no, I'm of the same opinion. I think ultimately what ends up on screen is the ultimate authority on the matter. I do think that like anytime when someone brings up ancillary material, I think ultimately it's always good to have ancillary material of your own, just to be like, if we're gonna go into the territory of ancillary material, here's ancillary material which is in line with what is on screen. So therefore, there is a line of intent behind that for us to be like, this makes sense. But I think you mentioned canon too. Someone asked, I think it was Alice who asked about canons. The idea should handle the idea of canon.
What was it?
It was like, how do you feel audience members should handle the idea of canon? I think that ultimately you are at the whim of the creators because they are the ones who will dictate what is or isn't canon. And I think that that job for the audience members gets harder the more you retcon your story. And in a lot of cases, a lot of things don't need retconning. I'm looking at Legacy of Monsters especially because they retcon a lot for no reason, and they did not have to do as many retcons as they did. Axis Mundi, Lee Shaw's character, Randa's character, the where the Lawton ended up, those being really good. Oh, and Godzilla resurfacing with a little sonar thing in the water. There's so many things that are retconned in terms of what we did know that did not need to be retconned, and you could have still told a very similar story. But because they wanted to tell this story, ultimately there had to be retcons, and that ultimately messes with the canon. And because of that, you do ultimately ruin the investment for certain people, because the reason why people like buy books and invest in canons is because they like this idea of interconnectedness and they want to see where things in the world go in certain ways. So because of that, trying to be as consistent as possible is what's important. But ultimately, at the end of the day, audience members should ultimately understand that canon is at the whim of the creators, and that it is important to call out creators for retcons that didn't need to be retconned. That'd be my 2 cents.
But I think
We'll
that's
go.
kind of where you came in, Zim, was that, all these were different directors altogether. And due to the different directors handling one thing and not trying to keep with, continuity with a lot of stuff, they decided to throw their own thing into it, and it just went off the hinge with canon as a whole, because canon really didn't even keep true to canon anyhow with each passing film.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, for example, from 2014 to Skull Island, I would say canon wise, there's like very minor retcons. That's like mistake number 1. And then Cottom into, 2014 into Cottom, there's a lot introduced that appeared in comics. So at least they respected the canon to a degree, and what they didn't overtly mention from the comics can be inferred to have happened, and then introduce a whole lot of stuff. And then there's GVK, where new rules are introduced and then ultimately broken because you could infer something else from an earlier film. If you can see the graphic there in the GVK slot, Godzilla being able to shoot a atomic breath blast down all the way into the Hollow Earth contradicts both what they said about how to get to the Hollow Earth, how Axis Mundi works, how the portals work, but it's almost acting like how you'd expect the Hollow Earth to function in like Skull Island knowledge /
Well,
Cotton knowledge.
Well, if I may explain that, this all boils down to Adam Wingard being a child mashing toys. Now, it sounds condescending to say that, but if you look
He
at the
is.
interviews, right, and I have this written down because it's part of this video on Godzilla versus Kong that I'm making. He said, and I quote, "I remember as a kid having arguments literally on the playground with my friends about who would win in a fight, King Kong versus Godzilla, even though the 1960s film, which already existed, it didn't quite satiate that answer. It's very ended. Who won that fight? So you got the impression that, okay, well, who won that fight, right? But we already do have a clear winner, and it was King Kong. So it gives off the impression that, oh, you saw that King Kong won the battle, and that made you mad, so you wanted Godzilla to win. Now, Godzilla in GVK, I would argue, gets this power up, which I guess you could say it's justified by the fact that he got the power up at King of the Monsters, but that in and of itself is a huge issue. But you got in GVK, right? He can shoot his atomic breath down to the Hollow Earth. That is, I mean, not even humans have been able to dig that deep, and Godzilla can do that, and so. And you would think, oh well, then Kong is screwed, right? Well, they tone down his atomic breath because otherwise the fight would be over. But then they have Godzilla defeat Kong anyway, and it feels like the movie, like, okay, they call it humans, they call it Kong centered. I've seen this movie being referred to as very Kong centered because, let's face it, Kong is a protagonist in that movie, and Godzilla is the antagonist. but we know based off of the interviews, the intentions of Adam Wingard, which you can infer from the interviews, that he wanted Godzilla to win, and he
Yeah, I
had
think
to break a lot of rules for him to do that.
I think overall, like, you're right. I think he just wanted Godzilla to win this fight, but then he realized he actually had to do a movie around that fight, and I don't think he knew what to do with Godzilla's character. And I think
Well,
he
I was gonna.
like,
Oh, sorry.
yeah, no, go. You're good, Prior. I
I was
got my
gonna
thought.
say, like, this is where I disagree with that point, because like when I look at Godzilla versus Kong as a movie and I get rid of all of the interviews and all of the bullshit that the director said, because let's be real, most people don't pay attention to that shit unless you're a fanboy tracking your favorite like media. Yeah, that was a very much Kong centric story. Like the story in itself, for the most part, was dealing with what are we gonna do with Kong now that his island's fucking gone? And then you had the side plot of, well, Godzilla's hunting the mysterious go-go beam and it's putting out a signal and driving him crazy. Like, it was a Kong-centric movie. I will agree where, you know, in the initial, like, the fights that Kong and Godzilla had, they were very amped for it for Godzilla to win. And there's no way, like, that can be escaped. Like, the first fight, Kong was drugged and chained to a boat in the middle of the ocean, for starters, and then like he just gets dragged down. And then the second fight, like you said earlier, it's like Godzilla, they cut some of his powers back to make it seem fair, but at the end of the day, Godzilla's still like stomping on his chest and stomping his heart, which is like, oh, okay. Like, despite how heavy-handed Godzilla was going on earlier in the fight, like just trying to snap his neck and like crunch down, like that fight specifically was very heavy-handed to me.
I also think too, like, speaking of Kong's Island, I would assume, or at least going back to the thing about Canon.
Oh, I had an answer for that too.
Well, we know, like, at least what we'd assume it's following up on the Kingdom Kong storyline, but there's already been a precedent for all the comics to like always be retconned by one thing or another. So then, ignoring the comic, we don't really know why his island is the way it is.
Can I answer the initial question? Because like everyone's hitting on like the one bit, and for me, the audience should take the canon as seriously as whatever media you're looking at. Unfortunately for us, the Monsterverse doesn't take its own canon that seriously. It starts off trying to be this grounded, realistic thing that hints with the first two movies, 2014 and, you know, Kong Skull Island, that, you know, there's something going on underground. You know, it's very realistic. You know, these are dangerous animals. And then by, you know, King of the Monsters and, you know, Godzilla versus Kong, it's getting completely thrown out the window. And for me, a big problem is that a lot of the shit that we would want to see as fans, like Humanity's Defense, some of the other monsters and what they're doing, they are sidelined so hard for the comics, it's unbearable. All of these cool new, like, you know, license-free monsters that they've created for King of the Monsters, and they don't get diddly shit squat to do on screen. But in the comic novels of King of the Monsters, we've got a whole Mokul and Mimbe side plot. They're dealing with the fucking Kraken for some reason. Like, no, we focus on the Toho monsters. When it comes to Godzilla versus Kong, like, you get some interactions where like they bring up flashbacks from, you know, other. No, we're focusing on the Toho monsters and the Kong. So like, for me, I have to take it as seriously as the medium does. And with this one specifically, it's all over the place. What's the Hollow Earth? Well, it's not exactly one Hollow Earth. There's several in time. It's all over the place. So for Godzilla fans, like, we can't take it that seriously because they don't. They don't take it seriously.
And that ultimately that's a problem, I think, because if you the creator aren't going to take your canon seriously, why should I take anything you say seriously? Why should I spend my money on your movies?
Exactly.
If one thing is going to get retconned the next, or why should I buy this comic? And you telling me, and this goes back to the thing about the advertising. If you're going to advertise this as like a new installment of the Monsterverse, and then when it's convenient for the next like quote unquote creative to come in, they're going to retcon that story out of existence. And I mean,
why obviously, should I care?
Like, everyone's like, well, yeah, why should I care? But then it's also like ignoring like people's opinions about me or about Black or about any of us in terms of like interpersonal dynamics between other fans, like it's gonna suck for someone who really got invested in a part of the story, watch it go away, and then be told, well, you know, the canon's always changing. It's like, well, then there's no reason for me to invest in anything else.
Yeah.
Like,
The
I
counter
think
argument I would use. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say real quick. I think one of the biggest missed opportunities was the MonsterVerse was like to try and dodge all of this cinematic universe bullshit going on and like tell individual stories in like an anthology. Like it's the same universe, but they don't have to be connected. Kong Skull Island and 2014 are some of my best in the MonsterVerse for the simple fact that like these are two of the biggest names in giant monster history, yet their stories have nothing to do with each other and they're set in the same universe. We get an explanation on kind of what Monarch is in Kong Skull Island, where we didn't really get that much in Godzilla. I love that little bit of world building. Like,
well,
oh,
here's the
this is
thing too.
sorry, go ahead.
Thinking about that is that like even a lot of like what was set up in 2014 got retconned in Kong Skull Island, because ultimately like the state Monarch is in during the events of Kong Skull Island, based on what we know in later material and even material we had at the time, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but we need it for the plot.
What do you mean?
The idea that Monarch was getting shut down because of a lack of distinct evidence of giant monsters, because that was the reason why Randa had appealed to this, was lobbying the senator, because he's at least the dialogue he's trying to at least give the point.
No, I
that the
remember that.
test-
I mean, like, because for me, I'm keeping what little bit of canon I can with the MonsterVerse. These two movies have the strongest that I can obviously say. So, like,
They
if
do have the
there's-
strongest, but even then there were cracks, and I think that's like the problem.
for me,
that they
for
realized.
me, I wouldn't consider those cracks. I would consider Kong Skull Island and the way it follows up from Godzilla 2014. There's obvious differences in the world building, but they are so slight and so small that it does continue the story.
No. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that as we get further into the movie, those issues kept compounding, and ultimately, I think if those issues had been addressed when they did, we wouldn't have the problem that we're at right now with the MonsterVerse. I agree with the base premise that you're making, but I think for the big picture overall, that's
I think I think one of the biggest problems with the MonsterVerse right now is like Wingard and Dotery, I'm sorry, like two Godzilla fanboys who, like in multiple interviews, have done the thing where it's like, well, see, when I was a kid, I enjoyed banging my plastic toys together, and now I get to do that on the big screen.
Speaking of that, for all y'all who follow Star Wars, the guys are like, Dave Filoni has made like a similar comparison with like the stuff like regarding like Ahsoka, where he's like, it's like toys in a toy box, and now I get to like show you guys Thrawn. You guys get to play with Thrawn for a little while, and like,
Oh yeah,
he
I
literally
remember
made
watching
like
that.
the yeah. It feels like anytime people get a hold of these properties and these universes, they have this idea that they're toys rather than a world that needs to be constructed, and that because we like toy, if you give us toy, we will be happy.
I don't think that's it.
What would you say in that case?
I think it's a bigger factor when it comes to nostalgia. Like, yeah, I loved playing with the Godzilla toys in my box, and as a character back then, even I knew Godzilla's doesn't really have a lot of notes. Like, he's a giant monster, he fights. As you guys were talking about characterization and how hard that's to do, it's like sometimes he fights in a conveniently empty amusement parks, and sometimes when it's more serious, they go for like the city setting. But at the end of the day, I know what I'm doing with my Godzilla toy. Not much to tell with story-wise. When it came to my Star Wars toys, I'm always playing in someone else's sandbox, their story. I'm just doing the slight things I want to see. Instead of forgiving his father, no, Luke has this little alternate thing with the dark side, but then he comes back to the light side. So for me, it's like, I don't view this as we just want toy. I view it as like a fundamental sign of people's lack of creativity. There are new stories you can tell in like the Star Wars or Godzilla or Marvel universe, but as fans now growing up, coming to take the reins, a lot of the people who are getting control can only kind of redo the same tropes that they enjoyed as a kid.
But just worse. I think
Exactly.
that, like,
Exactly. New
I
Star
think
Wars
that-
was just so much fucking bullshit.
I think what I feel in terms of my point coincides with yours to a degree. I think that you also explained the stance you had more, which I agree with. There's a lot of retreading. Force Awakens, especially being like a really good example of that outside the Monsterverse.
I'd say like if you, it's like everywhere. Like one of the things that's a big sign of it to me is like the constant fucking reboots and the rehashes of like half-century-year-old medias where it's like you could tell pretty much the same story and you won't even have to use this character. You could just do it new. But like, nope, we have to cling to our Indiana Joneses and our Laura Crofts and like all of these like old ass fucking medias where it's like you had like one good story, bub. Sorry about your luck. Jurassic Park, Jurassic World. It's like you had one good story and like a decent sequel and a trash, trilogy. Like it's over, bud.
What
Just
I think
stop.
too is interesting is the fact that like Godzilla at least previously never explored like this whole idea of the Hollow Earth. Like that idea originates from Western literature, specifically in the idea of like prehistoric creatures existing under the ground in like either these pockets or these other worlds or dimensions. And what I noticed at least is that the Monsterverse takes the idea, applies it in like a dozen different ways in terms of like this idea of a Hollow Earth ecosystem from like several different properties, but all those properties, if pushed together, wouldn't work together. And because of that, there's so many contradictory ideas, but they're all stemming from the exact same source in terms of like the ideas.
To go back on like the topic that I really wanted to get in, where it's like the world building of the Monsterverse. I think that's a fundamental problem of it, because like if anyone here, creates their own kaiju or does their own world building and writing, like I know several of you do, it's world builder disease, where you just can't stop adding in new tidbits or new information or new bits of lore. And at the end of the day, we get a clear example of what you get. It's the Monsterverse problem. Like you have so many, like you said, Zim, so many different variations of like the underground Hollow Earth. And yet they step all over each other in several different ways, but they're all simultaneously there. And it doesn't really make any sense. It sounds like, for me, someone just had a cool idea for the Hollow Earth and they just had to add it in. What if there's a underground gravity cavern and Kong can fly now? Are you adding it in? Like, what if like there's these pockets where like different, species can exist, but there's time distortion? We're adding it in. And then with the new movie, we're getting like the return of prehistoric, civilizations and shit that live underground, even though we were told several times that, they've been ran out.
And
but we're adding it in.
With no concern with how it intertwines with the plot.
No concern how it intertwines with the plot or the previous canon, how like it complete like Godzilla X Kong is going to completely stomp over like how powerful that scene felt where Serizawa was walking up those ancient steps to, say goodbye one last time. Because what the fuck does it matter? That's just one civilization. There's still other people in the Hollow Earth. Like,
I thought
like,
they were wiped out too.
Or the fact that Kong was supposed to be the last of his species.
Then
that was said throughout the whole thing. And now all of a sudden there's all these apes that are the same size as he is. It's like, wait a minute. I mean, I understand that Kong, King Kong 1933 had a sequel, Son of Kong, but he was, no one really could explain where that albino ape came from. But again, it's like they tried that again in the 70s King Kong, 2 films. They tried that, but again, they also tried to
we lost
in
people.
the second film.
There he goes.
Oh.
We know King's back.
Okay.
I already know what they're gonna do too. It's gonna be the bullshit. Well, you see, these aren't exactly the same type of ape as Kong, so technically he is the last. And they're gonna push their glasses up and straighten their bow tie because they feel so smart.
No, what they're gonna do? Here's what they're gonna do. they're gonna do what I like to call key jangling whataboutism. So what happened is what that is basically saying, oh, they did it in the past, so it's good that they do it now, right? But have they not considered that not everything that's done in the past was good, and therefore it should not be repeated in the present?
Oh, I meant like in the movie. But like you're right. They're gonna do the like in interviews and all that. They're gonna do it because they've already done it with like the newest design changes for Godzilla. And please don't get me started on that because I hate
Oh
it.
no, I will not get you started on that. I hate that. I hate the design not because it looks bad, but because of what it means for the Monsterverse.
I won't even say that. I'll go as far as to say this because it's in line with the conversation. It completely fucks up any bit of canon and why I should give a fuck.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
like
Mhm.
really? Like he goes from this big old chonky boy that, he can move, but it's still, even in Godzilla versus Kong, when he was fucking jogging towards Mecha G, I still kind of felt the stomps in that, even though like he was
Right.
still sped up. Now he's this slim, thick ass motherfucker with bright neon
Like
pink
he took
spines.
Slim Fast
He
and
looks like
he
he
went
Yeah,
to the
like-
gym.
straight out of
and-
Marvel.
Mhm.
And it's like now
straight
he's
out of
just
Love and Thunder.
galloping and Kong has the Infinity Gauntlet. Like, I'm all for some good show of fun, but that's not
This
what
is
I was
going a bit
promised.
too far.
It's
Yeah.
not even that.
Yeah.
It's not even that it's going a bit too far. It's not what I was promised on the fucking tin. When I watched
Yeah.
Godzilla 2014, it was this big, beautiful, like kind of homage to the original Godzilla movie. He's this force of nature. We got to be careful. Kong Skull Island rolls around, like still a force of nature, but it's in a Vietnam era setting now. We got to learn how to cohabitate instead of just kill, kill, kill. Godzilla King of the Monsters. You get the environmental message, like it starts to get more like out there with how Monarch is evolving. Godzilla versus Kong, like it's a fight movie. That's about it. And now I'm looking at this and it's like it's so
It's
far
just-
from what I was promised on the fucking tin that it's like
It's just
I take the
WWE
first
destruction porn. Basically.
exactly yeah, like
Yeah.
I take the first two movies as the end of that canon because that's when it was interesting to me. Like, cool,
Mhm.
you have this hidden organization that's dealing with the political bullshit of the time when Kong rolls around and it evolves into what it is around Godzilla 2014. I can live with that. That's easy.
Yeah.
Now you have to explain to me where it's like we're building super planes and these forts that would take more than a decade to build. We have that underground in like 5 years since Godzilla attacked. Seriously, how the fuck do they build an underground base to survey Godzilla
Either way,
in like
I
4
would like to-
years?
I would like to mention that the world after King of the Monsters is pretty much destroyed. Several countries do not exist anymore. They're all
Oh,
gone.
the
After Love and-
America's GDP and everything is gone. Washington, the capital, was just completely destroyed and submerged.
Yeah,
but like,
Exactly.
don't mention
People need
that.
to understand that the technology that we see in GVK and GXK makes absolutely no sense. How do they build it if the world is pretty much on fire underwater?
Wait.
And-
So before you say that, you want to know what's one of the weirdest things ever about this universe is
What?
that there's actually a one world government.
What? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
so-
true.
That doesn't surprise me
Apparently-
in the slightest.
I had an argument with someone on Twitter about this, and like in one of the tabletop games, there was like a Kong specific tabletop game.
Wait, time.
Like
Your
after
first
the
mistake
Titans,
was going on Twitter.
That was my first mistake, yes. And apparently, the nations of the world all got together, and it was a one world government. Apparently, that's been functioning this entire time. But like the
No,
nations
they
still
didn't.
act like their own nations. That's apparently what what external material has said. And again, like we said, why should I care? It's in some like
So I'm gonna hit you with the
tabletop game
best.
that no one's bought.
I'm gonna
some
hit you
extent,
with
it
the
kinda
best
makes sense.
counter. I'm gonna hit you with the best counter example to your argument, and it's the good old fashioned no. I didn't see that on screen. I didn't see that in Godzilla versus Kong. No fucking Nope.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'm not accepting. Oh, and they became one state, but they still acted like countries because the tabletop game demanded it to be so. This is what I mean. Where it's like with Godzilla and the Monsterverse specifically, I can only take what's on screen, and if I'm being
Mhm.
charitable, the novels. Because then we get into shit
no,
like
because even the novels contradict the films. So you can't even do
no,
the novels
but like
either.
that. I can take the novels because that means altogether I have two Godzilla, Marvel, whatever the fuck you want, Monsterverses. There's the novel Monsterverse, which follows itself pretty well when they do the novelizations. I can't lie. The stories, I can read the original Godzilla of 2014 and then King of the Monsters and then fucking, Godzilla versus Kong tells a nice story, sets a nice world up. I can watch the first two movies if I want to go. I can watch the Monsterverse and it's like, okay, this is dumb fun, even though that's not what I was sold. It's a nice universe. But the moment you want to bring in fucking video games and tabletop bullshit and the iPhone game that was only available in 2022, fuck you. I'm not buying it.
Yeah.
One sec, let me
the
potato
quality
real
of
quick.
the monster. Oh, you go ahead.
Oh,
One sec, there we go. But sub potato. Speaking of which, so in terms of everything that is quote unquote canon in the Monsterverse, you have Monarch Legacy of Monsters and Godzilla Awakening take place around the same time, contradict each other. Kong Skull Island, then Island of the Dead, which hasn't even come out yet, but apparently takes place since Kong Skull Island took place in the 70s. This apparently takes place in like right after, because apparently Loki and Captain Marvel, those two characters are in this. Then Skull Island, which takes place around either the late 80s, early 90s. A lot of stuff that happens in that TV show contradicts what happened in KSI. Then Birth of Kong came out around the same time as like Awakening, and KSI. Not too much contradictions between all those three. Then 2014, and then I think it is in this one, this King Kong material right here beside Monarch. I think that's where I heard about the one world government thing. And then 2014 and Awakening contradict each other. And then Monarch Legacy of Monsters, which contradicts Aftershock, and both of those still contradict 2014. And then you get to Cottom, and then the end of Monarch Legacy of Monsters is between GVK and these two. Again, still contradictions here. And then Titan Chasers, which is that game that's I think going on now, apparently is canon, because that takes place between GVK and the new movie, and then GXK is like right here. So in terms of like all your material, this is all your canon.
So
There's so little material here, and all of it contradicts each other.
Can I ask y'all a question now that Zim's laid the canon tree out?
There's a canon tree.
With it going through several different medias, they want the tabletop games, they want the comics, they want the video game. With it going through all of these different...
It seems like the way they're going about it is that the only ones that like actually matter, that like you actually should pay attention to, are like the ones that like are films and the TV show. Everything else is optional.
That was my question. It's like, with all of this being considered canon by the people who write it and run the Monsterverse or what have you, why should I give a fuck when it all contradicts each other to varying degrees?
And that's what I was trying to get to.
Get excited for next product. That's why.
Oh yeah, because King, you were supposed to talk about. You were talking about that, then you cut off for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I have no idea.
I'm blaming Michael Doherty. I'm just gonna blame Michael Doherty and call it a day.
Oh yeah, it's consumer
product. Went downhill when he got his hands on it. No offense to the dude, but he really fucked it up.
I'll say this right now. I will take Doherty back 100%.
I would not.
Instead of what Wingard has done.
I would bring back just Gareth Edwards.
I would rather bring back Gareth Edwards, honestly.
I'm not even gonna lie. I would take Wingard over Doherty any day. I feel like Wingard had all that nostalgia fucking hype to live up to, because Doherty did invoke a lot of fucking nostalgia shit, and then it's like
you're mixing them up.
Wingard did GVK, right?
Yeah.
I would take him over Doherty. I know King of the Monsters is King of the Monsters, but like that level of fucking nostalgia hype where it's like you get all of the original Ifuki, like I fucked that name up. You get all the original themes and shit back. It's like, no fucking shit. You're not living up to this if you want to try and do something original. Okay, it's a giant fucking monster monkey fight. Cool.
If I may,
and that's just pure storytelling.
Yeah, if I may, the quality of the Monsterverse has been in an evident decline in quality, mostly because they don't have a plan. They just go by, what's the coolest thing we can add? Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is also cool. What if we incorporate this, right? But there are so many contradictions involving those that line of thinking within their own story, because something that people need to understand, right? I got this in a video once. Someone wrote, "Hey, ever heard of fiction?" But my answer to that would be like, listen, if you one of the most important rules of writing is that write what you know, and if you don't know how the world works, then how are you going to write fiction, right? So if you can't understand reality, you can't really write fiction, because fiction is an extension of reality. It's hyper reality, which means that the main foundation is reality. You're just building on top of it to make it more fantastical, but it doesn't automatically negate the fact that reality is a foundation. Now, again, that does not necessarily mean you should 100% adhere to that, but in the Monsterverse case, they necessarily have to, because not only is that how it started, that they also happen to be the best written movies, like Skull Island and Godzilla 2014, at least comparatively. Now,
I'd say the Monarch show is probably the best thing, but whatever.
and
The
no,
Monarch show.
the Monarch show. No, I am currently writing a video, writing a script for a video on Monarch, at least specifically, on the characterization of Kate.
I'll be the lone. I'll be like the one other defender here. The Monarch show was all right, but when it comes to the broader Monsterverse, like, it does contradict a bunch of things, and it does it does kind of fuck up.
I'm gonna spoil the video a little bit. So, the scene at the bridge was completely fabricated. That thing did not happen at all in the movie how it did, because in the movie Godzilla was pushed through the bridge and he stumbled through it, but in the show they have him maliciously push the bridge, and that's what causes Kate's character development of guilt and everything. They built her character arc off of a major contrivance. Now,
He didn't push the bridge.
if I'm going to expand on this, the main problem with the Monsterverse, I'm going to detail because I wrote a list down before I started the stream. The main issues with the Monsterverse are, terrible writing and world building, the characters ranging from wasted and boring to horrible people, because Emma Russell, Madison Russell, and Kate Randa are all horrible people. You've got inconsistent writing with world building and lore. You got lack of communication between the writers.
Look right here. Apparently, there was a mythology team, like an in-house consulting team, that kept the canon together. I want to know how much money that consulting team was actually paid, because if that is the case, that's really embarrassing.
Did they had a mythology team. Well, I don't know what they were cooking. I don't know what they were smoking. I guess I could remove that from the list. But if they
I've
did,
seen them at a panel before, way back when at
they
clearly
they did a horrible job then. And the decline in quality is created like the rise in the want for spectacle, right? Because a lot of it is purely spectacle, and it hires creators instead of good writers. Now, here's what I mean by that. I saw this stream by this guy. I'm sure you've seen him. Pretty prominent in the Godzilla fandom. His name is D-Man 1945 or 54. Nope. So he in a stream said that he something about Adam Wingard. I think he knows the guy. He said something along the lines of, "Oh, I know Adam Wingard, and Adam Wingard is a creator. He'd rather create things himself rather than just build off of the top of what someone else did." So that was already, given his experience, given his past.
Wait,
movies,
how does he? How?
I think it's because he knows
has connections.
D-Man's always had connections for a while.
Right.
Yeah, so he knows Wingard. So that was a problem. Like, why would you hire somebody that wouldn't build upon what's already established and that would contradict things? That just doesn't make sense to me. Now, the consequences for this were the death of media literacy in the fan base justifying the actions of the writers, massive cognitive dissonance, and then Schrodinger standards. That's what I like to call it. Now, Schrodinger standards is people both having and not having standards depending on how you talk about their favorite movie. So, like, if you be like, "Oh, well, I like this, but I like this too," they go, "Yeah, sure, fine, whatever." But if you're critiquing a movie like -1 right next to movies like GXK, they go, "Hold on now, they're both equally acceptable." Which is obviously not the case. One is going to. I read the. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I read the plot leaks for GXK, and I'm not going to spoil anything. But I'm just going to tell you, it does not look good. On the contrary,
No, I've read them as well. It looks bad too.
Yeah, it looks worse than GVK. So I know for a fact.
I think I just realized King needs to head out, so I'm going to let him get the spotlight real quick.
Okay.
King, although it's not showing your picture anymore, I'll put you in a solo layout so you can chill yourself before you head out, my man.
Oh, that's fine. You don't really have to do that. I just, I wanted to bring up really quick before I hopped off here, since you guys are bringing in since you brought up the continuity tree or whatever, and how OmniViewer, if any of you know who he is on YouTube, he kind of talked about the canons, where he put them in different categories, and how there was A, B, C, D, and how A was like the movies. They're the canon. They're the top canon. They're what count. Then there was the books, and then there was like the toys / games, and he just kept breaking it down. And I just liked how he kind of set that up for how it's like, this is how you need to be looking at this canon, that the films are the genuine canon. But I mean, I didn't want to ruin the conversation either, but I do need to kind of hop off here.
Yeah,
Because
it's
you're
fine.
an old man.
I know. Don't remind me.
Hi, Dave. All right, man.
But that's a call. Want to talk more about your comic real quick, King, before we send you off completely into the ether?
Oh, I already have the 3 pages done. I have 12 I need to get through. And I finally got my 3D printer. I finally have a laptop that's compatible with my 3D printer. And the figure is actually going to be here in the next week. I should have the prototype of the figure in hand to see, if I like the size, if I have it a certain size. And then from there, I bought a different resin that is actually it's almost similar to the vinyl, like the vinyl figures. I have it, it's almost similar to how they're going to feel. So that's how the actual figures are going to be set up, is that they're going to be very much like the vinyl Godzilla figures. So right now, I'm still basically kind of learning my Anycube. That's what I have. That's my 3D printer. And my laptop is now finally hooked up to it. So now I have to go through all the testings of the 3D printer and make sure it's operational and good to go, and then I'll be able to get the first prototype out. So with all that being said, the figure will come out with the comic. They will be sold together, kind of as like a combo kind of thing, kind of like what Titanic Creations did, since this comic is just a origins comic. And again, everybody talking about how we need to keep, how Canon just went out the window for the Monsterverse. I have kept the Canon thought for the whole thing, where I'm not going to spoil a whole lot, but this Origins comic does have a huge tie-in with the actual comic that is also in the works and being made, but that's going to take a longer time, since again, I'm the one doing this. I'm not paying anyone to do this comic for me. I'm doing this myself by hand. I have had to write out the storyline. I have had to go back and go through several rewrites, but I really wanted this this smaller comic to be basically a legit tie-in to the storyline, and I've already written that in, and I've also given it to an author friend of mine who has like 7 books. I told him what I wanted to do and this idea, and he's like, "Are you serious?" And I showed him my rough sketches of how this comic is going to go, and he's like, "Oh, that's perfect. You can easily do that and have it to where if someone gets this other comic, they're going to be like, but they don't have the Origins one. They're going to wonder what's going on. Well, now you have the Origins and you are seeing what's happening and why this is going on in the other comic." I mean, he's like, that's a perfect tie-in. So I was like, okay, well then great. Since you're a renowned author, I'm going to go off of what you just said, and I think it's okay.
Nice.
Awesome. Thank
So
you very
with
much,
that being
King.
said,
Have a good one, my man.
thank you.
Yeah.
Peace.
I have a question real quick.
Real quick.
Shoot.
I know Pena said you wanted to come in too. Pena, if you're still on here, send me a message via Messenger and I'll send you a link that way.
So like I can't see the name, so I'm sorry that I don't like I don't have them down bad. Like the person who was speaking before we let King go, you were
Black.
mentioning.
Blackaroonie.
Repeat your name.
Blackaroonie. Just black. It's
Black.
fine.
Got you. So like you were talking about how in Legacy of Monsters the bridge scene and then the bridge scene in 2014 don't correlate because like Godzilla's kind of pushed through and it kind of like fabricates an entire thing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a valid criticism.
Why
I would
not?
say that.
Yeah, I agree.
Because like
Rather-
I'm looking at it like I went back and I watched the clips. If you wanted them to keep accurate to what Godzilla did, it's way more fucking brutal. The way Godzilla just swings into the bridge because he's being pushed by the bombs and like to cross over to that set, like it's just like way more brutal, and they had to kind of write themselves a way out. I don't view it as a necessary legitimate criticism because like A, they created extra footage with the CGI to accommodate the bridge scene, and B, it doesn't necessarily contaminate what was going on in 2014. In 2014, missiles were raining down on Godzilla. He was kind of dealing with the bridge. So for me, when I rewatched like the bridge scene from Legacy of Monsters, I saw it as like, yeah, okay, I can understand like Godzilla didn't do this on purpose. They're not painting him as overly malicious. What happened was he got his hand tangled in one of those big ass fucking wires, he yanked on it, and piece of concrete fell. Like concrete was falling all over that bridge. And then it, I can accept that. Cause like when you said it, I thought like they drastically changed like the way Godzilla was acting, or like they drastically changed the situation on the scene, and not really. In 2014, since we're focused on one bus specifically, we don't really see Godzilla's struggles on the bridge. We don't see how we only see him kind of just bust through in that fashion. Legacy of Monsters just kind of shrinks the visual on that, and again, like it doesn't stamp on anything that came before, and they created new visuals for it. So like,
well, I think I created some visuals, but even while I'm looking at the scene here, like you can tell that like they had to logistically change what happened in those scenes to accommodate for this, because you could have still had that scene take place and still followed what happened in 2014.
The way she survived and like watching the bus go over, that could not have happened if they played Godzilla crossing that bridge the way they did in 2014. Watching the 2014 footage, like what they went for, and her having witnessed Godzilla up close, the way he crosses in 2014, like, yeah, it's too quick. There's not really enough time. The way like he just slams into the bridge and like
I mean, what's it called? Considering like if she'd gotten out quicker, and he just slams to the bridge, I think you can write yourself into a way that allows her to for her to escape. Like it's possible for her to escape and keep the integrity of that scene intact, because when I'm looking at it side by side, it's possible. But I also think too that if it was too hard for them to stay consistent, then they could have had another scene.
Well, I'm not talking about like
as as much to follow as like the bridge scene.
When I bring up the consistency, I'm looking at like the last like 20 seconds of the bridge scene when the army's firing on Godzilla and the children on the bus are being children on the bus and screaming their little heads off. Like the way Godzilla swings into that shot into the bridge, like a large portion of that bridge goes off. So it's like logistically, I understand why they had to change it. His entire like from like right under his arms to the top of his head just kind of swings into that bridge. So seeing what they were going for with this character, I understand where they had to change it.
One sec. I am gonna jeopardize the stream. 1 sec.
I'm gonna jeopardize the stream.
I am gonna, because I'm actually gonna show a quick part of the footage from 2014. So 1 sec. Let me remove this from the screen here. Penya's in the stream now too, and hello Pena.
Hi, sorry, I'll just be a minute.
If you want to stay in longer, you're more than welcome to, don't worry. Share screen. I don't need the audio, so I'm just gonna share. Everyone could see this, right?
Yeah.
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 Okay, one sec. Yeah. Because you see the bus stop here. You see him push through the bridge. I can count at least 2 buses here that still last, and they still stay standing in that one shot there. So they could have redone this scene with new CGI, still kept the continuity of that motion there, with how everything is placed, without trying to change
But again,
the way they do.
this goes
Because I
into
think
like
that's because
hold
I
up.
think that ultimately the point of the scene was not only to set up Kate's character, but also to get this shot. And I think that
I mean,
you
no, but
could have
like
lived without that shot.
no, that's what I was talking about in the way they're portraying her story, in the way like they're showcasing it in Legacy of the Monsters. That little bit of a scene, that little bit of a shot where there are 2 buses just barely remaining, but they wanted one of them to fall, but it didn't. Like they just said, "Fuck it, we'll create a new scene. We'll create new visuals."
Yeah,
I can
and I
vibe
think
with that.
that's-
Like that. That's where I no wait. That's
Yeah, no,
where I
finish.
think That's where I think the criticism is so small and like nitpicky that it doesn't need to be said. Because at the end of the day, does it further the story that Legacy of Monsters is? Like, is it contradicting anything in a major way from 2014? Not really.
Yeah.
I would say like
Well, I
agree
mean,
with
I'm
that.
not really saying that
Yeah.
it's a major thing. All I'm
It's
saying,
not a
all I'm
major
saying is
thing.
that they changed
I feel like
Godzilla's
it's-
behavior basically just to have that scene.
See,
just to have
I
that
don't
that's
think they did
that's
that,
wait,
but
wait,
also-
time out.
really not
That's what
important here.
wait. That's what I need explained to me, because when I watch those 2 clips side by side, I don't see a behavioral change.
Oh yeah,
I
because he's
see- well-
grabbing the bridge. It's
I
like
don't-
He wasn't
He grabs the bridge in the
wasn't
2014.
grabbing
Yeah,
it. It was like he grabbed the bridge in 2014, but in like Legacy of the Monsters, that like the red rope things of that bridge wrapped around him, and he's just like yanking himself to get free.
I think
Like,
what
let me
I
watch it
think
again to be
to
sure,
play
but-
devil's advocate for Pyro in this case, I don't think it's a behavioral change like you're implying, Black, but I do think it's a continuity change, because ultimately you can do that scene without changing those visuals. But then I also feel like generally if your story was so specific in a way that you had to contradict another, like an older piece of material, then there's ultimately something wrong with the story, because I think that you could have new material without just weird contradictions like that.
When it
To-
comes
to
to the
me,
that's
2014, when it comes to the 2014 shot, I think Legacy of Monsters played it like the right and the safe way, because like while they could have kept the scene and the visuals the way it was in 2014, watching a gray wall of flesh like quickly move across the scene and take the bus out, like it's not as visually impactful as fucking Legacy of Monsters.
Well, no, because
I
I'm
would-
saying like you
hold
could add more scenes. Like you could
No, no.
recreate that entire scene from 2014, have a lot of those Godzilla shots, and then have him push through that scene there. And there's no real changes needed to justify that happening. And in fact, considering the amount of time that passes between him getting at the bridge and then his fight in the city, there is another there's so much time there that you could have Kate's story happen within that point there and still serve the same purpose. It does not. The point I think Black, and I know at least myself, I'm trying to make is that there was no need to have a change there when there was enough within 2014 to have that story appear without it being contradicted.
Let's scale.
Because you
By the
want to
way,
you want
Oh,
to have
sorry,
as
go ahead.
little contradictions as possible within like your multimedia universe, and I think that's important.
I don't think
Well,
that's small.
I
don't think that's small. of a
disagree.
thing.
I disagree that with this specific situation, the scene,
Mhm.
the changes is okay for the context of the show. They needed this scene to be not only set up his character, but like emphasize how impactful it was for her character. This wasn't just simply a moment. This was a traumatic event for her, seeing literally a whole bus of kids just fall to their death because of this force of nature that just appeared out of nowhere.
Well,
to
And then seeing seeing the force of nature's face as it's roaring it like directly at
Yeah.
you.
yeah,
They-
but then you
kind
could
of.
also you could also say
I
during
feel
the
like
actual fight in
this
San
this
Francisco,
minor,
you
just
could
a
have
minor.
It's
there's
such a minor critique, though. That's
It's
my
a-
point. Like,
Yeah,
it's a really minor one that only gets onto like Well, I think the scene from 2014 looked cooler when visually,
No.
story-wise,
I'm
it
not-
keeps the same.
I'm not saying that the visuals in 2014 look cooler. I'm saying that there is no reason fundamentally the scene in Legacy had to be the way it was, because there was no need to first off change that scene to look different between
I can
two
give you one
universes.
very specific reason why they needed to change the scene.
Because they wanted to.
No,
What
sense
would
of
that be?
scale. In the
I mean,
20
you could
sense of
have
scale,
that, didn't
in the 2014 version of the scene, like the way Godzilla slams his body into the bridge, I went over those points. Like it's framed in the sense of we're watching it as the bus drives towards the screen and not as someone looking directly up. To change that specific sense of scale and have Godzilla in the face and all that shit, like you said, I'll agree with you. There's a brief moment in 2014 they could have done it, but the sense of scale wasn't there.
Well, no, because the sense of scale is different in that scene because we're seeing it from a different angle. If you,
I mean, yeah,
actually,
that's what I'm pointing. That's what I'm pointing out.
It would probably be easier actually, because if you use these scenes as reference, all you're doing is essentially copying the same animations from 2014. But since you're seeing it from a different angle, you can still capture the same sense of scale that you do in Legacy of Monsters without having to change the scene entirely, and make me wonder why there's two completely different events that can't correlate with each other happening within the same universe.
Maybe
That's
but
the point I'm making.
Yeah, but
Here's my thing.
feel
Here's
like-
my thing with it.
Wait, no.
If I may say.
And you know what? Whatever, you can go ahead.
Mhm.
All right. So my thing with this scene is that, for one thing, Godzilla moves faster in 2014 through the bridge than in Legacy of Monsters. I don't think the changes we see during that scene in Legacy of Monsters really impact anything outside of the story for the characters of that show. And I don't think there's really any issue of it because there's so little changed other than for Kate and Legacy of Monsters development, and even to the other Monsterverse films or canon. I think that the changes they did benefit for the show, and I don't see any issue with it.
Yeah, I'm with him on that.
Well, because
that's my only point.
Well, no,
sorry,
I would
ahead.
say I would say then the point ultimately is that your story couldn't exist the way it is without having to change something.
Is that a bad thing though?
That's how
I think that
video.
is-
That's how, wait.
I think
I
that
don't
is
like.
ultimately a
Time
bad
out. Time
thing.
out.
Say something real
Time
quick.
out. I was just gonna say, I think that's how visual media storytelling has always worked. Even in comics, the sense of scale never stays the same.
No. I'm not talking about sense of scale or anything like that. I'm just talking about just simple continuity, because I'll jeopardize the stream again one more time. 1 sec, present.
Well, the thing for me is it is a retcon, yes, but it's such a small retcon.
It's such a that's my
and roars.
That's why I brought it up. That's why I brought it up. It is such a small retcon that it's not worth if you're doing a video of this Black, it's not worth devoting the time to being but they changed the shot in this one scene from the 2014 movie. It's such a small one and it doesn't impact the story. Hold up, wait. Black told me that it was because they changed some of the behaviors of Godzilla. And I'm still waiting on which behaviors did they change? Because from my viewing, it looked like, an animal getting stuck and trying to yank itself free, and the massive collateral damage pushed that bus over. But if you saw him pushing himself through, I'm interested in that.
Yeah, I was gonna answer, but yeah, I ran out of time because I need to go right now.
Oh, damn
So
it.
I'm just, but if the stream will continue, if the stream continues, I might come back and answer the question because I actually have a script written and I really want to answer this question. But I'm just gonna say right very quickly because I really need to go. That I wanted to finish my point of the consequences of the Monsterverse. So I'm gonna finish that point so I can have it be said, and then I'm gonna come back to answer your question.
All right, cool.
So I was mentioning the list of the consequences, which is the death of media literacy, the fan base justifying the actions of the writers, the mass cognitive dissonance, the Schrodinger standards, which is people changing their standards on a whim, and then there's like the Thanatos addiction, which is just them being addicted to the big spectacle and just only wanting that and over the story. And then there's a lack of self-awareness, and people will work. And what I wanted, I want to have said is that people will recognize when a Godzilla movie is good, because I highly doubt people will call movies like Shin or -1 really bad films, but when you go after the one that they also like, they get mad and put them on the same pedestal because they don't want their favorite be put down. That's all I'm gonna say for now. But I'm gonna go right now. But if the show continues, I will be back. So yeah, I think I'll head out now. Thank you for
I'm
having
probably
me, by the way.
gonna have the stream on for like a couple more hours. So if it's still on, you still want to join in, just send me a message over Discord.
Oh, okay.
Me and
All
Zim
right.
will be arguing about pointless Godzilla
Awesome.
stuff.
Peace. Peace,
All
Black.
right. All right, thank you.
I feel like
Mhm.
something more that was
But-
worthwhile
You
discussing
guys-
about is
you guys
the
are-
whole
sorry.
like the big contradiction with the Legacy of Monsters, and the one I personally am not really sure what to think of.
Are we talking about
completely-
Axis Monday?
No, I was gonna say the whole time-wimey bullshit going on with the Hollow Earth stuff.
Yeah, Axis Monday.
That's the word for it now?
Well, that's
Okay.
the area where the timey-wimey unaging stuff happens, because that's like
Access Mondays nuts.
it's
Wait,
like
I thought-
a
I thought
portion
it was-
between proper monster, like between proper Hollow Earth and actual.
Wait,
Earth.
I thought that was implying that like they were just down there. And that
No,
was
they're like in a
There's
gateway
separate,
area.
yeah. When it comes
God,
like,
bro.
and that's a contradiction that I think is worth noting, and that's like why I'm just like, when it came from like the small contradiction of a scene change, I'm like, there are actual contradictions to be talked about, and that
Well,
was
no,
one
I
of them.
think that overall that's like one point, and I think I obviously
No,
we're talking about
wait, time
Monday.
out, because like I wasn't finished. Again, that's why I was like bringing up that, like that's why I asked the question, was bringing that up, is like when we're talking about contradictions in the canon, is one frame, like a couple of frame shots of like different shot footage, differently made footage, a on the same level as like, we gave you Hollow Earth, but now there's the pockets of the Hollow Earth that, Time Lordy disrupt the flow of time, and you can stay there for like 50 years, but only age a couple. Like, is that the same level? Because like, it's not. One of them, in my opinion, is just like you changed a scene in the shot to make it work for your show, but then the other one is such a drastic change to continuity that like it brings in other questions about the other media that you've made. It brings in the question on how the Skull Crawlers actually got to Skull Island. It brings in the question on how Godzilla actually beamed his way down to the center of the earth, or how they got down there with Kong in the first place.
Mhm.
Because those were
Well, no.
demonstrated to us, and then they kind of fucked it up.
Yeah, I would
my
say
eye.
like that's
The
like
thing that I was
that was like
wondering
a
is that
major one. Yeah,
it implied that Godzilla was significantly younger than we originally assumed he was.
mhm.
Yeah, so like, and then like it begs the question, like, how does time work in the Hollow Earth? Like, was Kong the last of his species when his people fled, or like, and it's just like, there are the small continuity filming errors that we will point out because we're fans, and we'll screenshot every single moment of the fucking show ever and notice it. And then there's the big ones where they just outright tell you what you thought you knew was wrong.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or
And
like
it's so far into the franchise that like they can't really be playing this.
also,
Not gonna
anyone
lie,
also
though.
pick up the fact that Shaw should have been dead.
I mean, yeah, but like it's there because they said it was, and like those are the type of continuity errors
No.
that like
I'm not talking about just Axis Monday. I'm talking about the fact that like when he got sucked up, he should have died.
no, again, that's what I like. These are the type of like continuity errors that like, again, I'm not making a video, but like when I ask that question, it's like, is
Yeah.
it worth pointing out like a small bit of filming that they had to do to make the scene look more, better, or
Mhm.
is it like, do we point out the small continuity errors of like, yo, why didn't that motherfucker die?
Yeah.
Why,
Well, no, I think
why
I
is
think
he
in
able
his
to be
video-
like, transported up there?
Like, I'm obviously speaking for the man who isn't. I'm obviously speaking for the man when he isn't here. I assume just any of the issues are all going to be discussed in the video. At least that's what I would do.
I know he has
personally,
great answers for
um,
him. He just had to leave at the time, and it's unfortunate.
I mean, hey, I'm keeping on the stream as long as I feel like it in this case. So if he comes back, I want to hear what he has to say on that. But like,
Well,
yeah,
alright then.
like
I
when Shaw comes up, like the whole thing about GVK was that Lynn's brother got compressed when he went down with something
Well,
probably far more advanced than what Shaw was sent down in.
Wait,
And
who's
if I
trying to
may
get in
add
real quick?
something, if I may add something.
One
So,
sec, wait. Vic, go, and then Pyros, say what you were gonna say.
all right. So to me, it seems that the rules like apply to different things. So like in GVK, it's implied that for this version of the Hollow Earth, because of the gravity in like whatever the rules are, that the inversion, basically you go up and then you come back down because of the change of gravity, and that's what crushed them. In Access Mundi, for some reason, going through the portals disrupts time for that specific zone, and I guess the entrance is different than the Hollow Earth in GVK because of how we see the things come up and down. And like the way Godzilla entered is different than when like Kong or came to the Hollow Earth or back up to the surface.
Well, then
Like
also remember, in Dominion, like just a portal ripped open, and that's how that one like murderfish Dunkleosteus looking thing appeared in that comic. And then we're also told that Godzilla could just swim through like little tunnels in the Hollow Earth to get down there. So you could
this was
either
kinda gonna.
you could just swim down there and get to the Hollow Earth, or you could get like Primeval portaled into like the regular world,
This
or
is what
you
I was
act as
gonna
Mundi your
say.
way, or you GVK.
No, like this is what I was gonna say real quick. Like it's the like to tie it back to the earlier point I made. It's world builder syndrome. Like they had a Hollow Earth that worked perfectly fine, and then they started adding things to it to make it more complicated. Well, actually, there's the gravitational push. How did the skull crawlers crawl their way up then through volcanic vents? Okay, well now actually we got like the fucking Axis Mundi fucking bullshit where it's like, well, there's these little pockets sometimes and like you can cross through them and sometimes kaiju can walk through them and like people can, and they're just adding stuff and it's not really adding a lot. It's providing more story avenues for sure, but like it's not really adding a lot to like the grand narrative of the Monsterverse.
okay, well
And that's one of the biggest things I have a problem with.
here's my like timeline of events relating to the Hollow Earth through the movies and shows that I've seen. So in 2014, there's a scene where the Godzilla goes into like this dark trench, and they lose him. I would assume, from what we know now, maybe he went through a Hollow Earth vortex, and then in Skull Island, when the Skull Devil appears, he sort of like jumps out of the water and then comes back down. I would assume maybe that is a Hollow Earth portal beneath the lake, and that's why he sort of like shoots up and then comes back down. And then in King of the Monsters, we see the submarine goes into like a whirlpool, and maybe that's like another vortex where they go into another section of the Hollow Earth where Godzilla's lair is. And then there's a GVK where we see like it's deep within an Antarctic like cavern system, and basically I don't know if it's implied that because of regular gravity Kong falls in it, or it kind of looks like he's getting pulled into it because of the gravity thing, but it sucks you in. You get shot through like this dark place that we also see in
Can I ask a
Access
quick
Mundi.
question Can I ask a
Yeah.
quick question?
Yeah.
Because like one of the reasons like we can build the timelines of the Hollow Earth and when they're seen or when they're mentioned, for me it doesn't escape the issue that the concept itself outside of maybe the first two movies of the Monsterverse are hollow. And the question I have is, in the same movie Godzilla versus Kong, how is it that on one hand Kong is falling through the Hollow Earth, when he makes his first entrance part of it is just him falling and like that's a whole sequence? But then when Godzilla beams his breath down and does the big roar, the next scene we see Kong heaving his giant axe like he just climbed up the face of a fucking mountain. Where's the continuity in how the Hollow Earth works then?
Okay,
I would
because
actually, what
I
they
would
do say,
say-
at least in that movie, is
Well, hold up,
when
Zim. Let the man I'm asking the question answer.
okay, I would say for in GVK. Okay, so we see in the first time we see it in GVK, Kong has to like go into like a cavern and into like
Yeah,
a deeper part
he's
of the
swinging,
cavern.
he's swinging on the fucking walls. He's doing his monkey shit, return to monkey, and then he falls.
Yeah, he falls into the thing, but like that's because gravity is leading him down there, and then he continues that. But because of the gravity inversion, once he comes up to a certain point, he goes back down because gravity changes, which is why like the original team in that movie died because their vehicles probably couldn't handle it, like the heaps. And then
Well,
when
like
he
that-
goes back into the after Godzilla's beam, presumably it goes through the same gravity inflection and then comes out another side, and that
Well, like
portal
that-
is just deeper in that hole, and so he
Well,
goes
that's
in
my
because
thing.
gravity
Like
leads him down there,
in
and
that
then
initial
gravity
scene,
shoots him
though,
back up, and he has to climb out to the surface because of the gravity
in that
changes.
in that initial scene, though, like when Kong's entering the Hollow Earth, there is no gravity change until he finishes his long, sad fall. That's my point. When he climbs up to face Godzilla, I can buy, there's a gravity inversion and he has to climb up a certain miles. But in the beginning, when he falls into the Hollow Earth, like man's just falls. He falls through the sky and he has to catch himself on some mountains and do some monkey acrobatics. But he just falls. So
Well,
for
no,
me, it seems like. Go ahead.
There's a gravity inversion. You see him fall straight down, and then it pauses, and then gravity corrects itself, and he falls up. Technically, he's falling up, where you see him grab onto the hillsides because gravity changes.
Oh, I'm watching the scene
midway.
again. You're right. No, you're right. I did get it mistaken. That's my fault. I apologize. I apologize for my voice. I got it
Yeah.
mistaken.
Well, what's it called? In that case, it just says GVK is consistent with itself, and then Legacy just isn't consistent with anything else.
I mean, yeah, honestly, because even with that bit of consistency error overtaken, thank you for proving me wrong. It's like I can vibe with that. I can vibe with that along with the Kong Skull Island shit. Like it explains why the skull crawler flew right up, and then here comes Legacy, and it's just we've added more, but we're not explaining why.
And again, like Access Mundi is like, I guess they're trying to explain it as a different thing because the entrance is different from when the other Hollow Earth portals. And I would assume that the map they show of like the whatever the highway is around the world, that is Access Mundi rather than Hollow Earth. Because I also assume that if the Ion Dragon is the same one, that it's a Titan that utilizes, or a species that utilizes that Access Mundi highway as its habitat. Because like Godzilla doesn't like spring up or anything. He like Stargate portals through normally.
Yeah, like that's one of the things I was going to point out. Like if I continued, it's just like Godzilla just kind of like badass charges his way through the portal like this is Avengers Endgame or some shit. But like in almost every other Monsterverse setting, like to get to what is considered the Hollow Earth, like yeah, you kind of have to go through some gravity shit. With the skull crawler, like you said, he kind of flies up and lands back down. And then like in GVK, in both scenes, now to my knowledge, like there is that gravity inversion where like you pop up, but then you fall back down. Legacy bucks that completely for that awesome shot of Godzilla, portaling his way into the fight, which is awesome.
And it's like, say what you will about Cottom and 2014 not doing that. I would say at least with Cottom's case, where it does something similar, at least with the portals. It doesn't do the same kind of gravity thing.
I'll say in Cottom's case, for me, like I don't believe that city is in the Hollow Earth. Like I
Hollow
firmly
Earth
believe.
proper.
Yeah, like I don't believe it's in Hollow Earth like we see in like GVK or like
Yeah.
it's a sunken city. Like they go down, I believe the sub goes down to a pressure. I don't think it's a
Like it goes through
actual,
it goes like a whirlpool that lands it somewhere like
yeah, like a
on a thing.
whirlpool or a current. Like that's a
Look,
sunken city. That's
That's the
definitely
well,
not Hollow
that's the
Earth.
thing is that like the reason why I kept all these other Hollow Earth maps up here is because like the sunken city fits like the theme of like what a lot of Hollow Earth media does, but it's different from like Hollow Earth we see later on in GVK, because I would say like you have GVK where it has the pole portals, which are consistent with like actual Hollow Earth theory, but then you have the actual environment of the Hollow Earth in GVK, which is more closer to like at the Earth's core, Pellucidar, and that specific version of the Hollow Earth. And then at least how it's described in 2014 and Skull Island, it's more closer to the Hollow Earth.
Well, see,
into the
is
center of the Earth.
this is where I think you're falling into a mistake when it comes to like judging the media, where it's like they're not putting as much thought as you or I would or anyone would when we create our own little universes and post them on like Instagram.
Oh no, definitely not. But I do think that it's interesting because Axis Mundi acts like the Lost Lands from Turok. Every single version of the Hollow Earth takes like 1 point from every other version of media, and it feels like all these creators saw these bits, and that's what you're talking about when they keep adding it to the.
I love like that. That's only because they're latching onto a story they haven't created. Exactly. Like I don't know if any of these creators who had to bite on to the idea that there is a Hollow Earth would have gone into Godzilla. Sorry about that. I don't know if they would have gone into Godzilla 2014 with the idea that Godzilla comes from the Hollow Earth. But now that they have to, now that they're trapped to under canon and all that bullshit, like they have to create their own version of the Hollow Earth. But for me, instead of just setting that on like a different geological setting of the Hollow Earth, like, okay, you have your continents or whatever of the Hollow Earth or your Pangea and they're on the other side, like they're doing it in a way where you just add in another Hollow Earth. You have in Legacy of Monsters where there are these nice little pockets in their little maps and shit, and it's like, oh, there's a Hollow Earth and then there's mini Hollow Earth where all this timey-wimey bullshit works, and it's like,
and then we're gonna get Ancient Civilization Hollow Earth.
Yeah, exactly. And like it works for its own individual story if it was just a random kaiju verse like set out in the realm of the internet. But when they try and link it to all the Monsterverse shit, it's like now I'm left kind of scratching my head on where this super secret timey-wimey Time Lords, like, where does this come from? Oh, I have to watch the season 1 of Monarch, and hopefully they make a season 2, but you know how streaming sites are, like, they don't really like that type of season 2 bullshit. And it's like, it fucks up the continuity, because this, along with the comics, along with the video game and the tabletop, they're all fucking canon. And now we're left with, to pick up the pieces and try and fit them in, where some pieces just don't fit. Where's Shinomura?
They're canon until someone's like, huh, nope, not anymore.
Oh, no, because like we're not talking about not anymore, because that's what us fans get in an argument about. They're canon. They're all canon. You're gonna have some motherfucker always referring to the tabletop game where they're like, well, this is a communist utopia now because Godzilla attacked. You're always gonna have
you're gonna have a fan say that, but like I think I'd have to go look for it again. I know some of the like creators like recently have been like, we've been just taking from some of the older material. We never really saw it as canon.
I mean, that again, like that's fine, but then it's like exactly, where do you end the loop of like it's up to subjectivity. If I got in control of the Monsterverse today, it would be vastly different than the Monsterverse that we've seen up until this point. The next person who gets to direct a Monsterverse film is going to take it in such a drastic direction that in some points we're going to have to scratch our head and be like, what?
Yep, Vex back.
One of the things you brought up, Zim, is like the material it takes to build some of this shit when it comes to like a post-Godzilla, post-King of the Monsters world. And it's like, how are you building a Mecha Godzilla? How are you designing super secret Monarch planes and shit like that? Like,
or like gravity tunnels that can go from the US to China.
Yeah, like, and I pointed out, it's like Godzilla attacked 4 years ago, and you've already got a super secret base. Like, how does that level of funding and shit work? Where it's like, nah, we know it's slow. Like, welcome back, by the way.
Welcome back, Vic.
Hello.
But yeah, anyone else got some quick thoughts?
Hi, I'm finally here. Sorry.
Are you good, Pena?
I'm not really sure what else what I can say, other than it's very obvious that none of these people were thinking about this as a broader narrative. They're just thinking as their own small things, and some of them have very different tones going on. Monarch Legacy of Monsters feels a lot more in line with what 2014 with Gareth Edwards Godzilla was doing, while King of the Monsters is doing his own thing, and then Adam Wingard did his own thing as well, in response to King of the Monsters and his failings, and decided to just double down on what he heard from the fans, who defended King of the Monsters, and that worked out because of COVID. So he thought, you know what, I'm going to do that, but again, but do it bigger and well, just bigger. And
Yeah.
well, here we are.
The
Of all these
question-
others, and all this other supplementary material they've also created that, again, by different writers who have their own different ideas, yes, and are connected to specific films, but not like as a whole piece. Again, like
Yeah.
Aftershock being more of a sequel to or prequel to King of the Monsters than a sequel to Gareth Edwards, where Legacy of Monsters is more of a kind of a through line between Gareth Edwards and King of the Monsters, and very
think-
clearly, the comics do not matter anymore. They clearly
Oh,
do
of
not
course.
care.
Yeah, no.
It's when you
And
do think
Frank-
about it, it's like
And quite frankly, I would argue that's a good thing, because by all intents and accounts, the comics are a disgrace, an insult to Godzilla comics compared to
Wait,
Dark
time
Horse
out.
and IDW.
Wait, shut up. I disagree with you on one aspect, and it's not necessarily the comics' fault or anything the comics do. It's because of the way they've been portrayed on film. I think the comics should be taken as canon because they're the only actual times we see the original monsters created for the Monsterverse actually do anything outside of the novels.
as well as again, it's not hard to make material that doesn't contradict other material.
No, it's
Um,
hard. It's hard as shit. Like,
It's not that
Yeah.
like no, because when you think about it, you have
No, it is in
2014.
this context. It definitely is for this context, because this
When
is a
we're-
big
when we're
cinematic
talking
thing.
yeah, when we're talking about working with movie studios who are worried about branding and pushing a specific image into toy sales, like, no, it's hard as shit. Like, there's a very real reason why Godzilla 2014 versus the next movie with the Godzilla title had way more monsters, way more monster action, and the people story didn't make sense. Godzilla 2014 told a decent human story. I'll say it. It told one that not many
Decent
people.
enough.
I
Not-
agree.
Like, many people didn't like 2014 because it was the first time American Godzilla was coming back with the full force of Hollywood, and we didn't see enough Godzilla. But it told a decent enough story about a human soldier dealing with like the grief and loss of his family and trying to figure out what happened while there's a major catastrophe happening. It did tell a decent story. The very next Godzilla story, who's the villain? Oh, an environmentalist siding with an eco-terrorist, and then we don't really pay attention.
Siding with a goddamn space dragon, mind you.
Yeah, like it's not even siding with that. It's like it's how bad the story's written. She sides with an eco-terrorist, not necessarily the space dragon, but the eco-terrorist. And in their bumbling, stupid plot, they released the #1 Titan you shouldn't release. They could have started with Rodan or Behemoth, or they started in the movies with motherfucking King Ghidorah, the one who can control all. That is such terrible storytelling. I can't even begin. Why you start from zero and just work your way up? You don't think about why, the namings of, like, it's just such bad storytelling. And then they continue it, and then it's like, okay, the giant monkey, we ruined his island somehow. It's a giant storm because of Ghidorah, we're left to assume. They don't really specify how, like you said earlier, Zim.
Well,
And then they
yeah.
drug him and airlift him, and then are surprised when the Titan Killer 10,000, known as Godzilla, shows up to do what he does best and kills a Titan. And it's like, there's so little forethought in the movie scripts that it's like, no, it's obviously hard. We see it with like Marvel and shit. They got lucky because at the time they launched, no one cared about superheroes, and then they made us care. But like when you look at DCE, like the DCU and shit, it's like they've been scrambling since day one because it's hard to tell an interweaving story where you have multiple directors, studios putting in their will, and everyone else and their mothers like telling you what to do right. Hell, look at Star Wars.
Well, yeah, that's the other thing is that like outside of Marvel being the exception, every single one of these studios and universes has had multiple directors come on
That's
to
the
work on
thing.
these projects.
Marvel
Had they-
isn't the exception.
Well, no,
Marvel's
Marvel
failing.
is, no,
No,
Marvel is the
Marvel-
exception in the sense that it actually succeeded.
No, I
that's
wouldn't say that because like they're not done. Marvel's failing now because
But
like they
Marvel's
can't-
failing now, yeah.
Yeah, but like when like they do their things in phases and all the phases make one whole. They're not done yet. Like Disney's still pumping money into them, and we see now that like they struck lightning in a bottle once. They can't do it again. The thing isn't finished. Thanos' story, like we got it at the end of like Endgame Part 2. Thanos will return. Like now we gotta wait for that fucking story. Kang the Conqueror was gonna be a big thing, but oh wait, Jonathan, like we have all these real world things, and it's like, well, goddamn, this is not gonna be what we signed up for. They got lucky when it came for the Thanos run because they didn't focus on Thanos. They built something.
But yeah, they were focusing on their individual characters leading up to something.
Yeah.
And
And then like two guys took it at the end and they kind of forced it all together in a way we liked.
Yeah.
That's more or less what Legacy of Monster is. They sort of just try to force everything together while trying to tell a narrative that also tried to bridge the gap between two big messes of films and to make something that works.
3 because
Yeah.
They did a little of King.
2014. It starts before 2014. It's set during the events of 2014, and then it ends up. Ending takes place after King of the Monsters.
They also were actually no, it doesn't take end after King of the Monsters. It ended before 2017.
2017.
King of the Monsters was 2019. The show ended at 2017.
Yeah, no, my bad.
It also like gave a hint for JVK with the what was that black chick's what was her name again?
Man.
The hacker girl accidentally getting caught up in Apex's business.
Well then, yeah, Kentaro and Hiroshi and
it was doing its best with the clusterfuck it had to deal with.
Oh yeah, and then let's not forget about the fact that like Apex is just chilling on Skull Island without like Monarch kind of being like, "What's this private company doing on the island?" And then
like in terms of like story and like, because again, like I do like the idea of like these two separate companies going at each other. I can understand that.
That can work, yeah.
Personally,
go ahead.
I was gonna say that like I feel like I'm the only one here, but like the whole time travel stuff, for the context of Monarch Legacy of Monsters, that shit was actually really damn good. I liked that change because it was such a slap in the face for me, and it was so out of unexpected, but yet so intriguing.
I'll agree with you here, and it's that like, go ahead.
And I particularly love how it really took the time to really emphasize how fucked up that would be to go into a hole for like a week, come out like 20 years later, and suddenly everything you know is gone.
So I like that concept. I like it a lot. It's why I watch a lot of time travel shows, a lot of Doctor Who, a lot of Twilight Zone type shit. My biggest problem is that they couldn't just make it a quality of Godzilla versus Kong Hollow Earth. Like, oh, if you come down here, when you come up, things aren't going to be the same. I would have liked that aspect a little bit more if they didn't feel the need to add on like, oh, here's an ancillary Hollow Earth. Here's an Hollow Earth surrounding the Hollow Earth. Earth is just full of pockets. Like, I would have liked it if they just kept it contained in like, yeah, no, once you come down here, you age different, like time flows differently, and when you go back up, it's not the same world. Decades, like centuries, who knows? Like, I would have liked it if they'd gone with that instead of trying to add in that other bit of Hollow Earth, because for me, it reeks of like they had in storytellers, they had in people who write who didn't know what to do with the initial story and timeline they were given. And for me, that's a lot of the problem, that when it comes to the timeline, not of how the movie's released, but like in the Monsterverse of self, where like first you get, your Kong Skull Island and, the Godzilla attack on the ship, and then it goes to the bomb. Like, that's kind of bucked completely. And it's like that in a lot of media, but like when it comes to when I would like it to be a little bit more streamlined in terms of canon. Especially when we're talking about the Monsterverse and not the Toho verse.
I'd also think too, like generally, I kind of expected everything that was going to happen the moment Shaw came back, and we learned about what he went through in Axis Mundi. I knew for a fact that Kaiko would come back, and considering how old Shaw is, he can't really do too much else. So I knew for a fact he was going to get left behind. Like it felt so played out. And considering the fact that Rand is dead too, like the ending was sort of a foregone conclusion, which I just didn't like, and compounded with the fact of like just the issues with adding Axis Mundi. It was, it just didn't do anything for me.
Can I shift the conversation in a bit, Zim?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, sure.
I think when it comes to like the Monsterverse, Godzilla, Kong, and all like these well-known faces of kaiju that we know, like I think it's time to set them aside, because when it comes to stories and the way us fans and the people who actually care about them tell these stories, like the golden age for these creatures has passed. I think stories like Pacific Rim, when it comes to kaiju, like they're really good. Cloverfield, again, it's really good in like taking up that mantle and giving us like a new and interesting creature to dissect. I think the Monsterverse in general is a good example of that, because not even 2 movies in, and what do we do for the third one, King of the Monsters? It's a nostalgia fest. You get all of the good Toho monsters and love, and then like the good old-fashioned Godzilla and Mothra themes, and like and then Godzilla versus Kong, where it's like COVID hits, and now we're just trying to beat that. And I can't really say anything about Godzilla versus Kong because of COVID. It's the best movie that did well, like that premiered in fucking COVID for a reason. Like, it's a mindless distraction movie. But now I feel like the Monsterverse in general is following the trend of like, we're trying to balance and give the fans everything they love, in part because they're made by fans, but like we also have not the story, but like studio execs and like studio demands to meet up to. If Godzilla X Kong, the New Empire, doesn't do well, we'll probably see a small bit of a rest for the Monsterverse for a minute. But if it does extremely well, they'll rush out a new movie, and God forbidding a new pandemic, like we'll see, the hints of like Godzilla X another Toho monster we got the credits for. But it doesn't help. Godzilla X Kong, Godzilla, like they made a world that they can play in and actually do a message with, and tell a good story. But like every time they've fallen back to what us, the fans, will always love.
Well, I think it's also like not just like what the fans love. I think it's also the fact that they can't please every fan. There are so many different and like contradicting things the fans are gonna want out of a new American Godzilla series.
Oh please! Like I'm gonna say right now that doesn't matter. Like our diversities in fandom don't matter when you're talking about studio execs, because they know for a fact that the moment they release a new American Godzilla, every single one of us will show up at least once, and that's all that matters. Hey, if we go 2, 3, 27 times like we did for Godzilla -1, a foreign-made production that had very little chance of doing anything in the United States, but yet here it is making a gazillion dollars. That's fine. But like when we're talking about Hollywood, they're relying on us seeing it once.
Yeah, that's the thing, though.
Maybe.
Is it possible then that there's just some people where it's like, I don't like where this is going, I'm just not gonna go see it, like not even once.
I think when it comes and call it a day.
Because I think there's at least when I went to see -1 there, and this is like after seeing it already 3-4 times, there were people like talking about GXK. I want to say GVK so badly, and just being
Yeah.
like, I don't think I'm gonna go see it. And I'm interested to see how the box office does for this movie. If there's at least people I do know, like in my general area, and at least having gone to like several different theaters across my state and hearing a similar sentiment, like I wonder what it's like in other states like that.
I don't believe those sentiments for the simple
Okay, I'm
fact
probably
that
gonna
like,
end up leaving soon.
oh shit. So,
One sec, is that
So-
you, Pena? I could barely hear it.
Sorry.
Was that you, Pena, saying you had to go, or was that Potato?
No, that is me.
Okay. Anything you want
Well-
to show before you head out, my friend?
No, not really. Other than I thought Legacy of Monsters was. I'm one of the few people who didn't hate it. I thought it was actually decently written compared to everything that came before and after it. In terms of
same
like
here,
actual.
brother.
But that's not really saying too much as regards to everything came before and after. I think I honestly don't know where it's going to go from here on out with New Empire. It could either be a film that is more of what I liked about King of the Monsters, or it could be the death of the Monsterverse. I can't really say for certain. All I know is that I'm going to watch it purely for Lanky Kong, the stupid ice lizard, whatever the hell they're doing with Godzilla, and Thor and Kong being the sexy man Thor they made him now. That is all.
Awesome.
Also, I'm pretty sure Godzilla's going to say a lot of racial slurs. He's going to get
But yeah,
no,
no.
finish your point.
I will say, like, I think the sentiment that a lot of people hold after, because, like, I've heard it too, and, like, the 17 times I've gone to see Godzilla -1, where it's like, yeah, I don't think I'll see, Godzilla X Kong in the New Empire. I don't buy that sentiment. For starters, it's one I heard when Shin Godzilla came out in 2016. A more serious-based Godzilla film that highlights on the tragedy of it all, yada, yada, boardroom meetings, yada, yada. And it's like, yet that's not what happened when the new Godzilla, versus Kong came out. Like, people went and saw that.
I mean, like a lot of people went and see it because it's Godzilla versus Kong.
No, but like that. Wait,
Did
time
come
out.
out before King of the Monsters? Yeah, she came out before King of the Monsters.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. When people said that on Godzilla versus Kong, like, we were still in the aftermath of Godzilla King of the Monsters, where people were accurately pointing out that, like, its story made very little sense. Like, woman's all for releasing the Titans until she sees the aftermath of the Titans that she released, and it's, oh no, we need to stop this. And Millie Bobby Brown magically, like, we were in the same throes of, like, commentary about Godzilla movies that we're in now about Godzilla versus Kong, where everyone's like, yo, the story was kind of shit. But then the next one came out and everyone's like, oh my god, King of the Monsters. You remember this one bit of King of the Monsters that I loved? Oh, I loved King of the Monsters. Like, the reality is flipped. It's gonna be the same for the next one. Like, people are gonna get off.
So I think it's gonna be enough. I think there'll be people who are like gonna be very vocal about like the previous film. I think that always happens.
I think the only part that we're gonna see out of this is like another push from the fans where we say, hey, we want a more realistic story along the lines of Godzilla 2014. I think that most Godzilla fans in general are gonna see the movie. They're gonna go buy tickets for the movie and see it in theaters at least once. And the studios will get what they want from us, the Godzilla fandom as a whole, for that. Like, I don't believe they're going to look at like the very diverse and intersectional fandom theories and arguments that we have on Twitter or Instagram and actually take that into account. Like,
well, I don't think
I
it's
ask
going to
something?
account. My question is that like I wonder how much like the box office is going to keep diminishing.
oh no,
Do you think that like generally that that GXK is going to do better or just as good as GVK? Because I would say just from a trajectory perspective,
I think it's gonna do. I think it's gonna do a little bit below GVK, but I think it's gonna be still considered a box office like success. the fact that Marvel movies aren't doing as well, Disney as a whole ain't doing as well when they try and like release some of these big releases that they've had to push onto streaming services. They're not doing well. Their new releases aren't doing well. Movie theaters are closing. Like, what are the other studios putting out outside of like, Super Mario Brothers and shit like that? Like, I think the name of Godzilla alone, which is kind of why they've led with this, why we haven't seen any more Kong stories. It's like, yeah, they're banking on the fact that there's going to be a large portion of like society that's seen Godzilla in the past and like what they've seen that come out to see this movie. I don't think we're all going to like it, but I think the money will be made back in how many of us go and fill that seat on opening day or opening weekend or opening week or the opening month. Like, I think they're going to see that money come back for the simple fact that they know for a fact Godzilla and the name Kong will fill a fucking seat. Every time
Can I
they've
add
made
and
a
ask something?
Monsterverse film, like, they've made money. Go ahead, sorry.
All right, so going a little bit back to the like the data that Zim pulled up before with like the scores and the box office stuff. Like, my takeaway would be that generally in the mainstream, the Monsterverse is a good and successful, I guess, franchise or world.
I
And
agree
then
with you. That's the
yeah,
funny part about it. We're sitting here complaining and nitpicking as Godzilla fans, but it's one of the most successful, like, cinematic universes out there where, like, yeah, all of its movies have kind of made bank. They've
I
gotten the
think it's
score.
more successful than Marvel is now. And with having like a lot less time to develop than Marvel had over like
Yep.
more than a decade.
But
I think
also
one
it
of
comes
the
from the fact too that like there was already a long legacy of films to abide by, that like they had a lot more of a built-in group of people who would be willing to see a Godzilla movie versus like a Marvel movie.
I mean, I necessarily don't believe that because even a part of the Godzilla fandom, I recognize we are a very small group. Like in 1998, 1997, they were talking about how in Japan, Godzilla fans were kind of laughed at. Like, man, if you're a giant monster fan here in America, like, boy, like you've known that strife, forever.
You've
I
known
think a
that, right?
lot.
But like people like to make fun of Godzilla fans, but there's a bunch of people gonna be like, oh, I'll go watch a Godzilla movie for the
Well, like
sake.
that. Well, like that. No, but like that's the thing. Like, I don't think it's necessarily because of Godzilla itself. I think
Oh,
it's
look who's back. He's
hey,
back.
hey. I
Hey,
think
hey.
I think a lot of it is just because, like, in the way we do media here in Hollywood with Disney, it's like there is a fatigue in the normal amount of bullshit you're gonna get. I think when people see like a giant monster flick or a giant monster series or whatever have you, yeah, they go in expecting just normal dumb giant monster fun, right? Like WWE for monsters. But then I think there is that other part where it's like, man, you get enveloped where it's like the story is just so overwhelming. I think one of the biggest successes in Godzilla -1, because gotta be real here, it's not just us Godzilla fans seeing this movie over and over again that's making it such money. It's people being dragged in, brought in, walking in because, hey, I can use a dumb monster flick and being like, God damn, that's just fucking a great story right there. That,
one
like,
thing
I wasn't expecting the level of depth from that. Like, I think a lot of people got that from the early movies specifically, but then like just in general, like the
Well, yeah, no,
writing has
definitely
been
that's
there.
true.
Like the writing has been there in the Monsterverse in general, where it is set apart from like boring superhero slag 24/7. Godzilla, King Kong, like they're not heroes in a cape. There is collateral damage, and part of us likes recognizing that there is collateral damage.
He's out of line, but he's right.
Yeah.
one thing I want to
By the
ask
way, speaking
everyone here, I
go ahead.
guess, is
Question.
so looking across the board, like just like searching up Godzilla 2014 and GVK like on Google, it seems that across the board, they, I guess, critically did as well as each other. Like they were on par with each other. Do you think with like Wingard returning, do you think the GXK will do just as well critically? Like, I guess generally in the mainstream?
Yes, Wingard did GVK, right?
Wingard
Yes.
did do GVK. You make it sound like he did a
Fortunate.
crime. Like Wingard.
No,
did
no. Like I'm just making.
He technically did commit a crime by making that movie. So
No, he didn't. You just don't like it. When it comes to Wingard's Godzilla versus Kong, and when I look at the scores that Zimzilla has up right now, and if he's wrong, well then fuck him. But if I look at these
Hey,
scores,
my bum
like
not me.
Godzilla versus Kong, when it comes to movies in the cinematic universe of the Monsterverse, movies alone, not the show, it has, some of the highest scores. It has like the highest scores, 76 in the tomato meter, which doesn't mean much because it's critics and shit, but 91% in the audience score. I think GVK, even though we may hate it as Godzilla fans who know what the monster means and yada yada, but to the general audience, like GVK hit a chord, and it may be because of COVID and because we were all locked in and yada yada, but like it did hit that chord where it's still like in the audience score of Rotten Tomatoes, it's one of like the highest rated. It's like the highest rated movie. I'm sorry, I keep getting that mixed up with my own opinion. Yeah, like exactly. I keep getting it mixed up with my own opinion because I love Kong Skull Island more. But the highest rated movie on Rotten Tomatoes is fucking Godzilla versus Kong. So yes, I would have to say, like, if Wingard is taking over and he's going to be like the Kevin Feige of the MVU, the Monsterverse cinematic universe, like, yeah, I would feel safe because it seems like for our audience, our American audience, he knows what the people want. Like, I'd give him, Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire to make sure. And if those numbers like completely fall, then we know it was an anomaly due to COVID. But like, if they continue on the trend where he gets two movies that are like the highest ranking movies of the Monsterverse, yeah, despite me as a fan and what I want for Godzilla, I'd have to give it to him and be like, yeah, you know what's gonna make money. You know what's gonna keep them making Monsterverse bullshit. Whether it be shows, movies, games, yada yada, you know what will keep that version of Godzilla on the screens. Because this didn't happen with 98.
I hope you're right.
I have a bit of a. I don't want to say objection because I think there is some truth.
No, say objection. I love objections.
Objection,
Your Honor. But yeah. So from what we've seen from the success of -1, it goes to show that as long as you write a well-written story, people will gravitate to it. Especially
Can I
if it's
interject
engaging.
one thing? And I'm so sorry.
Sure.
I can't count -1.
Why not?
It was made by an entirely different film company in an entirely different country on the other side of the planet that does not have the same American ideals and values on filmmaking that we do.
So you're like, what? Do they have higher standards or what? Because I don't think that's necessary.
I don't know what it is, whether it be a higher standard for their filmmaking when it comes to Godzilla films in general or what. But when I'm comparing like our American made Godzilla films and then we bring in -1, like I can't compare those two because there are several traps that are easy to fall into. Recency bias with Godzilla -1 being the most recent one, like originality bias or whatever it's called, like where it's the fact that it's a Toho Godzilla film, and before -1 everyone was saying that, hey, Shin Godzilla is the best. Like, there are these biases that come in it from where it's like, yeah, the original people making a Godzilla heartfelt film are making a Godzilla heartfelt film. It did really well over here. But when I'm talking about the Monsterverse and like American Godzilla films, I kind of set the walls there because we did a handful. We did Hanna-Barbera, we did, 98, we did the 98 show, we did Monsterverse and all of its other spin-offs that are being allowed. I have to look at it from those point of views because once Toho was allowed to interfere, well, then it's like obviously all of the Toho Godzilla films are kind of better than like what we're putting out, at least in my fan setting.
Well, if we're separating right now the audience from the rest of the fan, just including the fandom specifically, uh, if you're talking about like how many people enjoyed the movie, I would argue that if you take -1, you could tell that people would call that movie good, and rightfully so. But they would
Yeah.
call the movie good if they analyzed it critically. They would come to the conclusion that, oh, the movie was good. It did this well. It also did this well. And if they put it side to side to the Monsterverse, they would go, okay, they did this wrong. They did this wrong, right? Because I've noticed. I didn't even know this, but I noticed recently that a pretty sizable chunk of the fan base recognizes when the story has numerous plot holes and inconsistencies. They recognize it, but it's like they use a completely different metric to judge whether a Godzilla movie is good or not. It's like we're using completely different metrics, which I mean I can't really stop them from doing that. It's not in my place. It's not I don't have the authority. I'm not God. I can't just go into their mind and be like good movies, well written movies
I think that depends on like when it comes to like what type of inconsistencies we're talking about, because like we've had like there was disagreement earlier where it's like I think the inconsistency of a shot that was reshot to fit a show that doesn't really change the story of the immediate medium that it's taking place in doesn't really matter. But in Godzilla fandom, Doctor Who fandom, Star Wars fandom, Walking Dead fandom, like I can keep going. It does matter to some people. So I would want to ask, what level of critique are we talking about here?
Well, we're talking about specifically in-depth critique. We're talking about how the plot, the sequence, because the way I see it, right? The way I see it, and the way I think it works best for stories, because there's demonstrable evidence to show what a well-structured movie tends to be good. You have what was the question again? What was the question again? Like what inconsistencies we're
like when
talking
it when
about?
it, like yeah, like when we're talking about like comparing Godzilla -1 and like the critiques and like how people analyze it. Like what exactly is the level of criticism we're going for here? Because again, the earlier criticism on the panel was because of one shot in between a show and a movie, and if it's that level, I deem it meaningless. Like it doesn't mean shit. Like they had to reshoot some shit. But if we're talking
Yeah.
about like actual story, actual character, how much I would need to know like what level we're criticizing a media at that point.
Okay, well, the way the type of criticism I'm talking about is specifically in depth that focuses mainly on the plot, the story, and
Okay.
because the story is like the sequence of events, and the
Okay.
sequence matters, right? So,
Yeah.
regarding the scene, because I was thinking about this, so I don't necessarily think it's a major, plot like world breaking, contradiction of the entirety of the Monsterverse. I
Wait,
wouldn't
is
put
this
it on
Black
the
real
same
quick?
level. Yeah.
Okay. Before you continue, I need the answer to the original question where it's like, when it comes to the scene, because you mentioned his difference in behavior. I saw it as one thing where he's just like yanking on something that got tied around his wrist and whatnot. Is there something that I'm missing where his behavior seems different?
Well, okay, I say it's behavior if I were to put it in the words right, because I mentioned grabbing the bridge and you sort of objected to that, but the way he grabbed the bridge, right? He grabbed the bridge in both scenes, right? That is
Yeah.
true. I will concede to that because I was looking as I was writing today. I was looking through the scenes. I was looking at them frame by frame, and yes, they both grab the bridge. But what is the result of both scenes of them grabbing the bridge, right? Because if you see in the original scene, God's the immediate concern of Admiral Stenz is that there's people on the bridge that still haven't evacuated, right? So they mobilize the military around that part of the bridge because Godzilla is arriving to kill the Mutos, right? So the military mobilized, right? Godzilla is trying to avoid them, but then they start shooting because it could hurt the civilians, it could kill them, right? And then they start attacking them, and then things start to escalate as he rises from the water to see if he can, avoid the military. But then he finds a bridge there, so he grabs the bridge, but he's not actually trying to destroy the bridge, right? He grabbed it and then he let go of the bridge, and then we see him stumbling as he gets fired upon, and then he crashes through the bridge. As opposed to the show in the Monarch show, where he intentionally grabs the bridge and pushes through it. That to me shows like intent, like he's actually.
I know where my disagreement is right now. My disagreement is the sole fact that like in the Legacy of Monarch, I don't see him grabbing the bridge. I see the same scene in 2014 where like they're firing on him and he's trying to force his way through. I see in the exact scene, I'll point it out, like there's a scene where it's like a part of the wiring or the cabling of the bridge wraps around his arm, and like an animal stuck, he tries to force his way through it, and a large part of concrete, falls down and like drags the bus down. For me, I don't see that as a character change. I see it as just another perspective on how that situation could have went. Because even in 2014, when he kind of slams through the bridge to like get away from the missiles firing on him, like there are buses, there are people who would have had their own experiences with that, yada yada. But it's like I can see where in Legacy of Monsters they reshot that to make it a little bit more survivable. Because in my opinion, in 2014, when he did that, where she was standing, she would have been flung out with like a bunch of the other rubble. The two buses that are on the edge, she would not have been privy to because they survived and her bus didn't.
I don't really get that point.
So to expand on that, I would argue that there are ways to have her only survive, but also have the bus, fall by positioning the bus in a way in which that that only that could fall. Like I wrote in the script, right? Because I wrote in the script. Let me see if I can find it. Because I have it right here.
We also just actually see in 2014 other buses survive that close to the
No, but again, like we've seen other buses survive, but hers didn't.
No. What the point you were making was that in the original 2014.
My point was in the original 2014. No, my point was like the point I just made in the original 2014. Like replay it real quick.
Yep. So right there, there's 1, 2, 3 buses.
Those buses survived. Those buses survived. Hers did not. Replay. No. Wait. Time out. Now replay the scene from Legacy of Monsters. I know you're risking your stream.
Yeah. 1 sec. Do you want to start?
Don't you have a watermark
out here?
Huh?
I can't put a watermark on StreamYard.
Yeah. Oh. I mean, like we're criticizing it. Like if they come after him, we'll like we're.
Well, no, because remember when you and I had that -1 trailer stream? A whole bit of us talking over it literally got copyrighted, so I had to remove it from the stream to keep the video up. But
all right,
we should just keep talking as much as we can.
Yeah. We no audio. There's no audio, so like
there's no audio, and I'm also increasing the speed too of the video, so it goes by quicker.
Yeah.
So like,
wait, time out. Rewind it real quick and pause it when like Godzilla's on stream.
Right here?
Yeah, right there. Exactly. So right there, you can see obviously that there's something tied around his arm, right? Like we all see that. There's that red cabling tied. There's that red cabling.
I'll use my cursor to follow that rebel that hits because it's right.
If you want to, So for me, that doesn't seem like an act of malice or a change in like 2014. That seems like just a restructuring of the shot where we see a bit more of Godzilla's struggle.
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about when he play the clip from the very beginning
from Legacy Monsters.
Yeah. When that shot. See there, he's grabbing.
So the that's bridge, pretty consistent as to how it is in like.
Yeah, he grabs the bridge in 2014.
He
no,
grabs
I
it,
mean,
but
no. Okay,
however,
he grabs it here and then pushes through it. But in 2014, he grabs the bridge and then he lets go. Here, he doesn't let go. He just continues pushing through.
So for again, like this just reiterates my point that like if we're talking about such a small difference in like that one frame of the shot, like I don't think it's worth critiquing. If we're talking about like how Godzilla ends this bus full of children's life, like I'm willing to talk about that. It still seems more of like the unforeseen consequences of a giant monster. He's reacting to something pulling at his arm, so he pulls it, it lands on the bus because it's rubble and they go down. But if we're talking about the one action of him grabbing on the bridge and pushing in, I can just argue that that's a scene they decided wasn't worth showing in 2014 because there are multiple skips in 2014 before him grabbing the bridge and then pushing on it before the army starts firing him. Like he rises out of the ocean in 2014 and call it like
Okay, so what I would argue is that there are better, because actually found the way I would fix it, right, is to have the same scene played out as 2014, but you have Kate standing outside the bus at the exact moment, because at the you see that scene that he was playing.
Yeah.
I think it was yeah,
this
where
one.
the bus driver sort of wipes away the window. That's
Oh,
where
yeah.
Godzilla growls. So you have Kate standing outside to see what's going on, or you could have her before that have her put a bus in front of her bus, so that way the driver can't see what's happening, and so Kate decides to go outside to investigate and inform and come back and inform him to see what's happening,
okay.
hear what the police are saying, how they navigate
Well,
traffic.
I
And
know how
then
to end. I know how to end this because like you're explaining what's going on in your video that you're planning on writing, and I don't want you to spoil the video. I think it's just a different way we approach criticism. Like when I criticize something that's already been written, like for me personally, I can't interject my own, idealizations or like what I want in a scene because I don't know if that would have gone over well in any of the production like hierarchies, like any form of media, there's a production hierarchy where they tell you to cut things. I don't know if that would have made it for like my vision of what the legacy of monster scene should have been. Because if we're talking about like if we could do it better, yeah, I think I have a scene that could have been better than that, like for sure. I don't know if it would have been one that would have been greenlit. So when I criticize Legacy of Monsters, I'm criticizing how they handled the story aspects that they were given and not necessarily like these film, I don't know the word for it, but like these filmographic, takes on like how these scenes went that also transpired in other lore. So for me,
Well,
that's
it's
just
like
outside
it's
of my
just a
realm. So
continuity.
I
I think
think oh, go ahead.
like at least what I would say is that like if ultimate like we could do complete total rewrites where Kate is in a completely different location within the events of 2014. I think that the value of a rewrite for a person when looking at this matters, or at least has some relevance, is if you're keeping as close to the story that's been given as possible. And considering the fact that you also have existing material to begin with, if you can write a scenario that does not require more effort on the studio's part to produce more material by saving them money while also doing them a favor by keeping your lore consistent. But I think that that's important to make note of, especially if you can point it out yourself. But then
well, for me,
you can
like
go
I
to the
think
next
that's
point. Well, wait. Because
oh
if you go
sorry,
to
go
the
ahead.
next point and say that hypothetically an executive would say no to that, I think that that's also bad too, because that ultimately we're pointing to another criticism with how media is created as well, because you're putting writers in a position where they have to contradict old work while also trying to justify their own work because they are mandated in this certain way. And I think that outside of media criticism, outside of criticizing the media itself, I think it is also important that I never thought about what Pyro said right there about an exec saying something. I think it would also be important to also bring that into account because if we can come up with these really good ideas, but execs just can't get in the way of it, but we
Well,
don't
wait.
criticize this kind of practice, I think that is
Well,
missing.
wait. Time out. Because,
Yeah.
like, I just got to explain real quick. That's been the point I've been coming at this from. Like, I've been paying attention to chat. I see Braden and, Mexi, like, commenting a lot where, and one of the things I'd say, like, while it would be more visually stunning to watch, like, all of the scales of Godzilla wipe by in an instant and take this bus out, like, looking at it from a studio executive position, it's just not feasible. You'd have to have everyone working overtime to get all of Godzilla's scale and complete definition because there's idiots like us who are going to pause at every frame to make sure it's detailed properly. Otherwise, we're going to complain about what? Bad CGI.
Okay,
So when I come from like they had to remake that entire scene, like I understand where they.
Real quick before you continue, I think Vic said he had to leave. Vic, are you still here?
Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, you said you had to go. Do you want to show real quick before you bounce out?
Sure.
All right, floor is yours.
All right. Well, just for the sake of the stream, like I'm personally very excited for Godzilla X Kong. It looks like it has everything like that I'm gonna like within my tastes. I was really impressed by GVK. I love that film. It's my second favorite Godzilla film, only behind Godzilla 98. And I'm just really looking forward to what comes next. Personally, like I agree that there's many like continuity errors and mishaps, but all in all, it doesn't subtract from my love of the Monsterverse. And then with everything else, you can find me as Jacrispy Vic on Twitter and other handles. I have an art account called Vic Monstrous or Vic's Monstrosities, where I push a lot of my art and my commissions. I do commissions for characters and kaiju alike. And then for G98 stuff, I have my Kaiju Not YouTube channel, where so far I have some interviews with cast and production crew of Godzilla 98. And then also my Godzilla G98 appreciator account on Twitter as well.
Awesome. You have a good one, Vic. I think you mentioned that you might be able to come back later if you want to.
Yeah, if the stream's still going and there's time, I'll be back probably.
Yeah, no, you're definitely welcome to come back. You have a good one, man.
Have a good
Have
one.
a good one. See ya, man.
Peace.
Peace.
Bye.
There's this one point I wanted to make, right? So, what was the thing you said, Zim, before I left?
About are you talking about what I mentioned in terms of like execs or
Oh yeah, I remember now. So
you're welcome.
So the exercise in me just thinking of a better scene is an exercise in, okay, I see what the writer was trying to do. I can see what their intentions were. I can see what they were going for. So how do we make it so that what he wants to happen happens without having to resort to retcons? And because I mean, I'm not saying that this is like I said, a world-breaking issue, but like Braden said, it is indicative of the mindset. So if there is a way to achieve what it is they want without, because I think it is doable to achieve what the writers want without having to resort to contradicting certain scenes.
Can I offer my disagreement to that real quick?
Oh, sure.
My thing would be that like I like just fundamentally on the idea that like no, I disagree. Like if a author or someone who is writing a script and writing a show or something like that, and they need to have a scene that's putting across some type of feeling and it gets watered down by, quote unquote, the execs, I don't think that like in any way that as a reviewer, as someone who's consuming the property that's produced, that we can say like, oh, we can take what the author meant, we can see what the author meant here, because at the end of the day we never saw that idea go through. And like we can use King Toronos, check out his comic, check out his Instagram, that Lizard King Productions. He brought up the example of Tolkien, which is kind of perfect. And if you don't like that, like we can look at, George Lucas when it comes to Star Wars, because he's still alive. People have control of his universe and his world that he made, but when it comes to the representation and the stories he wanted to tell, like at this point in time of, the 17th of January, 2024, you have to ask him. When it comes to J.R.R. Tolkien, we can't ask him because he's dead. So we don't really know when it comes to the author's intent or, the actual intent of a scene, of a story. We don't know what was there because, in part, in my view, like a part of that got watered down when it came to like the corporate managing of that. You see it in books all the time where it's like authors will tell you regularly, oh, I wanted to have this scene in here to explain how this character worked, but the studios and the producers and the publishers shot me down on that, and they wanted to make it a long burn so we can make more books. Like on every stage of the corporate side of creativity, it's like you do get a lot of watering down, a lot of like, well, we need to meet these quotas and these limits, and if you don't, there is the very real threat that these people will throw you out and choose somebody else.
Okay, so that is true to a certain extent, because that does happen. There are scenes that were deleted from certain movies that would have made the movie infinitely better, because it would have aided the story, it would have helped with the plot, but they were removed for certain reasons. The example that I'm thinking about right now is The Incredible Hulk with Edward Norton in 2008. The scene where Bruce Banner is about to commit suicide, but the Hulk hulks out and I guess you could say, saves him in the Arctic. That scene would have aided the character in so many ways, but it was cut because Kevin Feige wanted something in particular. He also cut that scene from General Ross discussing the philosophy of the Hulk. That would have added a layer of depth to his character instead of having what we got. Which I don't think what we got was too bad, but it was a bit surface level. I think it was a sort of caricature of General Ross, as opposed to like an actual character named General Ross that we can relate to, that we can understand, etc.
Well, my thing when it comes to those examples would be like, do you think that the characters would have been taken more seriously if these things from the author were included?
Yes. However, my overall point is that in studios like, let's say, Disney, Marvel, I would assume that what you're suggesting would be the case. But so far with the Monsterverse, I haven't seen corporate restrictions regarding certain things that certain directors want. Because, for example, the only thing I can think of right now is the Toho monsters. Because sometimes the people are like, oh, why don't we have this Toho monster, that Toho monster?
That's what you have to look at.
But that's not their fault. Like a Legendary,
Yeah,
Warner
it
Bros.,
is.
that's not their fault.
Yeah, it is.
So they don't want it.
Let's take an example. Let's take Godzilla for an example right now. Like when there's a subsection of people in general who watch the movies and they understand the symbolism of Godzilla and quote unquote the bomb, because that's what everyone always goes back to is the bombs. It's like, yeah, there's a very clear recognition that there are some things that our studios, when we make these movies, aren't willing to portray. And one of them, whether you want to go across Marvel and how they had to shoot Captain America 2, The Winter Soldier, or like any movie that shows the American government in a bad light, like there are careful steps that like have to be taken when it comes to the production levels, getting funding, especially from like our government that does a lot of funding of these movies. Yeah, that does have to be taken into account. Like, why hasn't Godzilla been shown as, the monster that, he was created as in an American light? Like, those are one of the questions that has to be answered. And, for a lot of people, not me necessarily, I think a lot of it has to do with like, yeah, a lot of our studios don't want to take the risk of painting our government in a negative light as creating the problem that we now have to deal with.
Well, yeah,
I think too,
mean,
but then
that's
also wouldn't the point be that
go ahead.
like outside of criticizing the art, wouldn't that also it would I think it's also important to then criticize the studios and how things are produced and what we are allowed or not allowed to make art wise.
That's a part of
Yeah,
it,
I
but
don't
like
think
that's
the
a part
key
of the
character.
conversation that I was gonna say real quick. That's a part of the conversation that like I'll have it, but like I'll stray away from it when it comes to Godzilla. But like
Well, yeah, no,
understand,
I think we all want to stray away from
yeah,
it, but I think that
like
if we want to get
no,
into
like
like art criticism like that, I think that is.
but again, like when we're talking about the one scene in like, you know, Legacy of Monsters, it's why I bring this up. Like if we don't all understand that there are these creative like half-ass lanes we, you know, Hollywood takes and we accept those, then we're going to be here forever criticizing what Hollywood gives us because it's nothing but shit. If we're going so far as to criticize, they reshot a scene where, you know, Godzilla pushes his way through the bridge because of bomb fire in 2014, and they reshot it in Legacy of Monsters. Like I said earlier, that's not as big as a criticism as, oh, they completely rewrote the entire functionality of the Hollow Earth. They added more, in fact. Or like, oh, these bits of survivability for human characters doesn't make sense. Or like you were pointing out earlier, Zim, oh, Godzilla just resurfaced after this when in the mainline reality he didn't. Like those are the criticisms.
Well, I think it's true, but I think that there's room for all of it, and I think that's like at least in Black's case and my own in the future. I think that that's the value of long form content. Is being able to
Oh,
get all this
don't bring content into this and long because like that's just another thing entirely.
I mean, that's the wonderful world of the rabbit hole.
My thing is like
real
my
quick,
thing is simply
you got
go
another
like
one leaving.
oh damn.
Yeah, Pena. Pena, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. Anything you want to show, my man, or you just bouncing off and saying goodbye?
Well, first off, I didn't get to introduce myself. Sorry for sticking around and not saying
You're
much.
fine. Don't worry.
All right. For starters, my name is J.S. Pena. Well, I've been a Godzilla fan since I was little, and at first I thought this stream was just gonna be like issues with the Monsterverse, like small issues, but I paid attention to small amounts, but holy shit, I did not know there was a lot wrong. And I have not seen Legacy of Monsters, and given to what criticisms I've heard on this stream and from others, kind of glad I didn't. And I have a channel which is also titled JS Pena. I'll put in the private chat.
Yeah, send in private chat and I'll bring it to the front. Thank you.
And I'm still gonna watch Godzilla and Kong: The New Empire, but I don't expect it to be amazing, even though I hope they do improve upon like with the human characters, which they probably won't, but
One sec, did you cut out there, Pena?
yeah, hold on, I paused for a second.
No, you're good, don't worry. One sec, I'm also texting someone else as well.
Anyway, did someone on this panel say which one of you guys said that Madison Russell was a terrible person, or did that person leave?
Oh, that was me. That was me. Yeah, no. I have reasons to believe that she is a terrible person.
Do you mean Madison or Emma?
Both.
Huh?
Can you give me the reasons for Madison so I can leave, or is that going to take a while?
Oh, that may or may not take a while, depending on how I word it. So I'm going to word it as short and concise as I possibly can. I mean, I want to finish. I don't want it to start another discussion because I want to finish the whole Kate Rand and the reshoot thing. So,
yeah.
So the movie wants to establish that she's following her mother's footsteps the right way. However, her mother's footsteps were that of doom. Because her mother pretty much doomed the entire world. Now, according to what she said, what Millie Bobby Brown said, she says that okay, so her character is trying to be like her mother the right way, but given the type of things that Emma believed and did, there isn't really a right way to go about it. And on top of that, she's willing to defend Godzilla, who is killing thousands of people, for seemingly no reason. Well, of course, we know that there is a reason, but as far as they know, they don't know that he has a reason, and I don't think they ever uncovered it. Okay, no, they do uncover it. I mean, it was a stupid reason nonetheless, but yeah, she continues to defend his very existence, and I wish I touched upon this in what's the name of the video again? No Sympathy for the Monster. That's a video that I made, but I wish I touched upon this. I guess I was thinking so hard about that other video called Sympathy for the Monster, and how people talked about Shin, saying, oh, he's a tragic being. I guess I completely forgot to mention that. Of course, that is something I'm going to mention in my other video, my GBK video that's been taking about a better part of the year to make. But yeah, she pretty much is a mirror of her mother, and there are other pieces of evidence that I will touch upon when that video comes out, hopefully eventually. So, but yeah, that's my main.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was interested in seeing Legacy. Okay, hold on. I'm speeding up a bit. Well, thank you for your reasoning and for telling me why you think that. And all right, my reason for not seeing Legacy of Monsters is because some criticisms like it's boring as hell, and like it focuses on this character, Kate, I think she says, is that, and instead of
Kate Randa
instead of Monarch and Godzilla. And when I heard okay, like I heard the beginning of the show was interesting. Like she hates Godzilla because of she was a teacher and her students got killed when he fell through the bridge.
Yeah,
Is that correct? All right, I was like, okay, that's interesting. But then I heard that it's because I'll try to make this quick. Apparently, she discovers that her dad had another family, and he kept it from her. And I was like, oh god, it sounds like CW shit.
Oh, it is. It absolutely is.
And
I mean, to an extent.
Apparently about the passage of time through the Hollow Earth. When I heard about that, I was like, wait, what the hell? That wasn't explaining Godzilla versus Kong.
Nope.
Anyway, and I also heard like Kate Randa's a bit of a bitch, and like you said, she's a terrible person.
Oh yeah. That's what the video I'm making is focused on. Her characterization, and I'm going to compare her to different characters. And I've actually wanted your input on it while you guys are here, because I've been wanting to compare her to Edward Norton's Hulk and Daredevil in season 3, because I'm comparing it to characters that have lost everything, and despite this still strive to be better people. I was wondering like if there were any other examples that I could use to compare Kate Randa with that have gone through something similar to her.
Sam Winchester and Dean Winchester from Supernatural. I was gonna say Hiroshi is really similar to John in that aspect of like how he acts and like also what he ended up doing. But like Sam and Dean aren't like terrible like Kate is.
I'd say like don't compare them to Marvel characters, because like again, like unless I'm mistaken or I missed something, she don't get no superpowers from this bullshit. Like,
no. That's not it. That's not it at all. I'm talking about specifically the characterization. Of course, I'm looking for different characters because I don't want to do just Marvel characters. Is my point. I don't want to just focus.
Well, no. I mean, like when I say Marvel characters, I mean like you pointed out like Daredevil and the Hulk, and like Marvel characters, they go through tragic past, but they also get like some type of power to like do the whole power and responsibility bullshit. I would go for characters.
Not with Daredevil.
Doesn't he get like enhanced hearing and bullshit? Like isn't his
but that's like
powers like super deafness?
No, so he was blinded as a kid, but the chemicals that blinded him also enhanced his hearing, so he has this sort of radar sense. But that's like his main superpower. But at the very beginning of season 3, he kind of loses this because a building falls on him, and it takes like half the season for him to recover.
Okay. No, listen, don't spoil your video. Like I haven't seen Daredevil as much as like Godzilla and shit. My only thing was like I would go for characters like Sam and Dean, for the simple fact, like, they don't really get any powers from this. And if Daredevil falls into this and the characters like the Hulk you're falling into it for, like, look at them, because, like, comparing it to a character that has this drastic responsibility on their hands and how they handle their powers might get tricky when you're talking about a character who just loses everything, Like if I lose everything, that's different than if I gain the power of the Hulk and I now have to learn how to deal with my anger and emotions.
I would say like
I mean-
it can work. I would say it's just not as applicable. The reason why I brought up Sam, Dean, and John is specifically because of the fact that they are dealing with an absentee father who also started a family of their own, and we actually get to see a whole lot of the dynamic as well. Not to mention also being in TV format, you're dealing with like similar characters who are allowed to have a similar runtime and get all their emotions and their characterizations really out there. So that's why I brought up Sam and Dean, at least for me.
Yeah,
All
and the
right.
reason I include Daredevil in my video is because he pretty much loses everything in that episode. By the way, you should definitely watch Daredevil. It's like one of the best TV shows in like it's right up there with like if I had like a top 3 list of best TV shows, I would include Breaking Bad, Peaky Blinders, Better Call Saul, and Daredevil. Maybe not in that order, but yeah, those are.
Oh, I'm more interested in letting our friend go because, like, I do want to start another conversation with you. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. I'm about to leave, and apparently, yeah. Basically, I heard that Monarch was not that good, but you guys saying it's eh.
Well, like I would say definitely like we're saying it's watch it for yourself. That's what I always recommend for anyone.
All right.
Regardless of like what I think content is. That's always
Yeah,
my
from your own
personal watch on
opinion.
things.
Well, I'm not gonna be honest. Given from what I've heard, I think I'll probably just skip it. But yeah, basically from what I heard, Kay's a bit of a bitch, and well, of course she's a lesbian because well, modern day. But whatever. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, I was just no, actually, you know what? It's better if I don't say this in the stream. Let's just say I saw this post, right, that pretty much says, yeah, she pretty much enforces a stereotype. I thought it was funny, but you know, I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna say
Alright.
that I saw that post.
Probably best. I mean, we don't want to get Zim like.
Get me
Monetized.
Oh, I've been monetized. You've been hit with the demonetization, but I don't even get money from this.
Yeah.
I'll send you a super chat if I
Apologies
can,
in advance, by the way.
or can I?
What'd you say, Pena?
I said I'll give you a super chat if I can, but I don't think I. Are
I
you not
know-
monetized?
I'm not monetized through
Oh, okay.
YouTube, but what's it called? Like through Patreon and stuff is like
Oh,
how
okay.
you can do donations as well as coffee. Coffee is essentially where I can get my super chats done through. I'll actually do the link right here for anyone who does want to. I just don't chill it because like I don't expect y'all to give me money. It's appreciated if it is. Bam, 1 second. Let me do the link here. And I'll do the link there. But yeah, definitely.
well-
You stay safe, stay healthy, Pena, and you
All
have a
right,
good
thank
one, my
you.
man. Of
All
course.
right, and nice seeing you, Eric, in the background.
Yeah, no, Eric's about to join, so that's gonna be another person to make it full
All right.
again.
Bye, guys. Nice meeting you, or meeting you again. I don't. Yeah.
All right, see you, man.
Peace.
See ya.
And then
I have a
there's me,
question, Black.
Back before. Eric, how's it
I have
going,
a
man?
I have a question, Black.
Yes.
Madison Russell.
Yeah.
That's the character you have a problem with?
Okay. Listen, the character I have the most problem with in the entire Monsterverse is Emma Russell, but she is amongst the worst. I guess
I
the
mean,
worst
like-
characterized ones.
I mean, like for me, it's like I can understand not liking Madison Russell because she's not fleshed out enough as a character, but like as an angsty 12-year-old, which is like as she's like, yeah, cool. You want to be just like your parents. I understand all of the angsty teenage bullshit you're going through. You're latching onto your daddy who can read animal behaviorals like a fucking wizard, and your mom who has this, you know, ultra utilitarian goal of helping the world and all the nature bullshit. Like, yeah, I can understand. So for me, it's like that's the problem, unless there's something else I did miss.
No, remember that the mother is genocidal, by the way. But
Yeah,
no,
but like
in the movie, she's
wait,
not,
time out. 7th. Seventh. For me, the problem is like her mom isn't genocidal. Emma Watson isn't She's not
Emma
genocidal.
Watson?
Yeah.
Emma Russell, not Emma Watson.
Emma. Oh my lord, Harry Potter, like fucking Hermione. Sorry, Emma Russell.
Avada
Sorry.
Kedavra.
There are certain names where you say them, and I immediately. Emma Russell isn't genocidal. She is stupid. She is incredibly stupid. She is mind-numbingly, impossibly stupid. But she's not genocidal.
She's
Okay,
inadvertently
I'm using that term
genocidal.
hyperbolically. I'm
But
using
I mean,
that
no,
term
you're
hyperbolically.
technically correct. She's just unknowingly genocidal. Like,
She's
I
not.
think
She's
she
not.
intended
She's
to
not.
be.
No. She's not genocidal. She's stupid. Let's be real here. She doesn't intend to eradicate or eliminate one specific group. She is just ridiculously stupid. She thinks that
Oh, no.
unleashing
Okay, I see what's
giant
going on here.
monsters is.
This
For
is why I
me-
really
Going
wanted
on
to
here.
see
It's 'cause
Animus
he's
be on
using
here
the
because he
literal-
really likes
he's using the-
Cotton.
No, he's using the literal definition of the word.
I'm using the literal definition, but then on top of that, I'm adding on to the fact that, like, in the way her mother spat her bullshit, do you honestly expect an angsty 17-year-old who has grown up in this really weird family dynamic of
He's a 12-year-old.
scientist
Not
versus?
even 17.
I mean, like, yeah, but like in the movies, she's 17. In other
GVK
ancillary,
specifically.
yeah, like GVK. Looking at Godzilla versus Kong, she's supposed to be 12, but it's like I can expect this really young person to latch on to the worst aspects of both of her parentage. The person who wants to save the world no matter the cost and they're too stupid to recognize it, like Emma, and then the person who reads animal behaviors to a really weird pinpoint to the fact that he lets his relationship crumble to study wolves, like her father. I can expect that. That's not a bad character
Actually, no,
for me.
that wasn't why that relationship crumbled.
No,
I'll say-
no, the reason
like,
why
I'll
it crumbled is
defend
because
that.
he became an alcoholic.
I'm talking about. Listen, I'm talking about the parental dilemmas. Like, I may get it wrong on their origins on why they split up, but like looking at her two parents, I understand why she took the route she took, and she tried to find a way with her mom, and then she tried to vouch for Godzilla even though he was murdering thousands upon thousands of people with his little rampages. Like, that's not bad characterization. It's the fact that we get nothing else.
Okay, so first of all, let me correct you on something. In King of the Monsters, she was 12. In Godzilla vs. Kong, she was 17. I wanted to clear that out. The second.
Oh no,
thing
that's
I
not a
want to-
correction. I said 12 at the beginning. Good.
Oh,
She was
okay.
12 and she was 12 in King of the Monsters. That's what I was referencing, not GVK, but
Oh.
like
Oh,
King,
oh, no,
King
'cause
of
I
the
was referring to
Monsters
GVK.
with her mom, like a 12-year-old latching on to her parental figure. That's not unheard of. That's very realistic, in fact.
Okay, so the second thing is, do children at the age of 12 not form morals?
They form morals, but those morals are only based on what, the parents kind of decide. Like when we're talking about real life children, they kind of default on the realm and the world their parents provided. So if Emma Russell and she has control of this 12-year-old Madison because they're allowed to stay at a fucking bunker, and yeah, it's understandable for me that, like, even with the conflicting morals that Madison showed in Godzilla King of the Monsters, those were the start of those emotions. And when those events happened, she didn't have the proper moral framework to be like, hell, mom, you're crazy. This is super genocide. Like, she should have. At 12-year-old.
No, she does.
Yeah,
'Cause
but
remember,
like,
that was the whole conflict,
no,
was that-
no, she does, but considerably fucking late. She does it after a point when mommy releases three-headed
Devil.
space funny, yeah, like Space Devil, and it's like,
You're telling me that my plan to kill millions of people ended up killing millions of people? Why would this
Yeah.
happen?
No, exactly. So if you're asking me if I expect a 12-year-old to realize the consequences of their mistakes before they make the mistake, as someone well into their 20s, no, not really. They're children. They do dumb things. They take the wrong message sometimes. I don't view that as a
What exactly did mommy sell you?
yeah, exactly.
love that line.
No, but
It's
time
a
out. Wait,
funny
you
line.
you say that as a funny line, but like, what did mommy sell little Madison on? from the movie's perspective, she sold Madison on like, hey, releasing the ancient titans of human destruction that we worshipped was going to lead to world peace. So
Yeah,
it's understandable that she took that message and it
Oh
took
no, it's a funny
Ghidorah
line,
being
and I
released.
do
No,
understand it. But
technically she's right that there would be world peace because none of the humans are alive to create any war.
Oh no, it's not that none of the humans are alive. It's that very, very few of them are alive under the
No, I'm
jurisdiction
joking.
of
I'm joking.
monsters. Oh no, I know, but like the reality is so much funnier. It's
True.
so much
it's
funnier.
like a Luddite civilization. It's like a Luddite civilization. Yeah, that like the very ending of Godzilla. What's it called? The Planet Eater. Yeah, Godzilla the Planet Eater.
Yeah.
Where everybody's living like Luddites. I mean, I think it's an interesting concept, but like for the MonsterVerse, nah, I don't know.
It's an interesting concept as a period piece for Godzilla in general. Like, put him in the past where people can't fight his power. But, like, in the Monsterverse where they're trying to play, it's like, again, like, my question is, like, Madison Russell? Like, she has the strongest characterization as, like, just angsty teen levels of bullshit. And everything she does, I can accept under that label of she's an angsty teen and she's not listening to her parents. Why does she go on this magical adventure where she does nothing in GVK? Angsty teen bullshit. Why doesn't she listen to her mom? Why does she turn against her mom and fucking, Godzilla King of the Monsters? Angsty teen bullshit. I can accept that under her
I
character.
wouldn't generalize that way. I wouldn't generalize because for one, like she is exceptionally annoying. Especially like she treats Josh, the fat kid, the kid from Deadpool 2. He treats him like garbage like a lot of the time. Like an accessory. And I get some people are like that, but I mean to say that like to generalize and go, well, teenagers are usually like that. I mean, no. I mean, I would say teenagers have mellowed down over the generation.
No, I'll put it like this. I think your problem comes from the fact that, like, as a character, she's just not a good one. Madison Russell, from what we've seen on screen, is not a person who will take into account her best friend, her only friend, whatever you want to call it, their fucking desires. She is not a good person, but like she's a good character. But like as a character in her writing, it follows.
It's consistent.
Yeah, like it follows. Like she comes from this really weird dysfunctional family, and it's like they got a reason to be dysfunctional, but like, is she a bad character? No. If you want to point out things that make her a shitty person, like that's in character. She unironically causes the deaths of several hundreds or thousands more people when she activates the Orca in Godzilla King of Monsters, and it draws Ghidorah near, who demolishes a couple of buildings, and then Godzilla comes. Like, she does that.
The question is, though, what were the writers' intents? Did they want her to be seen as virtuous or no? Because we'd have to look at the interviews and what the writers actually say about her in order to confirm.
Well, no, like I don't believe that. Like I don't believe that. Fuck the writers in the interviews. What did they show us on screen? Of all the characters in the Russell family, like what role did Madison play?
Well, I mean, okay, but here's the thing, though, right? Like, if we look at what the writers were intended, we can compare and see what the movie actually shows us, and go, you wanted to do this, but then you did this.
But like after this entire conversation, like after this entire stream, like understanding the limits of directors and like the corporations that make these movies, we understand that writers aren't going to be able to get their complete message across. So again, I'm left with what they were able to get across on screen. In the character development of Madison Russell, she's an angsty teenager, quite literally caught between the split of two characters. She's the Orca. That's all. She's the Orca. She's the person that draws the kaiju like the machine to a certain point so they can fight and we can see their point. Her character isn't even a thought because we're focused on, Emma Russell and we're focused on Big Daddy Russell. I forget his name.
Mark.
Yeah, Mark, exactly. We're focused on Mark Russell and we're focused on Emma Russell. And the main, conflict in their story is the fact that long ago, when their son Andrew died, they split up because one could focus on one thing and the other wanted to focus on the other. Emma Russell is treated as an afterthought. As a character, that's her problem. She's treated as an afterthought. She's stuck in this angsty teen level phase where that's what we get for 2 movies. But like, as she's written, as she's perceived, like, it follows she's an angsty teen and she does angsty teen shit. And GVK, she lugs her best friend into danger, and Godzilla, King of the Monsters, she rebels, and she learns that rebellion might actually be a good thing because mommy wants to summon the 3-headed devil.
So it's consistently bad. Therefore, is that what
like that's the thing. Like, is it bad?
Did I miss out on something here? What's going on? I need context.
No, I'm just like, fuck. I'm debating little Godzilla points. Like, that's it. Like,
oh, okay.
Debating Madison Russell's character.
Because I know, because I saw the title, like Monsterverse, Monarch, something. I was just gonna be like,
we're going in depth, like
it has its hit or misses, and that's basically it.
We're going in depth in the Monsterverse and pointing out like all these little contradictions when it comes
I heard
to
a bit about Madison Russell, right? We were talking about it.
Yeah. When it comes to Madison Russell, like, I think she's one of the strongest characters because she stayed fucking consistent.
She's so annoying,
like
though.
She's annoying, but in the
like she's so annoying.
Wait, time out. Time out. You say she's annoying, but yes.
Yeah, it's the point.
She's an annoying. Wait, time out. She's an annoying prepubescent child character, and they try and put as much faith and as much like story-driven aspect into it, but in reality, what we want to see is Emma and Graham or whatever the fuck his name is. That's all we want to see. We want to see how their story. What is Emma's story other than being torn apart by the 2 main characters? And then in GVK, like, her dad's back. They couldn't get the actress who played Emma Russell back, so like she's fucking
definitely
dead.
Disappearance of the author.
Wait a minute. Wait, what? Wait, the actor or the actress that plays Emma Russell isn't going to come back for what?
No, I misspoke. Emma Russell's character is dead. Like, she got murked by King Ghidorah with like the fucking molten Godzilla, whatever the fuck you want.
Oh,
like, she's dead. So Emma Russell's dead. All Madison has to cling to is her father, who's again this animal behavioralist, specialist. Like, again, her character is the angsty teen, and in a relationship where an angsty teen drives their best friend to do shit who's a little bit weak-willed, like, that's realistic. It's a bit Marvel-y. It's a bit Spider-Man, Peter Parker for my like, but yeah, it's there. Like, her character is one of the strongest that they haven't really fucked with.
Wait. You said realistic under what basis? I don't think anybody would willingly put I think people because
were you saying that 17-year-old kids can't drive or something, or like
no, hold on, that's not my point. My point is okay. Then this is something that people have overlooked in GVK because I have watched that film and I know that film like the back of my hand because I was I'm still making a video.
Please tell me you love GVK. You love GVK, right?
No. Hold on. Wait. Time out. Let him finish. Go. What you're saying?
Yeah. So let him cook. So what I want to get across. Is they show that the school that Madison is in shows the initiative by providing psychological aid for the victims of Pensacola. I think it was the attack of Pensacola. So the students. According to I think it was Wingard that said this. According to Wingard, that she gets bullied for believing in
that was in the novel.
Yeah. So of course we don't see this in the movie because this was cut and it was cut for time.
Obviously,
because, people want to get to the monsters, which was a mistake, but whatever. Anyway, so they okay, what was my point? Okay. So they established that people bully her for believing in Godzilla. That implies that the students are smart enough to recognize that Godzilla is a threat.
That's where you get it mistaken.
What?
That's where you get it mistaken. It's not believing in Godzilla. It's the placing faith in Godzilla as the savior. After watching
that's
him,
what I meant. That's
oh,
what I
sorry.
meant.
Okay, sorry, my bad. Continue, please continue. That's my bad.
Yeah, okay. So I mean, like the wording might not be perfect, but overall, but yeah. So the students are smart enough to acknowledge that he is enough of a threat to see someone that places faith in Godzilla to be like, what? What's this person talking about? Is this person like a terrorist? What's he talking about? What are you talking about? What are you doing defending this person that
Is this guy
for all we know?
schizo, dude? Is this guy
Wait,
For
time
all
out,
we know,
no. Yeah, like, is this guy schizo? Like, what
Is
the
this
fuck
guy
is wrong
schizo?
with him?
yeah.
No, but like that, like
For all we know, one of the kids probably had a parent that got killed during the Pensacola attacks. Probably not, and I'm not saying that it happened, but someone from this in the school probably had friends or family that died in Pensacola.
Wait, no,
Someone
I won't even limit it. Wait, time
Godzilla.
out. I won't even limit it to Pensacola because, like, we got the San Francisco incident. Like,
Oh yeah,
there's
absolutely.
yeah, like when it comes to Madison Russell being bullied for like, oh, Godzilla's our savior. That is something
absolutely
I
deserves
buy.
it.
Yeah, exactly. Because I buy that. She looks like a crazy person. But continue, because like you're cooking here, and I want to let you cook. I just want to make it clear I'm not disagreeing with whatever you're cooking here. But like, continue.
Yeah, I know. Before I continue, I just want to say I think I can fix her. But anyway, so
As a child, you're talking about.
This
I'm
fool.
pretty sure she's. Wait, no, she's 17 in the and then she
You're in
turns
the
18.
cringe
Okay.
album.
Okay, so what was I gonna say? Right. So the children have not the children, the whatever the students have the common sense to
The
realize
children.
that Godzilla is not a force for good necessarily because he is indifferent of humans. He just protects the Earth, but not necessarily humans. Now, she like imagine if someone who's a victim of his attacks, be it Pensacola, California, San Francisco, whatever, sees her, goes up to her, and this is somewhat touched upon in my No Sympathy for the Monsters video. I keep bringing that up, but I swear it's relevant. Like, imagine just her going up to a victim and telling her, "Oh well, Godzilla is good. Actually, that would be like me." Going to a Holocaust survivor and going like, well, the Holocaust was justified. Actually,
Well, I think you miss one key factor in this. And
What?
it's one of the key factors that impacts the way she's bullied and the way she's treated and why people don't like listen, like why her fellow students don't listen to her. One, she is a victim of the San Francisco attacks. She lost her brother, like, it kind of split her family apart. But two, her last name is Russell. When people put the connection together, as they did in the novels, that like, hey, isn't your mommy the one who did 9/11, who did Hiroshima and Nagasaki, who did, the funny thing in
Holocaust.
Germany that we don't, yeah, like the Holocaust, like, there's a level of like, fuck everything you have to say that completely doesn't get mentioned, not in the novel and not in the media, because it's one thing to look at a Hiroshima victim and be like, the bombs were justified. Let me go through all of my arguments. But it's another thing to be, in the understanding of how, kinship relationship is different overseas than it is here in America. It's another thing to be like, yeah, my uncle was the guy who dropped the bomb on your cities. Now what?
I think this is?
Mhm.
I think this is Stockholm syndrome because I completely forgot that. Okay, she's also a victim of the San Francisco attacks. So the only logical explanation is that she is a prime example of Stockholm syndrome.
Well, no, it's not even that. But like, again, like she's got two parents who take very radical beliefs on this Godzilla, giant monsters, hootie what's it, and she's trapped between them. One of her parents views them in the classic Gareth Edwards version of like, it's just an animal doing animal territorialistic shit. And the other one, Emma Russell, is quite literally crazy. They're gods. They're meant to protect us. They're here to balance nature. But from the story,
Protect me, Godzilla! Please don't squash my home. Wait, why are
yeah,
you
like,
putting
but
your
like
over me?
from
Stop.
But the problem is, from the story perspective, that's what Godzilla is. He shows up when there's a problem. He shows up when humans start to create a problem. He didn't show up in the Cold War. He didn't show up in the Vietnam War. He didn't show up in the Korean War,
Didn't show up for
Operation
9/11.
Desert. Yeah, like he didn't show up for that. He showed up specifically when humans were releasing King Ghidorah, when the Mutos were coming
And
back to
Mechagodzilla.
life. Hold up, I'm getting there, but like he showed up when the Mutos came back and like he had to protect the world from the Mutos. He showed up when we started activating Mechagodzilla through the skull of King Ghidorah, because it's King Ghidorah and King Ghidorah is going to take care of that. Doesn't necessarily give a fuck about humans. Monsterverse Godzilla doesn't care about that. But when it comes to world balance and like all that bullshit, sure, he'll show up. He'll cause his destruction too. Madison Russell is trapped between the two very real realities in her universe that try and figure it out. And one of them's her daddy that's like, it's an animal doing what animals do. And the other one's crazy, who's telling her he's the savior of the world and he's going to save us and he's going to liberate us from all of the pollution and shit. But then she changes her mind once she realizes, oh, we released King Ghidorah. And, not all monsters are Godzilla. Like, her character is solid because she's a child. She is not a grown person doing the flip-flop, Godzilla's a savior. No, he's a destroyer. No, like, she's set on that. She believes that Godzilla is a savior. In King of the Monsters, she follows her mother until the point where she threatens the father.
Sure. That's I guess I could concede to that, but also that would lead me to my next question, and this is independent from my points with Madison, and back with my points of Godzilla and collateral damage. How many Godzilla? How many fights? If the MonsterVerse continues down this path of escalating destruction, how many monster fights can Godzilla have before the amount of blood on his hands is the same as the monsters he fights and people realize that he is a problem?
Oh, simple question, never. As long as Godzilla is fighting a villain or something that is seen to be exceptionally worse or world-ending and apocalyptic, as long as some humans survive, he'll never be seen as the villain.
I got another one for you. Literally, it's more than likely that we're going to see the final battle take place completely in the Hollow Earth ecosystem. If they're smart, they'll literally have every big fight start happening in the Hollow Earth, so then you avoid human damage altogether.
Like,
Yeah, but there's the Iwi that live there.
Escaping, like,
I bet they're not even going to touch on that in the movie.
No, like escaping what's going to happen in future movies, because we can say like, oh, they're gonna have the battle in the Hollow Earth or in Tokyo or whatever, but it's like, simply put, to keep it continuing, Monsterverse continuing, like, they're going to skirt around the fact that Godzilla himself does cause collateral damage. The only movie that's actually touched upon that was 2014, when Godzilla came ashore in Hawaii and there was a giant fucking tsunami. And everyone assumed, who witnessed that and saw it and like the reflections and all, they're dead. We don't get that anymore. It's just kind of left up to us to pick it up. Godzilla versus Kong, all those buildings in fucking Hong Kong that are destroyed in Mechagodzilla, Kong's, fucking Godzilla's rampage, they don't get hinted at. We see them waving about, but we don't see them. When it comes to the collateral damage that Godzilla causes, the next time the Monsterverse decides to depict him as maybe a little bit of threat is the next time. But until then, until they decide it ends, until they decide they want to tell that story, it's not going to happen, because the main focus is Godzilla versus other monsters.
And even then, I would say that if they decide to do it later down the line, say like a decade later, at that point it'd probably be too late, because if they continue down the path that Adam Wingard wants to go in, I'm pretty sure that they would have destroyed their world several times over. Now, I have to ask, though, how many humans need to die before Godzilla is...
Well, before you ask another question, I disagree with that. I don't think their world, needs to be destroyed several times over.
Oh no, that's not no. What I mean is that they look like the plot establishes things that like destroy the world, and I don't mean like the world as in I mean like the continuity of the world. That's what I mean.
No, I understand that. When it comes to the plot, like so far, like we've had one threat that has actually presented a threat where it's like global annihilation, complete destruction of Earth, humanity's extinction, and that's King Ghidorah. Mechagodzilla wasn't that threat. He was at best.
No, I don't mean like the villain specifically, but the actions of everybody collectively leading to that result.
Well, like that. Okay, everyone's actions collectively leading to that result. We've never seen that in the Monsterverse. It's not going to get added in at this moment. It'd be something that's
Emma Russell led Ghidorah, and then Ghidorah did his thing.
Yeah, but that's a specific villain, right? Wait. That's a specific villain, isn't it? Like,
but I'm not done.
They released Ghidorah specifically. Had they released Rodan, like, would Godzilla have taken the path of like all that shit he went through for Rodan? Had they just released Mothra like they did in the beginning, like it wouldn't have been this big old King of the Monsters ordeal if they just released Mothra. They released King Ghidorah, the one whose plan specifically from the beginning was to already terraform the planet, make it into his own domain because he's an alien creature. When it comes to GXK, it's the Scar King who wants to do another Ice Age. And from what we've been led to believe, he's already accomplished this once, and that's why he's more dangerous than Ghidorah. Mechagodzilla wasn't a threat on the level of either of these two. Like, either of these two, the options of, like, we're going to nuke it, and we're going to nuke it hard is an option. And, you know, almost immediately...
Like it wasn't just Ghidorah, because then Godzilla, when he turned into like burning Godzilla, he pretty much set off a nuke 3 times in a row. So that pretty much destroyed that whole city.
That city was already destroyed. Wait. That whole city was already
destroyed.
Wait. Time out. Wait. Because like, it wasn't that the city was destroyed completely and everyone died. It's that in the battle between King Ghidorah and, you know, Godzilla, when the military sees these two creatures going at it and they see the level of destruction that is wrought before he goes burning Godzilla, the city's already written off as a lost cause. When it comes to like realism and shit like that, cities are already a lost cause. What's going down that we wanted to avoid, the loss of life, is going down. It's lost. What happens when one of them takes charge and they proclaim themselves the new alpha is the new situation. San Francisco was already lost the moment Godzilla took 2 of King Ghidorah's heads into his hands and created a shockwave. It was lost the moment King Ghidorah decided, I'm going to drain all of the power from this area, raise Godzilla into the air, and then drop him. It was lost the moment Godzilla let off his pulses. That city was lost. It was written off as a lost cause.
Okay, yeah, I mean, they could write it off as a lost cause, but the destruction was still... I would imagine that they probably didn't expect Godzilla to literally blow up into a nuke, because I can guarantee you that you can measure that explosion in megatons. Because
actually, they did.
In a row. With the last one, they...
Even in the movie, they did. Like, even in the movie, right after,
3 times in a row, they predicted that he would explode 3 times in a row.
They don't have because you're making the mistake of saying a prediction on what's going on with Godzilla versus what actually happened. He went all 3 nukes in a row, but in the movie Godzilla King of the Monsters, several times, like after he rises from his prehistoric civilization, they make the comment that, yo, Godzilla's juiced and he's ready to fucking blow. They make note in pointing out that Godzilla is going to expel this energy one way or the other. Us as the audience, we make the mistake in believing that it's when he destroys King Ghidorah, and in several other media adaptations, they take it as to mean something else. When Godzilla goes burning,
I don't think they predicted that that he would explode not only at the magnitude that he did, but in such a quick succession. Like I said, I don't think they predicted 3.
Well, that's the thing with a prediction. Predictions are never perfect. The result is, though. If I predict that, like, yo, the bombs of Hiroshima are going to wipe out 10 square blocks, but then they wipe out 20, like, it's not I failed predicting it and how bad it was going to be, but it eclipsed that, so it's considered as a success. Predictions are considered a success when they exceed the minimal amount. If they said, hey, Godzilla's going to explode with the force of one nuclear bomb, but then he did it 3 times, it'd still be a success because, hey, at the very least, it was one nuclear bomb that he exploded with. When they said Godzilla's going overload, he's juicing it, and then he released all... Like, they didn't make specific the speculation that they were saying, but Godzilla did indeed juice it, and Godzilla did unleash all of that power from what Mothra gave him.
Okay, sure.
Not Mothra, but like the oxygen destroyer.
Oh yeah. But I mean, I guess you could say that. But at the end of the day, the city was still destroyed, and both Godzilla and Ghidorah helped with that, with like finishing off the. I would argue that, like, if Ghidorah was left to his whims, like it would have taken him much longer to just finish destroying the city than Godzilla did, because Godzilla destroyed the city faster than Ghidorah did.
But then we get into the conversation where, like, you're talking about, like, for the humans of the Monsterverse, when is enough enough? For me, the answer is as long as they survive, as long as they have a civilization to call a civilization, like, that line will be pushed. If we're talking about how much damage Godzilla needs to cause to be a monster, I'd look at, 2014, where it's like he defeated the Mutos, but like he completely destroyed San Francisco. The way they carry that over into Legacy of the Monsters and make that kind of like one of the main plots going on, like that handles that topic very well than King of the Monsters, where like the threat here is, oh, this one being will terraform the entire planet and cause our extinction. In the movie, they never really gave a time frame.
But
King of the Monsters, they never really gave a time frame.
In King of the Monsters, I think it was after the flashback. We have Emma Russell looking at the news, and it's a bunch of people protesting to kill all the Titans. I don't know. I feel like that's justified because, like I said, the Titans. I don't think the public can predict how the Titans are going to behave. As far as they know, they're just giant monsters, right? Now they do treat them as animals, but these animals, as big as they are, have no concern for human life.
I agree with you. My thing, I agree with you on that aspect. My thing is like, don't tie it to King of the Monsters. It needs to be tied to Kong Skull Island and Godzilla 2014. Godzilla 2014, that world-ending threat of the Muto spreading and like just taking up the world and killing humanity. That's a much longer threat than King Ghidorah flying over parts of a continent and terraforming it because a hurricane is there. When it comes to destruction, like what Godzilla did in 2014 gives more of that argument where it's like it like you display him as the king of the monsters and our hero in your newsreels, but he destroyed an entire city. We lured him here to destroy an entire city because Serizawa said, let them fight. Is that really right? Versus King of the Monsters, where it's like, oh, yeah, several countries have gone dark because their capitals have been wiped out. That's a much more world-ending threat than these giant monsters in San Francisco are going to have a baby, so let's lure another giant monster in to completely level the city. King of the Monsters is relevant because it's a world-ending threat, where 2014 isn't, because in that world, people across the world could push that threat off. You can't really push off the Ghidorah if he decides to fly to India. The Mutos, however, you can pretend you can protect yourself.
Well, I mean, I do believe, based off of what we've established from the Monsterverse, as far as we have, that Godzilla on his own has the capacity to destroy the world because of all the powers that they've given him.
I mean, like with Godzilla in the Monsterverse, like, yeah, he can drill down to the core of the earth and cause it to explode unless some other monster decides to punch his atomic stream and end it. Like, Godzilla can emit blasts of radiation that melt building and shit. Like, he can destroy the world. Sorry, I got the hiccups.
All right, so far.
He can destroy the world, but it would take more time than like Ghidorah, who can fly by and cause an immense hurricane that blocks out the sun. And that's where I think, like in the Monsterverse, there are your Emma Russells, there are your Madison Russells who are like, hey, well, this guy's he's actually really neat. Like he stopped that one time where we were going to be outpopulated in a couple of years, and then you release a monster that can do all of that in 12 days. Like it's like I understand. I understand why Madison Russell, after looking Ghidorah in the three faces, is like, he's actually a savior. He saved the world. He stopped Ghidorah from doing the horrible thing of terraforming the planet to look like Venus. Like that's fair. If you want to talk about how they take lives before that, no. Like King of them, like 2014, he's slamming into buildings that like you've closed the gate on people trying to evacuate. There are still people in San Francisco, and you're just letting them fight. No military, like you got the one drop team and no other military action. Like what the fuck?
Yeah. If the population was reduced by Godzilla, let's just say hypothetically that Godzilla just decided to go and kill all the Titans, so it's just him, or if he just the other Titans just never existed and it was just him and he still had all of his power-ups. If the population went from 8 billion people to let's say 500,000, would people still consider him a savior? Or let's say like,
time out. To answer that question, no. If the population drastically dropped from 8 billion to only a couple of 100,000, absolutely not. Godzilla as like the main focus monster would be seen as he is in the anime trilogy. He is a monster that destroys and does nothing but destroy, and he ended humanity. That's one of the things the anime got right. Even though the first movie of that trilogy tried to sell us on like, oh, he battled all these monsters before he turned on humanity, he still ended humanity.
It wasn't even like he turned on humanity. It was just sort of there were a bunch of other monsters that just so happened to be around, and Godzilla started killing them.
Well, no, and like I'm saying it in the frame of the Monsterverse, right? Like if that happened in the Monsterverse, every victory would be seen as a victory for humanity, and then there would be that one moment where there's not another monster to go after, and then Godzilla just torches New York or London or Dubai or fucking any of the like Beijing,
New York based.
Yeah, like exactly. There would be a point in if the anime were the Monsterverse where Godzilla just turns. The threat isn't that worth it. It's the Ion Dragon, for God's sake. Why are you going super nuclear mega burning Godzilla mode? It's not Ghidorah. It's not Hedorah. It's not any of these space monsters. It's local monster number 5. And you're going supernova and ending an entire city's worth of people. There would be that point where they, the Monsterverse civilians would have to grapple with the fact that he's not a hero. The anime plays that really well with that one montage where it's like he defeats all these monsters and then he starts blasting cities because Godzilla don't stop.
Actually, now I'm thinking about it. I don't think it was it just showed monsters and they're like, we got monsters, that's a problem. Yeah, we got Godzilla. That's an even bigger problem. That's even worse.
I mean, like that's the way the Monsterverse is taking it. But like to answer your question, Black, like to answer your question, Black, I think a drastic drop in the population just based on Godzilla alone, like if you went from 8 million people to 5 or 4, like people would be looking at Godzilla, but like in the ways we do Godzilla movies, other than Toho, it would be in the same light as where it's one of the costs that we're willing to live with.
Sure, but I don't think but nobody. Okay, what would be the threshold that like what if we're going by numbers, the threshold between savior and not savior? How many people?
There's not there's not a number, and that's the answer I'm giving you. When it comes to the Monsterverse and how they play Godzilla, Godzilla is a savior as long as like the most of it is remained in. Yeah, like not even the writers say, but like in terms of the story, how all of the writers have been able to determine Godzilla. He's a hero because he's prevented way more loss of life than the Mutos or King Ghidorah or Mecha Godzilla, even though we give half of that to Kong, even though he's the one who killed Mecha G. Like, Godzilla, the way we write him, the way us as a country write him, like, if he's the hero, we're willing to put up with a lot of damage. When we wrote Godzilla, 98, the series, all of the collateral damage from his monster battles, the world was willing to put up with because, hey, Godzilla stopped something even worse. There's not a number because even worse. There's not a number because even worse is so incalculable that you can just be left to think about it. What if Ghidorah won? What if the Skull King wins?
Okay, so comparatively, he saves more lives than are lost by him trying to save them. And so my question would then be, how at what point are there just not enough lives to save during a fight?
There's not. As long as Godzilla saves a life fighting another monster who would just unambiguously take it, in the realm of which we tell Godzilla stories, there's not a limit. Godzilla could be fighting in the last city on Earth and demolish 50% of it, but if he demolishes Hedorah or Gigan or King Ghidorah or Destroyer or Space Godzilla or Biollante or frickin' Megalon, like, he will be seen as the hero because what he did is walking away at the end of it. When all of these monsters are destroyed and only 50% of humanity is left as the enemy, he walks away into the ocean. As long as he does that, as long as we tell those stories and not something like -1, he will be seen as the hero. Until we start telling stories like -1, there's not a limit. Godzilla could end life on Earth, but if a spaceship of humans survive because, like, oh, we got away before Hedorah, Gigante, Biollante destroyed the world, he would be seen as the hero in the way we tell the story.
I think the question then becomes at that point is that why do we not see any other stories written about more people trying to kill Godzilla at this point?
Oh, because that's very simple.
We're not good at it.
No, it's not that we're not good at it. It's because of one simple historic event that led to the birth of Godzilla, and it's the meme of the Godzilla community when we talk about analyzation. It's because the bombs. How do we, as Americans, like it killed people, but in a more we caused that. One of the only films that America has done that's tackled that issue is Godzilla 98, and even then it's like, it's not that we killed people, it's that we did the testing and now the French have to come in and deal with our mess.
Well, no, it wasn't even what's it called? It wasn't even the Americans' mess that caused Godzilla in that case. That's the French cleaning up their own mess because we didn't even have Godzilla mutated by our own.
That's America. If you look at the history of it, all the nuclear testing we did
French
in those
Polynesian
islands.
tests?
Yeah.
No, the French Polynesian tests were caused by France. That's what the big uproar was at that time. Was French was still committing nuclear tests at the time. Sorry.
I misheard that. My bad.
I was so confused for a second. I was like,
no. I misheard that. Like, that's my bad. But even then, like, it goes to further my point. When it comes to American Godzillas, we can never tell that specific story, that specific level of trauma and all that bullshit when it comes to dropping the bombs in a way where we actually acknowledge that, yo, dumb fucks, it was kind of us who did that. We're the reason we have Godzilla and that level of introspection on pain and what radiation and shit does, the original 54, yada, yada, yada. We did that. We still can't fucking grapple with it. Every time we tell the story, like, we push it off on the French Polynesian in their test. Godzilla was always a natural force of irradiation, and now he's turned to be our hero when it comes in the face of giant monsters. We've never been able to tell the -1 story of, like, yeah, MacArthur said, yo, let's get the fuck out of here, drop the bombs, and then left.
And that's one of is the fact that, like, I would love to have been at like some of the earlier stuff regarding the Monsterverse, because they were gonna have Godzilla not necessarily be mutated, but like a lot of his abilities and power were gonna be the results of the bombs. I'm just curious as to like what specifically was said to shoot that specific aspect of the character down.
I mean, like
in the
I can
Monsterverse.
tell you in broad sense, and it's the
I mean, I
fact
can know in broad sense, but like I'm just curious as to
no,
like
like no, in the broad sense of like Godzilla and the time in which 2014 came out, like a lot of stories are, a lot of studios are wanting to do multiversal stories. Like, well, it's one of the things that prevent a lot of new creators going out is like, if you have a set story where it begins, it reaches a climax, and then it ends, like, good luck, because a lot of studios, a lot of publishers, a lot of people who make content want to milk it for as long as it's worth. And when you tell a story where most of Godzilla's power-ups come from the fact that he was irradiated through a bomb that might be seen as a war crime to certain people from the it gets really messy. You can't have Godzilla X Kong, the new empire, when it's like, oh, why did Godzilla evolve? Well, it's the genes from that war crime America committed that one time where we dropped an atomic bomb and a weapon on, a civilian population. Like, it gets really weird when you have to contrast those things. It's one of the reasons Godzilla -1 did so well. Listening to people who aren't associated with Godzilla talk about it, it's like, you made something that's silly really serious. He is not a hero. He is not this world balancing thing that, like, as Americans, we see, our stockpile of weapons that keep people from attacking us who really want to attack us. It's death. It's destruction. It's a thing you have to overcome. With the Monsterverse, you don't really fucking get that. Like, other than Kong Skull Island, like, where it's like you have to overcome that, like, shit with the Vietnam War and viewing everyone as your enemy. Like, they do have to overcome that and just leaving Kong the fuck alone. But even then, it takes, like, a certain amount of deaths and people just, like, firing a bunch of guns.
If we're going to, like, you mentioned a while ago Mechagodzilla. I am of the belief that having a Mechagodzilla was always a good idea, but then GVK decided to introduce the head of Ghidorah, and then it just messed everything up, because now you're setting yourself up for failure. Now it's gonna possess the thing, and now it's gonna control it, and then it's gonna fight the monster. It's gonna become evil. But I just think that Mechagodzilla was always a good idea, because I would rather put my life in the hands of humanity if they could control Mechagodzilla, as opposed to just someone we
Well,
can't control.
I am with you. Like, I do like the idea of the Mecha Godzilla. I like the idea that in the wake of all of these catastrophes, the San Francisco catastrophe, everything that happens in between, Legacy of the Monsters, where Godzilla shows up and people are in a panic. Like, I do like the idea that humanity takes it amongst itself to build a giant mech, and then, like, in a direct contrast, it's the same monster that's, like, creating all these warnings. Like, you don't see a King Ghidorah warning. You don't see a Behemoth warning. It's always Godzilla.
Yeah, he's sort of like the emblematic of
exactly. So, like, I do like that aspect in Mecha Godzilla. I like the way they build it with a King Ghidorah skull. I like that because it kind of goes into, like, if we're talking about corporations and the logistics, like, yeah, they will take underhanded, like, just all these really horrible shortcuts to give us what we want. You want a protector that can protect you and fight a giant monster like Godzilla. Apex has given it to you. It's Godzilla trademarked. We're not going to tell you our trademarked secret, in that it's made with, the skull of the one fucking enemy who damn near killed Godzilla, though. It's one of those shortcuts, like Amazon selling your data, or Google slowing down your computers because they don't want ad block, where it's like, I can buy it. I can buy it wholly. I can buy it succinctly, and it makes a lot of sense. They don't have the technology
how
to
they
give the.
acquired the skull is a completely different conversation. But I'm mainly focusing on
When we talk about how they acquired the skull, like I can't say anything about that because that's not shown on screen. All we get is Jonah looking at the skull of King Ghidorah in like King of the Monsters after credits, and then all of a sudden they have it. Like that's a
apparently
different story.
Walter Simmons bought it from Jonah, but they also have another one according to Bernie, which only one was severed. So how did they find another one? Like, did it just materialize? And then there's this theory that over several hundreds of years, Ghidorah and Godzilla fought, and he severed the head of Kevin constantly, which allowed it to regenerate. But then there's just a bunch of Ghidorah heads just lying around, and that just I don't know. It just it feels like a I don't know what to call it. I don't think it's a contrivance necessarily. It just feels rather tacky in a sense. Like, oh,
I
how
think when it
convenient.
comes to the movies, there's only one Ghidorah head that's taken into account for, and that's like the extra severed Kevin head that's like just tossed away. It is a contrivance because when it comes to the movies, at the end of King of the Monster, Godzilla kind of vaporizes both heads. So how are there more than one skull?
Well,
Like,
no, he vaporized 2 in the blast, and then the last one was in his mouth. The only one he ripped.
well, no,
off.
no.
So
You're
he's
looking at
talking
it
about
wrong.
the severed head during the fight in the ocean near. I
Yeah,
think it
the
was
sever.
Yeah.
The severed
That's the
head
only
in the
severed head.
Yeah, that's the only severed head. But when it comes to like how there are more than one skull according to the movie, because like there's a Ghidorah head in the Mecha Titan, and then there's a Ghidorah head that they're linking up to Pacific
Yeah.
Rim style. There's only one that's accounted for, and it's the severed head in the ocean. In the final scene of Godzilla and King of the Monsters, where he defeats King Ghidorah, all of those heads get vaporized and burned off. And then the very last one, he does the eating, / like blasting the atomic breath, where it's like there's not a skull to fall into place.
He
There's
does the kiss
no
of
way
death
that-
from 2014 in reverse, basically.
Yeah,
there's no way
exactly.
there's
So
gonna
like
be a second skull.
that is a contrivance where I'll say it's like it's 100% valid, it's 100% honest. In every single scene of media, there's no reconstruction of media like there is in Legacy of the Monsters. There's no retcon where it's like, how did you get more than one fucking skull? Only one head was actually discombobulated and didn't heal off, and it was fucking Kevin.
Yeah,
The
but like
only
like
way I
said,
could
there
I
was a
could
throwaway line
believe.
from Bernie.
Yeah, it's weird that he says that there would be a second one in there. The only thing that we could say is that he's just wrong.
No, like that.
Um,
No, for me, like that's the only thing. Bernie is wrong by the contents of the media that we watched. When Godzilla defeated King Ghidorah, there's not a second skull. He doesn't defeat King Ghidorah, and we see it in a newsreel like we see the first Muto fight in a newsreel in Godzilla 2014. Like, there is nothing there to explain the second skull. Bernie is just wrong. They forgot that bit.
I guess I could concede to that.
Like, it's not a
Because he
concession.
did
It's not a concession. You're right. That is just a genuine plot contrivance that they developed out of nowhere. There's a second skull.
All right. Okay. Yeah. But and I'm saying like using the skull at all like was a bad idea to begin with. Why don't they just go with it Pacific Rim style like you mentioned before? Like was it that so hard? Oh, and then you realize, oh right, it's because they needed to go evil because if it doesn't become evil, then the plot can't happen. But why couldn't it happen? Why can't we have?
I'll
because
say
you
it like
see-
this. Because I thought about it. The reason they didn't go full Pacific Rim style, where like Sarazawa's son is just an evil motherfucker, is because that's too Pacific Rim. It would be seen as a legitimate ripoff, kind of how the bullshit kaiju merging was seen as a ripoff. It was the immediate thing that was noted by fans and people who didn't, who weren't fans of Godzilla alike, of like, oh, this is Pacific Rim. He is merging with the skull to take control of a mech. Now, if they did that with
No, I mean, like
people,
they didn't use the skull at all. That's what I mean. And on top of that, they're both owned.
No,
by,
they
like,
did. Wait. They
no.
did use the skulls.
No, I'm saying that like they shouldn't have. That's what I'm saying.
No, I agree with that. I'm saying like for your answer of like why didn't they go full Pacific Rim? It's because if they did, it would have just been seen as they're going full Pacific Rim. They tried keyword tried to do something original, but even then everyone saw through that because that was the immediate comparison in the theaters. They're doing Pacific Rim but with a kaiju. In fact, they're doing Pacific Rim 2, the one we all try and ignore. He
There is no
drifts with a
Pacific Rim 2.
kaiju.
That's never happened.
Pacific Rim does not exist in Ba Sing Se. There is no Pacific Rim 2. But like
There is no Pacific Rim.
that's essentially what they did. He drifts with a kaiju, and then the kaiju overpowers him, and he becomes evil. It's Pacific Rim 2. If they did it, if they
I was
did
so
it with
focused on how stupid it was that I didn't even realize that it was straight out of Pacific Rim 2.
but that's the thing. The entire thing was so stupid. Why are you taking control of Mechagodzilla with a human link? It's Pacific Rim. It's
Oh my
obvious
God,
where
I
you got
completely
this from.
forgot. I guess it's because I forgot the plot of Pacific Rim, which is why it didn't register in my mind until now. God, I should add that. I should add that in my script.
No, definitely add that because the way they wrote it, there was no other way than to be a Pacific Rim ripoff. If they wanted to tell this story, they would have just had something else instead of like, oh, and the pilot needs to jack into the the mecha like Pacific Rim with a kaiju brain, because that's what it reeks of. If they did the story better, it would have just been two pilots jacking in and, Serizawa's son taking over and being evil. And it would have still been stupid because it would have been a Pacific Rim ripoff.
I'm happy that I don't have to rewatch Uprising to know this.
Thank God. I've watched Uprising like a total of 3 times, and it's so bad compared to the initial Pacific Rim.
Yeah.
The only thing good about that movie are some of the mechs, and by that I only mean 2.
I don't even consider that because, like, I can say individually, each design is good on its own, but when you try and mash it into that horrible fucking story, hell no. Hell no. I like the monsters. I like the mechs. Some of the mechs fit more of a cartoonish Showa era than, they do Pacific Rim. But then you try and mash it into Pacific Rim's story, and it's like, you've lost the plot, dude.
I am so happy that my brain blocked out the entire plot of that movie. I don't want to remember it whatsoever.
Nah, you need to remember so you know how not to do a fucking kaiju sequel.
Oh, please don't make me watch Pacific Rim Uprising. I'm begging you.
Watch it.
Super funny if they do a
Anything
Pacific
but
Rim
that.
3, but it's just like a soft reboot and they forget about Uprising.
I'll put it
So
like this.
Pacific
I
Rim,
wish.
not like Pacific Rim title, and there you go.
I'll put it like this.
Imagine if people go just like, oh, there is no Pacific Rim 2. This is the real Pacific Rim 2. Ignore that's not Pacific Rim 2. Shut up. That's not canon.
Now, for
not
me, like
canon.
I'll say it like this: I enjoyed Pacific Rim 2 than I did. I enjoyed it way more than I did any of the Cloverfield sequels, like
Yeah.
any of them.
True.
Like,
Dude, are they even
Pacific
really
Rim-
sequels?
yes,
I mean,
Yeah.
10 Cloverfield Lane, I would argue that it's a good movie, but a bad sequel.
It's not a sequel.
it's a sequel.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a sequel.
Yeah.
No, I refuse to
That's what
acknowledge
we're
it as a
doing.
sequel.
Eh,
It's sequel in name only.
that's what I mean by bad sequel.
Then
It's a
then at that
sin-out.
point, it's not even worth
It's a
being called a
sequel
sequel.
in name only.
Yes, we're agreeing.
Alright.
And then Paradox was even worse. Actually, I'd rather watch
yeah.
Lane than Paradox.
The only
The
thing
best
that I will
part
give
of
that Paradox credit for is that it had some pretty good music. That's it.
The
I don't
best
even
part of
remember the
Paradox,
music from Paradox.
the best part of
Da-da-dun.
Paradox was the ending, and I
Bum.
don't mean that as a joke. I really like seeing that humongous Cloverfield monster.
Do
think
we
you're
even know
all
what's
wrong.
going on with that new one that they're working on, or is that essentially just still dead?
I
That new
don't
one is
know.
a more direct sequel directed by Matt Reeves himself.
I think you guys are all wrong when it comes to the fact that like those sequels aren't sequels. I think again, like based on my way of viewing continuity in canon, like those are the most immediate sequels, and they paint a story that like I can vibe with, like extra dimensional shit, multiple dimensions where you actually see the multiple dimensions. I can vibe with it. I
How
think
does
the
it connect
movie
to the monster though?
in the very ending. Again,
I mean,
like
he
when we're
shows up,
talking,
but-
wait, time out. When we're talking about how it connects to the monster, like, let's not be real. Do you think every story that can be told in the Monsterverse has to have Godzilla in it?
But no, but this is the only monster. I mean, like, okay, well, maybe not the only.
No.
It's
No, wait,
one
time
of
out. I'll give you that. It's the only monster, but the fact that the United States military at the end of Cloverfield 1, the first Cloverfield, had to basically destroy America's top city. I can see a multi-dimensional story where it's like this thing's just kind of attacking all over, like Paradox tried to do. I can see that where it's like, oh, here are the after effects in these different dimensions of what happens after the monster attacks. And then you get a little bit of the monster at the end. With Cloverfield 10 Lane is the aliens. When Cloverfield Paradox is the one giant monster. I can accept that as like these stories aren't tied to the monster, but they're still dealing with its after effects. One of the scenes I like of
monsters without the monsters.
Exactly. One of the scenes I like of, Cloverfield Paradox is the scene where he's desperately begging them not to come back to Earth because something is there. Something is there, and it's just paving its way through all of the militaries. Please, for the love of God, don't come back to Earth. It's not safe. I like that.
I do like that scene, I will say.
It drives a little bit of intrigue of like, wait. This entire story has been taking place outside of that. Like, I can vibe with that as an entry into the, series of Cloverfield for the simple fact that, like, it doesn't need to be about the monster. It's about the monster's origins. We don't know where the Cloverfield monster came from. It just appears one day and we're left to speculate on some footage.
But, like, what happens when you already tell the story of the origins? What do you do then?
When you tell the story, it depends on the media. When it comes to Cloverfield, they told the stories of the origins in comic form, which is a completely different form of media than like viewing TV or anything like that. So, like, if you're adapting part of a story in an origin story, I feel there are some ways you can take liberties. But then if you want to take into account the studio's way of taking liberty, like, I get it. Like, I don't like it, but I get it. They didn't want to pay like anyone who wrote the original Cloverfield like beforehand comics where they explained the origins of the monster. They didn't want to pay. Like, I get it. The studio didn't want to pay it, so they came up with another one. And now we have to wait for the official sequel of Cloverfield to figure out what it was. It's a jumbled story, but like with the initial Cloverfield, I like it being jumbled. With the initial Cloverfield being a found footage, I like the story that we get of the origins of this monster being jumbled to that effect.
It was like
How am I being
semi-connected
jumbled,
anthology of sorts.
Yeah, it's essentially an anthology, but like,
I mean,
it's supposed to interconnect with each other, and it's really Paradox and Cloverfield that really do that connection. It's Lane that kind of stands out in that aspect. Granted, it's been like a while since I watched Lane.
One of the things I like about
Lane.
One of the things I like about Cloverfield is, like earlier I said, like the Monsterverse should hold that anthology feel like Cloverfield does. 10 Cloverfield Lane could just be its own story about a kidnapping. Cloverfield Paradox could be its own alien invasion story. I do like the fact that there are these links drawn together that, like, as a fandom, we're left to speculate on as kaiju fans.
I think there's value in that, but then I also think there's value in like just a traditional connected universe.
There's value in both. Cloverfield does not, like, Cloverfield's problem is that, like, it wasn't planned.
Monsterverse, that's like the thing of like all of these is that like a really bad lack of planning.
See, Monsterverse tries to play it like it's planned. Cloverfield doesn't. When they release a new movie called Cloverfield the Glass Cup, like, you'll see Cloverfield in a glass cup and that's about it, and you'll be like, oh, this is a part of that universe. With Monsterverse, it's like you get Legacy of Monsters where they try and like, hey, here's everything you can know in lore about like these alternate pockets of the Hollow Earth. Here's the in between 2014 and like Skull Island or King of the Monsters. It's like they try and fill in those gaps where like Cloverfield, for better or not, leaves those gaps in, and you have to fill them out. We'll see how they do with the sequel. But Cloverfield has those gaps, and no one's trying to be the Wingard or the Dotary and being like, well, actually, it's just kind of like, I think this is what it is, but like, this is the movie we made. 10 Cloverfield Lane, everyone.
All right. Well, okay, so I don't really got anything more to add on top of that. It's pretty late for me, so I am going
Change
to
the
bounce.
topic. Oh, damn. I'm just trying to keep this conversation going.
Oh, what's it called? I know it's 10 p.m. on my side. I was probably going to be ending it up soon anyway, because I got work tomorrow.
Damn, y'all wusses. I got work at 9 a.m. I'm staying up till 2, baby.
That's disgusting. I miss being so young.
So
27, yeah. 27, lads. 27.
Ew.
Well,
old man.
I kind of felt like I
Disgusting.
really didn't have much to articulate in this discussion.
I don't worry so much about it. I mean, like, we had people coming in and out. Plus, I'm going to be doing another stream on the 22nd anyway, so you'll be able to join that as well.
Alrighty.
Because that's when the writers group starts, so that's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Talk about Godzilla losing his balls. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry.
I know, I'm reading the chat too, and I saw it, and I was like, I tried not to laugh.
Listen, I'll say
exactly
this
what he
because I
means,
know
by the way.
I'll say this because we covered it already. Like the new Godzilla design, like kind of spits in the face of all continuity that we've known of the MonsterVerse Godzilla up until this point, and it's going to be interesting to see how they play it. But like, god damn, did you have to make him such a twink?
No balls.
So
Look, all I'm saying
No
is, if they didn't make him such a twink, I would be perfectly fine with it. I fuck with the pink, but I don't fuck with that belly.
I fuck with the
Or lack
pink,
thereof.
like that. Listen, that's me exactly.
Big. I like them chunky.
I fuck with the pink. I fuck with the different colorization, but like, you took
Why
the
the belly?
glorified bear of Godzilla MonsterVerse, and you made him a twink. You made him every.
You took
fucking
away the
fan
dad
kaiju.
belly.
Like
You
I
took
don't
away the dad belly.
understand it.
Big.
I don't
like 'em
understand
chunky.
it. I like them big.
Like I'm just
I like
gonna,
them
I like them
chunky.
chunky.
like I'm just assuming they did that because Godzilla got his ass beat so violently by Mechagodzilla, they had to like do something about it. It was just
Well, no,
that
like-
violation.
In the interviews and shit like that, it's like, oh, we saw how like they were talking about how Godzilla was fat, so we slimmed him down. But I think they missed the point of like slim down versus anorexic, because like
They
God-
overcorrected basically.
thank you. Yeah, it's what they always do. Oh, we want more human story. Let's make the boringest story possible for humans and no Godzilla. Oh, we want more monster action. Cool. There's not going to be a story, and every character is going to be an insufferable character trait, and you're just going to get monster action. And now it's like Godzilla was fat. Let's make him anorexic skinny. I don't like the blue. Let's make it pink.
-1 is peak for this reason.
Minus 1 is peak for this reason. I follow the character designer of fucking this new Godzilla, and it's like, I vibe with your creativity, but like, not for Godzilla. Not for fucking Godzilla.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna, I don't know what else to say other than -1 is probably the best Godzilla movie. Period. Better than Shin, better than GMK, better than everything else. It is better than both the Monsterverse and Heisei put together. That is all I can say. I sent a thing because I commissioned a person to do a thing for me that should be done by, I don't know, Friday maybe. So if you want to show that.
Oh, what's it called? The thing you just showed me?
Yeah.
Yeah. You want me to wait till the artist stream to do that? Because that's going to be on the 22nd. So, like,
sure.
anyone who's doing writer stuff or artist stuff want to join in for that.
Yeah,
'cause
go
that's
right
gonna be-
ahead.
I'll wait till later because that's going to be fun.
Yeah,
But-
no, they deserve it. Well, I shall vanish.
Yeah, so we'll let everyone chill a little bit. Obviously, Black, since you're the newcomer to the stream, you get to show first. And, yeah, just
go
tell us
kill
what you're going to be doing.
All right.
Oh, there goes Potato.
All right. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if like the 22nd. What day does that fall in?
The 22nd is Monday.
Monday. Ooh.
Yeah, it's the streams essentially for anyone who's working on kaiju, like their own kaiju universes or kaiju stories. That's you're gonna be sharing that and just sort of talking about your design process, writing stuff, and I'll probably have a few writer questions for everyone to answer. We'll see how that goes. I'm gonna try to make it like a regular monthly thing, to keep everyone accountable. So if you're like, if someone says they want to do a kaiju book, then like be like, bring a chapter, talk about it, stuff like that.
Yeah. I was working on I guess a story, like I guess you could say like the Monsterverse version of Destroy All Monsters. It's only Destroy All Monsters in title. It's Destroy All Monsters in title only because I really like this title for the type of story that I want to tell. I haven't picked it up in forever because I've been so busy with other stuff. But what I have so far, I really like it. And there is this one guy I'm friends with, Shin Aleph. He's making a complete rewrite of what's it called, the Monsterverse. I don't know if he wants to join, but if he wants to join, I think he should, because reading through his stuff like that was I really enjoy his interpretation. So if he wants to share his interpretation of the Monsterverse and how he thinks how he would run it, and I would be happy if he went ahead and showed up to the stream. I would join. Monday would be a bit complicated, but I will try to make it.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be around probably like 8 or 7 p.m. EST. So,
ooh, yeah, that's a bit complicated. I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, no problem. But any projects that you're gonna want to show for us? Obviously, we're talking about the Kate Randa video that you're working on.
Oh yeah. I'm still writing that because, on top of the fact that I need to find other characters to compare it to, I also need to rewatch part of. God forbid, I need to rewatch some parts of the show so I can have a better understanding of the things that happen in it, to make sure that I get everything right. Because I don't want to miss information. I don't want to, miss some important details that could be crucial to my points. So
yeah, of course.
Yeah. It's gonna
totally.
take a while though.
And Pyro. Well, obviously, for those who do not know, Black Rooney, you can find him on. It's just Black Rooney is your channel name too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And Pyro, where can we find you?
I'm Pyro Tyrant. You can find me on Twitter. I'm Pyro Tyrant. Like, if you want to follow me on Instagram, I do post art. I do have my original kaiju. I do have my own story. I'm currently working on art to follow like the whole Tridontus verse, fire volcanic kaiju. Zim's done a couple of reviews on the kaiju himself. I'm probably gonna have Zim do another one because like the last iteration of Tridontus is one that like I do think is the best. I think the story that I've got going with him is pretty good. So if you want to follow me on any of those, you can. Pontifex Monstrum on Instagram, Pyro Tyrant on Twitter. Thanks for like having me. Black, I did enjoy discussing like some of the arguments we have on the Monsterverse, together. It's nice to come in and not have like a bloodbath like it usually is on Twitter. Zim, thank you for, having me and like just inviting me on when I commented in the stream.
Yeah, no, it's no problem. I mean, like, I was like bringing on people who got something interesting to say, as well as I don't think people usually do this in the community, so I find it useful as well as entertaining. And it was actually a pretty good turnout today, so it does seem like a lot of people really found the stream interesting. So, but as well as also we almost made it to 5 hours. I think this still makes the stream the like longest stream I ever did. Well, second longest, but maybe I must love you before I drift off to the. This is why I divorced you. Just remember that, Brayden. But yeah, obviously you guys can find me all Zimzilla, where Zimzillas are sold. Everywhere, other places. If you can't find Zimzilla, it's OG Zimzilla, like on Twitter, because someone stole just Zimzilla99. But that's all, guys. I hope you enjoyed and have a great rest of your night. See you guys.
Goodbye. Long live the king.
Godzilla's balls.
What?